And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the very first edition of the Ursasaurus Cup #1. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked full of 80 plus participants. It's huge. It's massive. It's a stacked bracket. And welcome one and all to the very first edition of this event. It is a replacement ESL Open Cup Americas, papi. Here we go. And we are jumping into our first series of the night. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Oh, the Red Zerg player. No! Oh god, we're hopefully we're okay. We have the Red Zerg representing Team License to Kill. I was very concerned for my own well-being. With I was concerned we had disconnected. It is Eon. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Green Terran player. It is Duck. Rolling random. Quack. Quack, papi, quack. But bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos, everyone, one and all. A shout out to Ursa and a shout out to Stegosaurus for sponsoring and hosting this event. Of course, I've joined forces. What do you get when you cross a Stegosaurus and an Ursa? An Ursasaurus, papi. It's like a furry Stegosaurus. So yeah, great to see two passionate people, of course, coming together and bringing together this event. Shout out to Dave Testa, Chicken Man, and all the other community figures that have made this event possible, organizing, adminning, running the event, and opening it up to the community as well. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is, papi. It is time to get your gamba going, as predictions are going to be open for the first series, and hopefully every series thereafter. Hopefully I don't forget. Sometimes I do. Call me out. Call me out if I do forget. Now we are settling in. A shout out to those people in the chat. Shout out to, I see Squirrel Fund. I see Maestro Slow. Papi. Oh my god. Still here in the chat. Psycons as well. Jupiter SC2. Good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well. And again, welcome to the very first edition of this tournament of the Ursasaurus Cup. We hosted this Nation Turtles Hustle last week, but I mentioned before that we initially had the Monday time slot. We have moved to Sundays, and now Ursasaurus Cup has been sliding on into that Monday time slot instead. I mean, hey, double the weeklies, double the tournaments, better for all. And yeah, there's also a way to support the tournament as well if you wish via Matcherino. There's a Matcherino command in the chat if you do wish to support, to pledge, to help grow and boost the prize pool this week. Otherwise, we can settle in and focus on our matches. When it comes to the bracket itself, we'll go over the bracket after this series. It is a very large bracket. There's a lot to go over. I don't know if I even have time to go over every single match and all that is going on in the bracket, but we'll get there. We'll get there. As First Reaper does get across the map, we'll be threading the mineral line and does force out a spore, but outside of that, Eon will defend. He does deflect. Eon cutting corners here, skipped out on the lings. It was a hatch gas pool opener. No lings, only queens, and Eon does defend. So getting away with a lot of greed here by skipping out on those lings. Behind this, third base is being taken. Meanwhile, we do have Duck across the map, just going for the racks into factory, into, I imagine, third TC. I imagine. We'll see if he does decide to be a little bit more aggressive. There it is. Okay, it's going to be a 1-1-1. Something you don't see too often nowadays is going to be a more aggressive, more assertive build here from our Terran player. And with this, we should be seeing some Hellion and Banshee aggression. I say that, there we go. The Adult Assault is a little bit delayed. Adult Assault is upon us. Meanwhile, Eon is actually making quite a surge of lings here. You don't expect this many lings this early on. I'm curious what the plan is going to be here for Eon, as we do see a third CC on the way. Not going to be a 2-base all-in. Okay. No 2-base all-in out of the Terran. Just being a little bit more aggressive initially, going for a more delayed third base instead. Meanwhile, Eon going to be the one to really take a turn and rush into a lair. That's a very fast lair here from Eon. This could be for drop lords into the main. This could be for a Nidus base all-in for a Link Queen Nidus. Or it could even be for 2-base Muta, as Lings, they do poke the front door here. They get eyes on the CC, trying to bust on through, but alas, they should not be able to. The repairs are too good. And Duck holds. Duck does hold. We do see Eon backing off, but again, this lair, where we headed? I see a lot of queens on the way, papi. Nidus, Dropper Lords, what's it gonna be? I'm imagining Nidus, but we'll see kind of what we head towards here, as it's only 2 gases and no Overlord speed. If it was Dropper Lords, we should be seeing Overlord speed alongside it as well. Meanwhile, we do have vision in the main base, in the main of Duck of the the Green Terran player. Meanwhile, oh, it is going to be Cloak Banshees on the horizon here. We have Hellions amassing as well to move out across the map to wreak havoc. And interesting, okay, it's going to be a fast lair, not into a Nidus, into a Roach Warren. Interesting. I say that just because this does feel a little bit awkward here, as I mean, the lair is done and we're not quite making use of it. The Roach Warren could have been thrown down a little bit earlier as well. The Overlord has yet to dive in. Looks like Eon is just playing things out a little bit safer. Meanwhile, the 111 turning into 2-port BC. Did I say 2-port? 3-port BC. My apologies. I didn't even notice the second starport being made in the main. And we are faking out Banshee play. I mean, kind of faking it out. One Banshee was made. Fusion Core is on the way. And Duck is spicing things up with massive BC. At least, my apologies. Sorry, I'm assuming it's BC, but we are researching Hyperflight Rhodus as well. Meanwhile, there's a Drop Lord. There we go. I was waiting for it. I was like, I'm pretty sure this Overlord looks like a Drop Lord map. That's why I was bringing it up before. There we go. Drop Lord into the main base. This is going to deal damage, not just that, but also scout across the map as well. Scout the main base and get eyes on everything that's going on. The nonsense that's ensuing here in the main as the dropper does come in. And Eon will confirm there's the add-on solve for extra tech labs on these starports. Lings do flood in. And they will deny the armory, but they need a scout. They need a check. And they will. It should. Yeah, there we go. 2 starports are spotted. Eon already has a piece of the puzzle. We'll get eyes on the researching, and there we go. It does confirm the 3rd starport and the fusion core as well. And that should trigger a Spire. There we go. Spores are being thrown down. We have 3 spores for each base. That is more ideal. Again, Eon taking it very seriously, fully aware of just how much anti-air that's going to be. And Eon initially responds with a Hydroden. Now, the reason why you would is a Hydroden finishes faster than a Spire. Spire takes a lot longer to complete. So when it comes to a fast reaction, and when it comes to a delayed reaction to what's going on, a Hydroden is a little bit faster, is a little bit better in that sense to get to anti-air as quickly as possible. As we can see though, BCs are on the way, and against BCs, Hydras are not ideal. That's where Corruptors really come into play. Initially though, the Banshees are spotted. Roaches, they ignore the Banshees, they go straight for the natural base. Again, Eon has been amassing up quite an army already and is making full use of it. He's waddling into the main base. There's nothing to stop him. Banshees, they're trying their best, but the Roaches are getting to the Mineral Lines. SCVs are going down. They're being pulled away. The boys, they're trying to escape, but there's Roaches everywhere. The 3rd, the natural, the main base as well. Workers are going down. And this is becoming game-ending damage. Again, it was a very bold move to go into whatever the hell this is. To go into BC Banshee. But alas, it also means that there's nothing on the ground. There's nothing on the ground to support. There's nothing to help maintain the bases here of Duck, of the Terran. And as a result, everything's going to go down. BC teleports across the map in a moment of desperation. Is going to be teleporting into 3 spores. And Hydras are amassing. Queen's in position. BC going to be zoned away. Hydras and Queens do respond. And Eon, he will shut this down. It's only 1 BC. The Queen Hydra is good enough. And we're still making Banshees here. I mean, they are cheaper, they're faster to make, and again, we're in a bit of a desperation position here from the side of the Terran. Is on a 1 base economy, essentially 1 base economy here. It does have mules to help sustain himself, that is true. It does have a decent chunk of Banshees as well, but as the Banshees move out, here come the Hydras. And Eon can commit to a base trade. Again, there are plenty of spores. There's 4 spores at the natural. There's 3 spores here at the 3rd base. There's 3 spores in the main as well. Like, Eon should be fine. The gases can be threatened, but here comes the army. There's no detection though. Uh-oh. There is no detection. The Cloak Banshees, they're popping off. Oh, no, never mind. Here we go. Detection has arrived. Hydras, they can turn and fight. It will shut down the Banshees. Again, the Overseer is a little bit slow, but is able to at least keep up with the Hydras themselves. Oh my god, we shut down so many of the Banshees. 1 of them survives. And that was 6 of them going down. GG gets called, and Eon will take game number 1. Whew. GG. That was a game. Oh my god. GG, well played. And with that, we do have Eon taking the first win here, taking a lead here in the series. And we'll see if our Terran player can bounce back. I say our Terran, I should emphasize as well that he rolled random. He did roll random. Oh, that's not Valorious. Hold on. There we go. Did roll random, did land on Terran, and I'm sure he's going to roll random again, and we'll see what race they land on and what kind of build they go for. And here we go. We're going to be jumping into our next game. Oh. And, oh, apparently there's a bit of an extra prize money, or a bit of an extra prize being added to the event here tonight. Sorry, I didn't quite notice. Apparently, there are going to be two $25 awards for people who didn't win any prize money, but showed really fun or unique games. Oh, okay. There you go. Okay. Makes sense. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of a side delta, we have our red Zerg player from the land of Costa Rica, representing Team License to Kill, LTK, leading the series 1-0. It is Eon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the green, now Protoss member. He was a random player, did roll Protoss. It is Duck. Quack. As we are going to be settling in, Eon going gas first. Ooh, gas pool opener into a hatchery, so much more aggressive start here for Eon. This can lead into a roach rush, this can lead into a bane bust. Aggression is on the table from the side of the Zerg player. And yeah, so again, just to reiterate, because I just found out, and I'll also try to set things up, but yeah, apparently there is going to be a bonus prize for most entertaining game that doesn't make it into the top 4, as I believe top 4 do get paid out. So let me just double check. Yeah, top 4 do get paid out, but there is going to be a bonus prize. So that is exciting stuff, exciting things to hear. It does mean that players are incentivized to ape it up a little bit more because you know, entertaining game usually means some kind of wild play. And I mean, Duck did go for attempted 3-port BC, which is fun, which is exciting. But what I will say is that he didn't get there, right? He had 3 starports, 3 tech labs, but only made 1 BC. He didn't reach his final form, so I would say good effort, but didn't quite get there in the end. We'll see what he's got this time, as Lings are moving out across the map, and there's nothing here. There was no probe scout. No probe scout. Lings have arrived, and the game may just end. Without a probe scout, we didn't know to wall off and make a zealot first. The pylon goes down, boys are being pulled, adept is denied. Ooh, and Duck is getting punished real hard for the lack of worker scouts. The Lings are doing a lot of damage already here. They deny and they delay warp gates. The adept pylons are being rebuilt, and Duck will survive this, but this is some critical damage early on. No. That was 4 probe kills. Duck can go back to mining, of course. Meanwhile, behind this, we spoke earlier, remember the fast gas geyser leads into fast link speed, into, I imagine, a link flood. That is also a lair as well. I'm curious, it's gonna be for Jumper Lords, right? It has to be for Jumper Lords. Right into the main base, the lair is almost done. Show us the Jumper Lords, Pappy. I mean, there might be a full wall here at the natural. The wall is looking quite sturdy, but I'm pretty sure the plan is to bypass that wall. We'll see, as the Lings have arrived, and we should be able to wall off behind this. We should be able, up, oh my god. We might not need to, okay, so it's gonna be the Nidus. Never mind, it's the other one. Not a Jumper Lord, Nidus instead, regardless of weight. We don't need it, we're already in, Pappy. The Lings, they flood into the natural, boys are being pulled, and Eon is gonna be all over this. Focusing down the pylons as well. One adept does spawn in, just in time. The pylon, oof, will crumble though. Both pylons will. Links from here, they can flood into the main. The Overlord is in position for that Nidus. Nidus is about to finish. The Queens are getting ready to jump in as well. The aggression does not end, does not stop. There we go, Nidus into the main base, and it is barely out of vision. Duck doesn't see, Duck doesn't know. And GG gets called, Lings a flood on in, and Eon will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Eon will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences to Duck, my condolences to our random player here, but GG, well played nonetheless. Again, game 2 was unfortunate. It was just no probe scout. No probe scout and no wall. Things went from bad to worse. But game 1 was more back and forth. You know, game 1 had more potential with the nonsense of the triple star ports, fusion core, BC, mass Banshee. Had a lot of potential, definitely. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Eon as he does advance on, and I will very quickly set up the logos mod. Un momento here. One moment. As I'm trying to get the Ursasaurus on. Yeah, we're good, we're good. But now we can have a moment here to have a look at the bracket and figure out what is going on and where we are. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is huge, the bracket is massive, the bracket has a lot going on, and we'll try to catch up with the bracket itself and also find our next player. Do my best. Okay, we should be okay. We should be okay. From the very top here, we do have Björn. Now, Björn has been a beast. Björn has been an animal. We were praising Björn last night during the Wardy TV Monday Cup, and the reason for that is because Björn has won, I want to say, 4 out of the 6 weeklies so far. So we have 6 weeklies currently in this, 6 open cups, I should say. I say 6, I guess there's CSO as well. But there's a lot of open cups available currently to replace the ESL ones, and Björn has been claiming almost every single one. Björn, he won this week's KSL, he won this week's STC, TTT, Wardy TV Monday as well. That is 4 weeklies already under the belt of Björn, and there's this one as well, Ursasaurus Cup. Björn has won almost everything this week. The only thing that Björn hasn't won is the KSR, which is the Kalaris Steadfast Cup, which is a European time zone. So, I mean, wait, like Björn, I think he might have still played last night. I say last night, like a couple of hours ago. I think that's the only one that Björn didn't really win. But again, it was like at, what, 1 a.m. for Björn, so it's fine. It doesn't count, And yeah, he's here for another. He's here for another. He's hungry for that money, Pop. He's hungry for that prize money. We'll see if he can claim it, as Björn is there on the upper half of the bracket. Scrolling down, we have Ghost User versus Watch, who's going to be Watcher, going up against Björn in the second round. Scrolling down, we have a Foxer versus a Nino, Papi. Oh my god. Winner goes up against Eon. That is what we are waiting for. We're waiting for Foxer and Nino. Most likely, Foxer will advance on into Eon. So our goal here is to follow Eon in the early rounds. Scrolling down, we do have Matt versus Matt versus Altair. No, my apologies, I'm in the wrong part. Mudkip. Oh, Mudkip Master. Matt versus Mudkip Master, leading into Lunacy. Scrolling down, we have Bomyelja versus Quanta in the TVT, leading to most likely Lunacy in the next round. Best of luck to Bomyelja, best of luck to Quanta. I was thinking about jumping on those matches, but I did want to cover some Zerg while I could. Scrolling down, we have JMA versus Colossal Gulp into Shameless. Once again, Shameless is looking poised to make a deep run. We have UED Soldier just under them. We have Dolan, we have Rebellion, we have Inexorable. I'm just quickly scrolling down to some of these matches, and a lot of series are going on. We have Shin, we have Meower Doom, we have Poriforian, we have Vindicta, we have Creature, we have Luciano, we have Estrella, Shin, Nero, Cristiano, Maples, Pig, Ryojin, and many, many others. It is a very large bracket. We have a round of like 1/6 out of we have a lot of rounds, we have a lot of matches, we have a lot going on here, and it's a little bit overwhelming. I had a really hard time picking a first series. There's just a lot of really good matches going on. For the time being, though, we have settled on Eon early on into most likely Foxer. That's kind of what we're gonna try and focus on. There's also a lot of other casters out there. There's CranKy, there's Dave Testa, there's Pig, there's Steadfast. I think the SC Historian is also casting, maybe. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of matches currently ongoing. A lot of series out there. And best of luck. Best of luck to everyone getting involved. Alright, Rushy is also casting as well. Haven't seen Rushy cast in quite some time. And I'm gonna try to avoid jumping around too much. Like, again, there's just a lot of matches and a lot of lobbies being posted as well. A lot of really good series. Like, Rebellion versus Inexorable is about to begin. And it's gonna be a really good series. But I do want to try to stay a little bit localized, a little bit. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Based on the current standings and based on the current bracket, Bjorn versus Shin finals rematch is definitely a big possibility here coming into the finals. But there are some big names that can stop them. Big names like Estrella. That's maybe the next biggest kind of player here in the bracket, and many others. Go. So just catching up. Is he doing the same strat as the last 2 years? Referring to Bjorn? Bjorn has been, I mean, he's a very stylistic player, sure, very stylistic. Not too sure what you mean. No EPT weekly tonight. EPT weeklies are no longer a thing. At least not currently, where they're in an off season. So these are the replacement weeklies. 2x opening. 2x Reaper is something that he mixes in. He doesn't do it versus Shin. Shin does often punish him whenever he does. So specifically against Shin, Bjorn stopped. But yeah, he does like to mix it in. I mean, 2x Reaper, if you've been watching much like Korean ZV or just ZVT in general, is now part of the meta. Like Bjorn, he revolutionized it. Now, like, everyone does, like, Clem does it, Maru, Gumiho, they've all started mixing it in. So, yeah, you still do see it, for sure. Still do see it. Oh, it's still quite potent as an opener. But we might go on a short break here. Looks like we have some downtime. We have some downtime going on. And it looks like we're going to be chilling with CranKy as well. Let's go. We're going to be calming things down and waiting for our next series. Mioja versus Quanta is going to be starting up. We have Benito versus Luis. A lot of series. But yeah, we're going to have some downtime and... Oh, okay. Just a little bit of downtime. Looks like Foxer has just wrapped up his series and will most likely be jumping into Eon versus Foxer after the break. See you guys soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the night. And we're going to be jumping in mid-series. I had assumed that Folksher versus Eon would be ready, but no, we are jumping in mid-series into the first round. Folksher versus El Niño Pack. Let's go. We have our next series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have, representing Berserker Esports, the American Terran. It is Folksher. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Pink Zerg. Representing Death Zone Gaming, it is Nino. El Nino, papi, El Nino, let's go. Now again, Nino is more of a amateur player. I mean, his team is not quite Death Zone Gaming, it's Death Zone Academy. It's their academy team, but it's great to see, of course, that he has been competing for a very long time. It's a player that I recognize. I'm pretty sure I've seen him in the chat a couple of times as well, so do love to see him. And he's up against a more established pro player here. Folksher is one of the stronger Terran players in the Americas. When I think of the current American region, the current American roster of Terran, I think Vindicta, I think Future, I think Folksher, or Dolan and Folksher as well. And Epic, and there's actually a lot of Terran players in America right now. True. Now that I think about it. But regardless, he is up there, and we'll see how they compare. Again, Eon is patiently waiting for the winner of this series in the next round. And is, I'm sure, just chilling, lying in wait for even how Folksher does approach this. I'm ready. I'm excited. For now, we do have our standard openers. It is going to be Hatch Gas Pool here out of Nino. Meanwhile, we do have a Folksher opening up with a Rax Expand. SCV Scout moving out, and CC on the low ground. Everything so far is looking as it should. Meanwhile, shout out to the Ursasaurus Cup. Let's go. You can't really see it on the more blown up version, but yeah, that is a little Ursasaurus logo just underneath the Stegosaurus. Beautiful. I was wondering, I was like, I feel like this logo is very Stegosaurus dominant, but no, you have the Ursasaurus, you have the Ursa as well down there. Beautiful. Love to see it. Again, for those that are curious, this event is funded and sponsored by these two lovely individuals, by the Stegosaurus and by the Ursa as well. That's how they've come together to create this event. And we've come together to cover the event as well. You know, ourselves and many of the other content creators out there, or casters, whether it's in English, whether it's in another language. We have Enki casting in Spanish, we have Rocklets casting in Portuguese, I'm sure many other languages. There are commands in the chat. There you go. The Ursa, the Stego. Beautiful. Oh, as the Reaper does dance. Nino's going for a Link Flood. Wait, what? Okay, no, we're good. I did see additional Lings on the way, and we have made 9 Lings in total. That is a big reaction here for Nino. I'm a little bit concerned with the sheer amount of Lings that we have invested in. Link speed is on the way. Nino is stuck on 2 bases as well. The Reaper, a little bit greedy, does not quite get the tumor though. Folksher has to back off. Lings are amassing. And do we make another wave of Lings, or do we drone up from here? What is the plan for our Zerg player? Okay, it's droning. Is going to be droning up, is going to be saturating his 2 bases, soon to take a 3rd. So it's going to be a delayed economy here for Nino. I'm not opposed to this though, because the 3rd base is so late. Double expand. Double expand for the Zerg. That will make up for the otherwise later 3rd base. Meanwhile, back at home, Folksher opening up with a 3rd CC. 3 CC Banshee here from our yellow Terran player. I mean, I said Banshee. There is no Tech Lab. Yeah, the Tech Lab is actually quite late here, so the opener is gonna be a little bit different. There's a reason why it's late. We're going Viking first. Okay, Viking first here for Folksher. This can lead into faster stim instead. So a different variation of a starport opener here. Can you go into faster stim? Harassing with the Hellions. Ooh, and the Hellions will bypass the Queens. Folksher, he does slip by, does get into the middle line. Drones are going to be going down. Oh my god, they line up. 2 workers do fall. And Nino will clean this up. And losing 2 drones, that could have been so much worse. Does defend, and meanwhile across the map, no add-on swap. It's going to be Viking into Liberator. And stim has begun. So folks are going to be harassing with Heli and Lib. building up towards that eventual bio move out. Meanwhile, Nino going into roaches. Interesting. Again, I don't think I've ever casted Nino before. I've heard of him, I've seen him, but I've never quite casted him before, so I'm curious as to his preference of style, taking extra gases, going for a lair in the main, headed into roach production. Roach play can be a very safe way to play ZVT, that is true, but what I'm most concerned about is the lack of drones. You can see here the third base is there is no workers, there's no saturation at the third or the fourth either. Right now it's purely larva. On the one hand, I would assume this would be just for larva maybe and for an all-in, but Nino is still droning, just was heavily delayed by the open. Ooh, and the Hellions are here to wreak havoc. There's no roaches! The roaches are barely not ready in time. Lings, they try to keep up, but they're going to get roasted by the Hellions. Lings go down, and now Foxer can go right for the mineral line. He can go for the drones. And there's not much here to defend. Roach production has begun. The drones, they do get away though. Oh my god. Nice queen movements. I must say, the queens will actually keep the drones alive, and Nino only loses 2 workers. Only 2 drones go down, but he's still in a low drone count. Like, despite not losing many workers, it's gonna be 5 dead workers in total. Despite not losing many, he still doesn't have enough. We're still on 37 workers here. Barely any drones to speak of for Nino. It's heavily oversaturated. There we go. He's now going to be pulling back into the main. The Liberator has arrived. And the lack of economy is, or the lack of droning is really what's hurting Nino more than anything, as he supply block. No, the Overlords. More Overlords going down. A heavy supply block here for the Zerg. And Foxer, he's getting ready for the eventual bio move out. Stim is done. Combat shield's on the way. His third base up and running. Foxer almost has double the worker counts and is still hunting for more Overlords. Yeah, as Nino is making 6 Overlords back at home. Ay, ay, ay. It is a brutal position, and if Nino did want to go into something like a Roach timing at some point here, which I assume he did just because there's no Evo chambers, there's no upgrades, is building up Roaches, but yeah, just can barely not sustain himself. Or just can't sustain himself. Not like this. Not like this. Nino's actually investing quite heavily here into Roaches. Again, investing into Roach Ravager, and this will give Nino the best chance at surviving against his next push. As Foxer is only moving out with his double drop, keeping his tanks back at home, keeping his reinforcements ready, only moving out with a double drop. Oh no, he got the critter! No! Foxer, you're an animal. Oh my god. He specifically targeted it down as well before he killed the tumor. Ay, ay, ay. Este Foxer. Leave the critters alone. As the Fox is going to be forced to pick up, Nino does defend. Is on 2 base saturation, but still only on 2 bases. Still just building up more Roachling. Roach speed is almost done. And I imagine Nino's going to want to move out with this. I would imagine. Fox are going for a split push. Double jump on the right, double jump on the left. Leave the crab alone. Oh my god, okay. The crab is blending in. He's got like the same color scheme as Foxer, as the Marines. Hoping to survive. Double jump into the main. Foxer moving out towards the left hand side. Does catch a queen. Oof. Yeah, these Marines are trading far too well here. 1-1 is done for the Terran, going for the hatchery. Doesn't quite get it. The hatchery does survive, but in the main base, queens are pulling drones as well. And Foxer's pulling Nino apart. Just pulling him left and right. Foxer jumping it towards the third. There are queens in position. Oh my god, we do target down the medevac. Not bad. Medevac does fall a full one as well. But at the same time, the hatchery does fall. There was no saturation, true, but still a big loss here for Nino. Once again, heavily supply blocked. Getting to his overlords. And Folksher is about to max out. Back at home, he's just been chilling, getting his 4th base, getting a planetary, and here comes the main army. You've seen what Folksher can do with some drops, and now you'll see what he can do with his main force. That is going to be 6 tanks, Mass Marine, Likewise, Fox is actually still waiting. He does max out. He does reach that 200 supply, which has given Nino the opportunity to actually build up an army to work with, but we're lacking splash damage. There's 2 Ravagers. Wiles have potential, but with only 2 Ravagers, it's going to be a tough hold here. Likewise, Nino has inflated supply with mainly a Roach-based army, so the soup does lie. Foxer's actually further ahead when it comes to the army size. And here we go. The choke point is brutal. Oh my god! Nino pushing forward, and it's a meek round. A massive tank volleys go off. The Roaches, they crumble, and Folksher can keep going. Can keep pushing in. Rallying forward. That's going to be 12 Ravagers on the way. Let's go. Building up additional Ravagers, which will help. But these are still 0-0 Ravagers. Army steaming in. Catches out some Queens. Tank volleys going up. And 1 tank is going to be wild down. But Nino still takes some brutal tank shots to the face. The 3rd base goes down. And Folksher can keep moving out from here. Slowly edging forward. Wiles, they... Oh, will connect. Oh my god. Okay, Nino, I see you. Connects to the Wiles, takes out every single tank as well. Honestly, really good target firing with just the regular Roach Ravager attacks and the Wiles as well. Like, Nino making the most out of a bad situation. As Folksher does stem in. Yeah, still just rallying across the map. A better trade for Folksher on top of the ramp as well. Takes down almost every single Ravager. There's 0 Ravagers left. The 3rd base also crumbles, and from here, Folksher can snowball. He has been snowballing out of control, just taking every base on the map. More bases, more expansions, and he's been left alone as well. No damage to his own economy. The Roaches, they're doing what they can, man. They're doing what they can. And Fox's army is somewhat overstimmed. Oh, he was doing some drop micro with the Marauders. Shaking my head. GG, well played, Folksher. We'll take the series 2-0. We'll advance on to the next round. GG. Again, Folksher was favored coming into this. Folksher is a pro player, but a big shout out to Nino because Nino is more of an amateur. For those that are curious, he is a Diamond. He's a Diamond player. He's on the academy team of Death Zone Gaming, which is a Brazilian team. And even though this series may have been a little bit more one-sided, do appreciate that he did partake in the events. I don't know if you noticed, but this bracket is full of amateur players. It's not just pro players. So if you're out there, if you want to play against Bjorn, if you want to play against Shin, if you want to play against some of your favorite players, I always champion competing in these tournaments. Back in the day, back when I was Diamond as well, or even Platinum before that, I'd play in a Lima League, and on a weekly basis, I'd play against Innovation, I'd play against Ryung, play against Bunny, play against Keen. A lot of Terrans, actually. I don't know why the brackets were like that, but I played against a lot of the Korean Terrans. It's always a lot of fun. Always a lot of fun playing against the pro players. And yeah, so shout out to Nino. Shout out to Nino. And I hope to see more of him in the future. Hope to see his rate of progression over time. GG. GG, well played. With that, Folksher will take the series, and we're going to be getting ready for our next series here. We're getting ready for our second round. There's a reason why we were following Folksher, and the reason for that is this. We have Eon versus Folksher coming up next. Let's go. Round 2. Now the heavy hitters are facing each other. is going to be another ZVT, but a very different kind of dynamic, I imagine, as both Eon and Foxer are far closer in skill. I actually don't know who I want to favor. Part of me wants to favor Eon, but that could just be recency bias. I've been casting a lot of Eon over the past couple of months, and Foxer less so. Foxer, he's a little bit less active. I think he's quite active when it comes to streaming, I believe. And of course, he does compete in regional events like EPT Americas whenever they come around. But when it comes to these online tournaments, Foxer, he's not as available, I should say. So it's good to see him here in our first Ursasaurus Cup, and we'll see how he compares to Eon. We shall see. As our players are currently conducting their vetoes. And we can take a moment to see if there are any other updates on the bracket. And there are. Oh my god, we have some crazy ones. Okay. I was not quite expecting this. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. From the top. Watch takes down Ghoster User 2-0. I know Ghoster User, he has been improving and, you know, gaining skill over the past couple of weeks. He's been active once again, but yeah, I was not expecting Watch to pop off. So Watch is now up against Björn in the second round. We have our series just underneath them. We have Foxer versus Eon in the second round as well. Scrolling down, we have Lunacy versus Matt. We have Bomiaja versus Quanta. We have Shameless versus JMC. Can I scroll down? The bracket is so big. There's so much to go over. Okay, scrolling down. We have UED Soldier still waiting for his opponent. We have Dolan versus Patches. Let's go in a TVT, I believe. We have Rebellion versus Inexorable. Shin is up against his next opponent. We have Mauridun versus Elmiola. Sorry, Elimo even. Vindicta already in round 3. I think Vindicta, he might be the first. Yeah, he's the first player to make it to the third round. Papi, Miguelito, speed running through the event. Is in that third round, waiting for the winner of Creature and Luciano. We have Estrella. We have Nura versus Cristiano. I was very tempted to jump on Cristiano versus Valarius into Nura. Very tempted. As they have now begun. We have Maples versus Mute in a PvP, and we have Pig versus Ryojin in a random versus Zerg. Ryojin is a Zerg player from Bolivia. Let's go. But yeah, Pig is up against Ryojin towards the lower half of the bracket as well. So looks like most of round 1 has completed. Now we're getting to round number 2. Let's go. Vetoes are done, and game 1 is going to be on Ghost River. Okay, I was not quite expecting that. A very small map, very aggressive. Let's go. You can hear the beast. We're jumping into that first game. And if you're in the chats, predictions will soon be open. You can get your gamba going and place your bets on who you think will take it. Is it going to be Eon or Foxer? I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. Again, I do think they're relatively close in skill. And we'll see where this takes us. We'll see how they compare. There we go. The predictions are open, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the American Terran player, the yellow Terran representing Berserker Esports. It is Foxer. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. We go. Here we go. We have our ZVT. Folks are opening up with a Rax on the high ground. Eon opening up with a Hatch first. We have our initial opener so far. Everything's looking normal. Everything's looking standard. The reason why I was so surprised to... The locust there. The reason why I was so surprised that we were loading into this map is, again, because of the short rush distance by ground. Very short rush distance by ground. So aggressive builds, roach rushes, 8 Raxes, those sorts of more aggressive plays are more commonplace and more favored here on a smaller map. So I'm curious if either one does embrace that. I'm sure Eon will. Eon is known for his aggression. He can be quite cheesy, very unorthodox, and very in your face. We saw some of that earlier today against his series versus Duck, or I Am Winner. And we'll see how he does compare to Foxer. SUV Scouts moving out. CC on the low ground. So far, standard build out of Foxer. And Eon is going hatch gas pool. Likewise, no gases builds, no gas first either. So far, so good. So far, so good. Is Eon from here going to be droning on up? Saturating his bases. The other difficult thing about this map is the third base location. The reason why I say this, as the drone is moving out, is that there is only one third base option, so it is easier to deny the expansion. Yeah, the SV and the Reaper, they will zone the drone away, and the expansion is going to be denied. Ooh, and there's no saving the drone. The drone does go down. Massive pickup. Second worker has arrived and doesn't get here in time. Oh no! Oh my god. Whew. Barely does. Yeah, the drone does arrive. Third base has been thrown down. In the end, Eon does expand, or is able to. I'm sure that's a big reason why the drone went all the way to the bottom right to try and drag the Reaper away to buy time for the second worker to actually take an expansion. Eon gets his third. Is a little bit delayed. Did cost him a worker, but does get it. Behind this, Foxer going for a third CC. That is true, but that is a Rax, not a starport. So it's going to be a 3cc 2-on-1 out of Foxer. Something much more assertive, something much more aggressive in a way. This is going to be leading into a stim timing in the mid game, alongside a handful of Hellions with Medivacs, of course, as well. Now, this does mean that the Hellion count should be lower. We should be getting up to at most 4 Hellions, not more than that, and there's no Banshees either. What does this mean? This means that Eon can be greedier in the early game, but he's rushing into a lair. Oh my god. Okay. Eon rushing into a lair instead has made quite an amount of links as well to gain map control. Foxer's hunting for those links with the Hellions, and he will find them. It does react in time. Does get a nice volley off on those links initially, but we're looking for the surround. The Hellions are exposed, and can we get them? We get one! A nice catch here from Eon. Catches one Hellion flooding into the main base. The wall is not a wall. Marine goes down as well. The Hellion does pull away. Does have a nice choke point. But again, the Hellion should fall. Oof. Boys are being pulled. No SCVs here on the low ground. 2, 3 SCVs going to be going down. Eon gets a full scout of the main and deals critical damage. He strips away any map control by killing all the Hellions, and he gets 10 SCVs. 10 workers and a mule. Eon does take a massive lead behind this. He's not done. Remember the fast lair? It is for Overlord Speed. And what is Overlord Speed for? Dropalords. A German taxi, if you will. Let's go. The Costa Rican omnibus. That's the queens are pulling together. Dropalords are getting ready. And there it is. The Dropalords are on the way. Eon is going for an all-in. He's going for a Ling, a Queen, Dropalord all-in. And Foxer is already hurting. Again, because he lost his Hellions, no scouting. 0 scouting for Foxer. He has no idea what's coming his way. Is throwing down a safety bunker, thankfully. Foxer, I'm sure he's familiar with Eon. I'm sure he's familiar with the aggression from a Zerg of the caliber of Eon as well. So Foxer's playing it safe. And Stim will finish. But there's going to be no tags. So just purely Marine with Stim and 1 bunker. Here come the Dropalords. And Link's coming to support. It's going to be how many queens? 4. Sorry, 5. 5 queens. And a massive amount of Lings. And he's going for the dive. Dropping on top of the ramp. Boys are being pulled so far. The Marines do kite well. Yeah, Lings are melting. And it looks like Foxer should hold. Yeah, Foxer will clean this up. This was not ideal. Does get 10 SCVs, but that was not worth it for Eon. Oof. Again, the bunker coming in clutch. The movement by the Marines as well. Folksure will shut this down, even catching the Dropper Lords. And despite Eon having the lead early on, now suddenly he may have lost that lead. Eon may have just lost that lead here as he threw away a lot of supply, a lot of Dropper Lords. Eon is supply blocked and is getting into an infestation pit now. Okay, Swarm Host or Fungal Growth or Infestors. It should be Infestors, right? It's like it should be Infestors, but Eon is an animal, so he could do something crazy, could do something wild. I imagine it's gonna be fast Infestors though, just to keep him safe. Yeah, there we go. Infestors are on the way. Thanks to the Infestor, Eon will be able to survive against the first Bio push. He's got a Changeling in the mix as well. Don't be suspicious. Eon does spot the move out. He's a part of the move out, actually. Eon's coming. Eon is getting right back at home. 26 more leagues on the way. And Eon, he is waiting to land that Fungal Infestor soon to arrive. Well, Changelings do get caught out. Eon getting ready. Again, that is a lot of Marines, though. Folksure does them in, does catch a Queen. And where's the Fungal? It's coming in. Ooh, does connect, but no anti-air. Yeah, the drops will get away, boosting into the main. There's one Fungal left, as there were two Infestors. Oh, the drop does go off, but Alas is going to be forced to pick up, and Eon holds. Eon barely holds on. Folksure getting his third base on location. Eon, his fourth, is under fire. And Folksure will deny the fourth base. Eon had such a massive lead earlier, but is struggling here as the game progresses. Still has that Fungal. Up! Does land, but doesn't quite catch the Marines. Only a handful of them. Folksure can keep this going. And as the drop play continues, a massive shout out to Ursa TV in the chat. God, thank you so much for the gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. And a big shout out to Ursa TV and to Stegosaurus as well for hosting, for sponsoring the event. Did give a shout out earlier. Speaking of, bam. There we go. Shout out to Ursa TV and Stegosaurus. Much love. Without them, this event could not be possible. And Eon holds. Now, Eon was forced to cancel the fourth base. True, the fourth base was denied. But Eon does survive, getting to more Infestors, getting to 1-1. What I will say is that Folksure is primed to maintain this lead and skyrocket ahead here. He's on 3 bases, has the upgrade, or is soon to get into 1-1. Tanks are amassing as well. Eon still has some catching up to do. But what I will say is that with these Infestors, he has potential. Even with a smaller army, can catch Folksure out. Speaking of, Folksure is moving out, is pushing. The Changeling doesn't quite spot the army, but Folksure does reel himself. Oh, and Eon has no Banelings ready, just purely Ling Infestor. He has to engage. It's going to be brutal. Fungals will connect, but there's not enough Lings. And Folksure is snowballing out of control. He breaks through the Lings, breaks through the Infestors. And there's nothing left. And only a handful of Queens remain. Folksure stims on forward. And he's going for the mineral line, going for the economy, the expansion. GG, Folksure takes game number 1. GG. An impressive defense out of Folksure. For those who may be tuning in a little bit later, Eon did go initially for a Ling Flood and did do a critical amount of damage. He was able to get a massive lead, was ahead in workers, was ahead in army, and Eon followed it up with an all-in, with a Ling Queen Dropper Lord all-in. Unfortunately for Eon, Folksure was ready for it. Folksure had bunkers ready. He was able to kite away, pulling some boys, only lost 10 SCVs, and after that failed all-in, Folksure did snowball out of control. And did lead into that game state. And we'll see if Eon can bounce back. I want to believe he can. I want to believe he can, as we're going to be loading into a much larger map. Going to be loading into Alkione. Let's go. Just catching up. But thank you, Ursa TV. Give the subs to NJW Boom, Voodoo, Jeffers, Dr. Dre. Oh. Here we go. Alright, jumping in. Here we go. We have our lobby made. We're just getting our lobby set up. We had some casters dip in for a moment. Again, shout out to all the other English casters or community casters out there. Enki's also casting this in Spanish. We have Rocklets casting in Portuguese or in Brazilian. And everyone else involved. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our American Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing Berserker Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Foxer. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. Here we go. Again, Eon had a very strong start in the last game, but did stumble towards the finish line there. Was not able to close it out, and did lose his lead as a result. Oh, this time, pool first. Okay, you have my attention, Eon. Do you have? It's going to be a pool first opener. We could end up headed towards a gasless opener. I don't know if Eon is that kind of player to go gasless. We'll see. I'm referring to a pool into hatchery into another expansion. Pool hatch. Speaking of, first hatchery is on the way, and we'll see if Eon goes for another expansion or a gas geyser. Back at home, folks are just going for a racked expand, standard opener from our Yellow Terran. Yeah, it's gonna be the gas. Okay, is gonna be a gas follow-up. So because the gas geyser is so late, this could be Eon going into roaches behind this. That would make sense. We have our initial 6 lings, and the goal here, the ideal for Eon, is to avoid the Reaper. To avoid the initial Reaper, SCV Scout is moving out. Folksher will confirm it is a pool first. Folksher will be aware to be ready for these lings, but knowing is still only half the battle. So we get lings do move out. SCV Scout comes in, does confirm the hatchery is late. Now Foxer knows. Oh, throws out the spray. Foxer is aware. Reaper is spotted by the Overlord, and Eon does divert his path. Eon, he was about to go towards the left, but now he does pivot towards the right instead. Trying to avoid that initial Reaper, and his goal here is to get to that SCV. The Overlord does confirm the Reaper is back home, and Eon pulls away. If the Reaper had moved out, then Eon can punish, but the Lings have to move back. And Eon is investing into Ling speed, but more importantly, Eon doesn't pull out. Gas is still being mined from, so this can still lead into roach aggression, or even something more sinister. Even just something like a fast lair, into a Nidus all in. I'm leaning more towards a roach warren. Leaning more in that direction. Back at home, Foxer going 3CC, third CC before Starport, economic follow-up here out of Foxer. Should say standard economic build. Overlord is right outside the main. Curious. I mean, these Overlords from Eon, like, part of me feels like they always look suspicious, map, and I'm curious if we are going for a faster lair. Gas is being mined. And Foxer is checking, at least making sure the Overlords do not get in. And Marine is on patrol. Eon is aware. And Eon is building up a lot of gas. 2 more gas guys are being thrown down. That's a lot of gas. And there is that Roach Warren. As Eon is getting into Roach aggression, we do see Foxer getting to his own 3cc starport into Banshee. Banshee's on the way. That's going to be ideal against Roach-based aggression, just because, again, Roaches don't shoot up. It's a good way to scout and chip away at the army. Ooh, Eon even scanning the natural, sees the gases. Yeah, big moment here for Foxer. I think I said Eon earlier, but Foxer does scan, does confirm, is fully aware of the gases, and gases this early on should mean something crazy. Either Roach rush like this, or a fast lair into like 2-base Muta, which would also be crazy. Aliens are moving out, spotted by the Overlord. Roaches are on the way. Eon still has not gotten a lair, by the way. This could just be an all-in. I'm curious if he's making links behind this. But now the Hellions are diving to the mineral line, but they're going to be denied. Yeah, the Roaches are revealed, and yep, we're link flooding. It's gonna be an all-in. There is no lair, there is no follow-up. There's just no plan B. It's all here. It's on the line for Eon. Just mass Roachling. There's no other plan, but and we realize what's going on. For the most part, Foxtree throws down bunkers. He's getting ready. He's praying back at home. Bunkers being thrown down. eBay as well. The Banshee has arrived. It's all or nothing for Eon. I say that he is now droning. Okay, he's crazy. Did invest quite heavily into this Ling Ravager, but is droning up behind this. I mean, Eon, he sees the wall. With the Overlord, he sees all the bunkers as well. The Miles! Oh my god. Casito, man. Trying to be cheeky, the Miles, they will not connect. But the boys are being pulled. Ravager's going for the bunkers, and Eon going to try and trade as efficiently as possible. Does get 7 SCVs, but it's still not enough damage. He still needs more. And Ravagers are being targeted. And Eon gets 8 worker kills. But for so much. He threw away 30 Lings, 6 Ravagers, 2 Roaches. That was not worth it. Bearing in mind that Foxer has a 3rd CC. That's the problem here. He has triple mule production, triple SCV production, and Foxer will soon expand and take the 3rd. I was okay with Eon poking in and kind of threatening, but committing like that was brutal. And now Eon is behind. Eon, he is behind economically. The Hellions, they can threaten a dive as well. Eon is going to be in trouble. Well, I mean, he is in trouble. Ooh. Snipes a Banshee. Nicely done. Hellions, they threaten the dive. There are links to defend, and they will surround. Oh my god! The jukes! Foxer does juke for a moment, but he will get surrounded. Will be cleaned up. Very nice defense here by Eon. The Banshee still wreaking havoc, getting 5 drone kills. Workers that Eon cannot afford to lose. So Eon is going for a Ling counterattack and does need to find some damage, but there are Marines back at home. Stim is done. The back off. Did get a kill on the bunker. That is some damage. Banshee getting 3 drones. That was 8 in total. Eon still falling behind. Now, just like the last game, I do want to say that Eon has a chance with these Infestors. We have 4 Infestors on the way, and even if Eon is down in supply, he can still take a fight. But that's only if it's a biocomposition. We do have tanks building up behind this, Widowmines as well. It is not going to be as clear-cut. So this is still going to be a rough game state for Eon. Not impossible, but does have a mountain to overcome. Behind this, 4th CC on the way. Foxer building up towards a longer game state, a later game state. Eon does spot the drop. Oh, he wants the fungal. He wants it. Oh, it's risky. Up. Oh, we'll catch some of the Marines. Only 3. Yeah, just 3 Marines get caught. That was 2 fungals. There's only 2 left. Every fungal is so precious, so crucial for Eon. Does have to be careful. Takes a long time to regather energy. Foxer does escape. Double drop on the right hand side. When Eon doesn't have the largest army to work with. Spots the drop. Does respond. Meanwhile, Foxer going for the fourth. The fourth is exposed. And Eon is distracted. Trying to rush into Ultra Tech even. Bold move out of Eon, but the fourth base, it's under fire. It's going to go down. It's going to be a kill, not a cancel either, as it did just finish. That was even a queen falling as well. Double drop into the main. Eon is keeping up. Eon does deflect. We have 5 ultras on the way. Let's go. My god. I don't think I've really seen many players go into a 3-base ultra before. That's crazy. Nice fumble. Not bad. Catches some of the Marines. That is 5 ultras. That is insane. Not the best upgrades, what I will say, but they're coming. Meanwhile, oh, does land the fungal. Yeah, the chain fungal as well. Once again, a nice catch from Eon. Cleans up both drops, but still lost the 4th base. If he was able to save it, be a different story. Vulture does clear up some of the creep. Ultras are scouted. Vulture is aware. Now, upon seeing these ultras, Vulture might just defend and turtle back at home. Right now, Eon wants Vulture to push in. Like, these ultras have actually a lot of power here on creep, especially. The light shot! Oh my god, massive connection. Links are going down. Vulture just focusing on drop play. But if Vulture is just going to... And yeah, he's turtling. He's got CCs on the way. He's got turrets soon to be on the way as well. Vulture is walling up. Which means Eon himself is also going to have the opportunity to max out. I'd love to see a double expansion. Eon has a macro hatch at least. But the game should progress from here. I'm not too fond of the idea of Eon going for a dive. It's a bold move for Eon. Most of the tanks are here towards the south. There's only one tank here towards the north. Eon will deny some of these command centers. Planetary is up and running. Yeah, Eon will back off. Thankfully, doesn't commit. Gets a handful of SCVs. Forces Vulture back home. But Liberators have now arrived. Ghost on the horizon as well. The Ghost Academy is done. Vulture's refining his army. And Eon is still not fully saturated. Does have a 4th at least. And is going for the gold. Like Eon, he's almost there. He's stabilizing. Still needs more time. Triple drop towards the left. Another drop on the right. The crease spread is limited. And Eon is not quite in position. Yeah, the entire army just respond at the same time. These models, they can deny the expansion. The Ultra Cavern, no! Oh my god, massive pickup. Ultra Cavern goes down. Fungal does not connect. Eon at the same time going for the expansions, going for the 3rd. Shouldn't quite get it either. To pick up. Link's peeling off towards the 4th. And Eon is about to max out. Now, what's interesting about this kind of game state is that Eon will have a super maxed army. He's on a very low drone count, but very large army supply. Vulture bleeding out more Marines, taking another expansion. So despite the advantage that Vulture has had, I do want to say that Eon has a chance here. It's still not ideal. He still needs the gold to get up and running. Oh. Drops a catch a queen. I believe the Spire is done. Wait, I saw Spire earlier. The Spire was sniped! No! Earlier, it wasn't just the Ultra Cavern, it was the Spire as well. They both did go down. Without a Spire, no Corruptors. That was the plan. And there we go. Spire. We just noticed Spire is now being rebuilt. Eon stuck with that anti-air. And Foxer, he has his late game army. He has Ghost Lib. Eon does have the tools to deal with this if Foxer moves out into the open. Like that's the ideal. Eon, he wants to fight out here in the center of the map, on creep if at all possible. But Liberation has arrived. There's too much freedom. And there's no anti-air. And Eon, he has to engage. Goes to the Microbial Shroud. Oh my god. Okay. The tanks are exposed. Tanks are going to be going down, but what about the Ghosts? The Ghosts will lift. They will escape. Eon cleans up most of the ground army, but he has no answer for the Liberators. The power of Ghost Lib. Eon will try to crash in towards the third. But the Ghosts are on the hunt. These Ultras, it's a one-way trip. They're all going to go down. The Ultras, they melt, man. They're so squishy. They're getting some SCVs going for the planetary as well. Get into the mineral line. Not bad. 17 SCV kills. 20 SCV kills. They do get some economic damage. But that was an expensive loss for Eon. And unfortunately, Eon doesn't have the economy to sustain that. Oh my god. As the Libs are still wreaking havoc. But again, Eon is only on 69 drones. Nice. It's a nice drone count, but not ideal. As Eon is out of minerals. Catches a Ghost. He's hoping to force Foxer to respond, and he will. Okay, good moves out of Eon. Being active. Ooh, that is an orbital, not a planetary. More SCVs going down. Eon massing up Corruptors. We'll have to respect these Libs, though. Does pull away. Most of the SCVs do survive. Nuke on the gold. Not many workers take advantage of. Ooh, as there's the detection. Yeah, the Ghost, they cloak. They shut down the Ultras. Once again, expensive losses here for Eon. Ay. Yeah, and Eon, he just can't compare to this kind of army. The Ghost Lib. Foxer has reached his final form, and the Corruptors are a little bit too little too late. They weren't necessary earlier. If they were available for that earlier fight, then all these Liberators would have been cleaned up. Would have been a different game state. Alas, Foxer has done it. He's breaking through, snowballing out of control. There are Lings to defend. Some of the Liberators are falling, but yeah, the Ghosts, they snipe everything. The Lings, the Corruptors, everything gets sniped. GG! And Foxer will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. It does go the way of Foxer. Shout out to Eon. Eon did have a good performance in the first game. Again, Eon, he did have a massive lead, but it slipped through his fingers. Game number 2 was a little bit different. Game number 2, Eon did overcommit, did overextend, and did bleed out a lot of his initial Ling Roach Ravager when it came to the move out towards the natural. So Eon fell behind, and Foxer maintained a lead from there. Even though Eon did eventually max out with Ling Ultra, again, he was being outscaled by the Terran army of Foxer, by the Ghosts, by the Liberators. Eon wasn't quite able to compare to that kind of setup. And GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Foxer. We'll advance on. And with that, we're getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for our next match. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Here we go. We do have some updates. We have a lot of updates. The bracket, it's so big. One moment. Scrolling up towards the top, we have Bjorn. We have Bjorn, of course, waiting for the win of the series. Bjorn versus Foxer is going to be coming up next in the TVT. Scrolling down, we have Lunacy versus Quanta in a PVT. That is a very tempting series as well, but I believe they've already begun. Is going to be a wild ride, I'm sure. Scrolling down, we have Shameless versus UED Soldier in a PvP. We have Dolan versus Rebellion in a Terran versus Protoss. Dolan is currently mid-series. Scrolling down, we have Shin. Shin is in the quarterfinals already. Shin is in the quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Vindicta and Creature. Oh, that's going to be a good TVP. Okay. Have my eyes open. Scrolling down, we have Estrella. Estrella versus Zesty. Winner goes up against Nero in the next round. We have Mute taking down Maples 2-0. And we have Pig still up against Ryojin. Okay, now, we would usually be following Foxer into Björn, but Foxer did just say that he does need to go on a bit of a break, an extended break even, so we might be jumping into a different series instead, just to follow some of these other players, just to minimize downtime. We'll see what happens, we'll see. But Foxer will need a moment. Meanwhile, I'm curious where the other casters are. Ideally, we want to avoid each other. Ideally, we want to spread out and try to cover as much ground as we can. Checking, Steadfast is covering Vindicta versus Creature. Dave is covering Cristiano, maybe. No, Dolan versus Rebellion. Okay. Dave is covering Dolan. My boys! Vindicta and Dolan are both being casted. Do appreciate it. Rushy is casting a PvP, maybe. Lotus versus Acheron. Where do we go? I was really tempted for Vindicta versus Creature, but they already have a caster. My follow-up pick would have been Dolan and Rebellion, for sure. Also being covered. Lunacy versus Quant, I think, is what I'm looking at. We'll figure it out. I guess for now we're going to be going on a break. For now we're going to be going on a short break. Again, Beyond vs. Folkster might be our next series. Does depend on if we can find another one before they're ready. Otherwise, yeah, I'll take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, hydra, stretch roaches, massage your marines, and tuck in your Tempest. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes with another series, I'm sure. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our third series of the night. Third, fourth? We're getting through the event. We're here in the third round in the round of 16, and we are jumping right into a fresh best of 3. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the American Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Root Gaming. It is Nero. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of racing is Terran, not his main race. Let's go. We have the American, usually Protoss, but now Terran player, the Red Terran representing Virtus Pro. It is Australia. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Get your gamba going, bearing in mind as well that Australia is off racing. If Australia was playing his main race, it was Protoss versus Zerg, I would favor Australia 100%. But with his off race, that I'm not so sure about. I know that his off race is GM, true, it is GM level. But how does it compare to Nero's main? That is the question, as we are opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Gonna be more aggressive a sort of start here from Australia, 2-Rax Reaper. Meanwhile, Nero going Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener so far out of the Blue Zerg player. Again, I haven't been able to cast Nero much at all. I've casted him maybe a couple of times throughout the year, throughout the years even. Maybe once like in 2021, maybe once in 2022. Unfortunately not able to cover much as he usually doesn't compete in many events. I think ESL Open Cup Americas is maybe the only thing that Nero does ever compete in, and yeah, he does come off as a solid player. We've seen him cheese more often than not to be hyper aggressive. I'm curious if that's how he approaches this series against Australia. We shall see. Initially though, we have aggression. We have our Reapers on the way, and the Overlord will confirm. Overlord will confirm. Gets eyes on the Raxes, Reapers are moving out. And Nero back at home is going to be responding, has Queens on the way, droning up. Third base attempted to be taken here by Nero. We'll see if he can get the third up and running. We'll see if he can save it, we'll see if he can hold on to it. The goal here for Australia should be to deny the third and to contain Nero on 2 bases. Third hatchery has been thrown down, a Reaper has arrived, going for the drones. So far so good, Nero does defend. More Cinder Gas. Oh my god. Catching a Ling. One Ling does go down, but nothing major yet. Australia has yet to actually deviate and check the third base location. Just making initially 3 Reapers, does check the triangular third, confirms nothing is there, and now we'll go towards the natural once again. Yeah, so Nero, he will get away with that expansion. Third base is going to get up and running. Australia now checks, now confirms, and won't be able to get much done here. Gets some damage, but nothing major. Back at home, we can see Australia transitioning. We do have our Tech Lab reactor on the way, getting into our CC, third CC, into a 2-on-1. So 3CC 2-on-1 from Australia. Again, the third base is safe and sound. And from here, Nero can just drone, can establish himself. Link speed kicks in. Nero moving out. Will even attempt to catch the Reapers. Oh! Does go for them. Does go for the dive. SKDA charges, does avoid the surrounds. And Australia, he will lose some of these Reapers, but one will escape. Oh my god. Australia having some fun with those Reapers, pulling away, 2 of them go down. Ooh, and Nero can threaten, okay, can try to threaten the add-ons, but last Marines are up and running. Australia does defend. Australia defends, Nero behind this, droning up. Saturating his bases, 4th hatchery now on the way. And interesting, Nero even going for a Baleen Nest first. Even a second gas in the main. Wait, what? Okay, interesting. Nero rushing to a second gas geyser, has a hidden Baleen Nest behind the natural, and I'm curious when Nero's going to take this. I mean, the Baleen Nest feels very safe because Nero's still droning. Or it could just be a bust. Yeah, there we go. He's busting. Okay, it is going to be a bane to us for Nero. That does explain the second gas, that explains the lack of lair, that explains the hidden Baleen Nest. I mentioned before that whenever we cast Nero, there's usually like aggression or an all-in of some kind, and there it is. It is the Bane bust. is going to be an all-in. And this is designed to shut down the add-ons, shut down the production, and to bust into the natural. We'll see if Neuro can pull this off. At the same time, Wonderman drop towards the main. Neuro waddling in. Astray has no idea. And now he knows. Now he sees. And we'll focus down some of those Banelings, but the wall has been broken. Lings, they flood on in. They ignore the natural. They head towards the main. They head for the main base. They head for the mineral line. Ooh. Baneling does connect, but Estrella will eventually clean this up. The wall is still open, though. More Lings are flooding in. Estrella trying to chase this down. At the same time, mind drop across the map. Ooh. Decent reactions here from Neuro. He does end up losing 5 drones. Yeah, 5 drones for 6 SCVs. Banelings do more Finn. Just crashing into Marines. Nice splits there towards the end from Estrella. And Estrella will shut this down. And now Neuro's in a rough position. I mean, his drone count is looking solid. He droned heavily here in the aftermath of the all-in, of the Bane bust. But the lair. The lair is late. No Evo chambers, no upgrades. Like, all the tech has been heavily delayed. And as the game progresses, Estrella will be able to get further ahead when it comes to the upgrades and the quality of his army. Now, Neuro isn't out of this by any means, but there is a lot of pressure on Neuro to buy time. To minimize losses, to maintain his economy, which is solid. Like, the drone count is looking very, very good here for Neuro, given the game state. I mean, he can still do with droning out more. He's getting there. Lings, they collapse in, they force back Estrella. Estrella does scout, does confirm the 4th. Ooh, medevac will fall. Oh, what a must. One more. Barely not. Oh no! Medevac does go down. Estrella will boost away. Ooh, actually jumping back. No! It's the middle line! Drones going down. Almost every single worker as well. Neuro out of position. Not like this. 16 workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. That was 11 drone kills at that 3rd. At the same time, there's a massive link counterattack, but it's not getting much done. Banelings are waddling in. But they are slow Banes. Yeah, they get a depot. They get a handful of workers, but not much else. Oh, there it is. You're trying to catch Estrella off guard. Does trade somewhat, but bleeds out some Ling Bane. 1-1 about to get in for Estrella. I think that was meant to be. That's fine. As Neuro, he's actually not really been. Oh no, sorry. He has droned up to 80. 79 workers. Massing up more Lings, going for the tanks. We'll catch one. We'll catch a second tank as well. Nice pickles here from Neuro. Just gets the 1. Coming in from behind. These have been some insane trades here, but there we go. Does get the second tank. The 3rd tank even. Okay. Neuro catches 3 tanks. Pulls away. Besting into 1-1. 1-1 almost kicking in. Building up Ling Bane. Baneling speed is now complete. Neuro, he's holding his own. But Estrella has begun to is moving out across the map. Again, this army can't really threaten Neuro too much. Has to be respected. But shouldn't get into a mineral line. As Neuro does defend at the same time. Oof. Link counterattack doesn't get much done in the main. He's cleaned up. And Neuro actually going Ling Bane into Muta. Interesting. Not Hydra. It's inspired by Raynor, Pappy. Let's go. Muta's going to be on the way for the time being. Still trading out Lings for Marines. Not the best trades here from Neuro, but does keep up with the drop play. Being run by being set up. Estrella moving out, going for an expansion, does find a 5th. And that 5th base may go down. Neuro not too far away. Can he save it? Can he hold? He will. Barely save the base. At the same time, Bailey run by. Ooh, a late reaction out of Estrella. Oh my god, the CC almost goes down. Okay, 22 SCVs in total. Good damage. Doesn't quite get the base. Still very tense, still very close. Again, it's been impressive what Nero has been able to do when it comes to his Link run-bys. Catching tanks, SCVs, keeping Estrella busy. Nero now has reached an ideal economy. But his upgrades are still lacking. 2-2 is now kicking in. This timing is so crisp from Estrella. Oh my god. 2-2 now is done. Nero trying to set up a surround. Does have the supply lead. Bleeding out some mutas, unfortunately, at the same time going for the third. And this may force an all-in. May does crash forward. At the same time, Estrella, he commits. Gaining ground, getting on top of the third. Nero being patient, maxing out. Across the map, the third base is denied. So Estrella trades out, getting more lanes, getting a queen. And Nero, he pulls the trigger, but only coming in from one angle. Not ideal. Does get some good connections, though. Takes down the Marines, takes down the tanks as well. Nero will clean this up. Not the most efficient trade, but does clean up whatever he can. And mainly medevacs survive. Nero does hold, but Estrella has a secondary army. He's going to be reinforcing, reestablishes that third base. His fourth up and running. He's holding back. 2-2 just began. That is concerning. Again, we spoke about the upgrade disparity, and it's even greater because Gastel's invested into mutas. The mutas have been okay, but it does mean there's going to be a window where Estrella has 3-3 and Nero has 1-1. It's going to be a massive upgrade disparity. Nero diving with the Ling Bane. Pop pick up here out of Estrella. Does lose those Marauders. I'll save everything else. The mineral line! Oh my god! The SCVs are going down. Nero, he catches the third base. But Estrella is able to cut back, losing almost every single SCV at the third. Insane economic damage. But that was a lot of Ling Bane spent across the map, and now Estrella, it's time to counterattack. Estrella, he can move out. 3-3 is almost done. Mutas are doing what they can. They get a depot. They're helping. Oh, and the creep has not yet been respread. Oh, massive mind shot! Oh my god! The first Widowmine of the game. 23 Ling kills. The hatchery goes down. The Lings as well. And Estrella, he has broken the northern base. The mutas, they get nothing done across the map. I think they all go down. And the investment into mutas just didn't really do much here for Nero. Still no additional window mines, but Estrella does break down the hatchery. Estrella taking a worker lead. And again, Estrella is starting to outscale Nero. It's been impressive that Nero's been able to hold on for as long as he has. With the run-bys, with the counterattacks. But as the game progresses, Estrella's been getting further and further ahead. Like Nero's been on a timer almost the entire game. Has doing well. Does go for the planetary. Yeah, planetary does stand strong. Estrella pushing in. No extra widow mines. There was just the one earlier. Oh my god, the efficiency. The Bailings, they get almost nothing. They crash into Marauders. And nice kiting from Estrella. He outtrades the Lings. 3-3 it does kick in. GG, well played. And Estrella will take game number 1. GG. Very impressive game there from Estrella. Shout out to Nero again. I mean, I'm impressed by Nero considering the early game, considering the initial failed Ling Bane all-in, to be able to join up heavily, to be able to stabilize, to be able to get into a longer later game. What I will say is that the mutas were lackluster. And investing into those mutas was a pretty big deal for Nero, just because that delayed Tutu even longer, delayed all the upgrades, delayed the Hive tech, delayed, you know, Adrenal and any further tech, whether it would have been Viper or Ultra. So yeah, the mutas was a bit of a Hail Mary play, and in the end it was able to catch some medevacs, but not really do much more than that. So not as ideal. And with that, GG will play. Australia takes the first game, and we'll see if he can take the series here as... Oh, my apologies. Okay, so Australia, I assume that he played... There you go. We're good. Australia, he is still picking Terran. So he's committed to the Terran race. We are jumping into our game. Some other casters, they're quacking, Pipey. They're quacking. Let's go. Shout out to Rashi. Rashi is also covering the series. And Enki as well. Aha. They're both beautiful. So we're jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Root Gaming, down in the series, but looking to bounce back here and now and force the ace match. The pressure is on. It is Nero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, usually Protoss, but rolling Terran here of Racing, and looking quite impressive in the first game. Can he bring it back and bring it home? It is Australia. Also, shout out to I Was a Fat Kid in the chats. Thank you so much for the gifted for the sub even. Thank you. It's quite a name, but thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the sub. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. I think you subbed during the last game. I apologize. I was a little bit engrossed in the game itself, but thank you. Do appreciate it nonetheless. As we're getting into our second game. And again, Australia does often off-race in these ESL Open Cups. Not the first time we've casted Australia play Terran, or even Zerg. And we'll see what Nero's plan is going to be this time, as Australia goes for a Rax expand. As a reminder, last game Australia went for a 2-Rax Reaper opener, which is why Nero went for the Bane Bust, if you recall. The reason why the power behind that Bane Bust was not to, you know, break in and wreak havoc, but also to try to punish the production, as the production was exposed. The add-ons, the Raxes themselves, was on the low ground of Side Delta, and Nero was able to take advantage of that. Didn't get the damage he was hoping for, but that was the rationale behind going for the Bane Bust in that kind of game state. Back at home, Nero going Hatch Gas Pool. Save that opener. And we're going to be settling on in. This time, Nero will have a much easier time in the early game, as there's not as much Reaper aggression in his face. Nero can calm things down and settle in. Reaper has arrived and is going to threaten the drones, but shouldn't quite get anything. Nero does defend. Ooh, one link does go down. Nice pick off, but we shouldn't get much more. We get a drone. We get a drone. Australia gets a drone and a second link as well. Ay. So a nice start for Australia. Not game ending, but a nice start nonetheless. You know, one drone kill doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, this early on when you have so little to work with, it does impact your economy. So nice start for Australia. Behind this, going for a third CC. Third CC before starport, economic opener. Settling into a longer game state. Meanwhile, okay, it's going to be 3CC211. I mean, it's a variation of what we had last game. Last game, it was 2 Raxes initially into a third CC. But it does lead to a similar kind of style here. Very bio-heavy. This does tell us that Australia, he's not going to be investing into Cloak Banshees or into Liberators. Anything like that. Just a handful of Hellions into Stim, into Mass Marine. Australia is just trying to get some map control. Trying to delay the creep as best he can. That's a lot of Lings. That's 24 Lings on the way. Neuro going for a Ling Flood early on. Bold move. The goal here is to catch out the Hellions and to get across the map. Now, because it's a 3CC2-on-1, because of that, there's less Hellions. There's less Hellions to support. That means there's less Hellions to work with back at home to defend. This Ling Flood has a lot of potential. And Neuro, he's committing. Does commit. Does bypass the Hellions going across the map. He's going for the mineral line. And these Marines are exposed. Remember, they're vanilla Marines. No Stim. Lings, they flood in. Nice stutter stepping out of Australia, but the Marines are going to go down. SCVs as well. And this can be just critical damage. This can be game ending. The Hellions, they do race back, but it's only 4 Hellions. It's going to be enough. Oh my god, the Hellion volleys are insane. And Australia does defend. A very nice crisis management. How much did he lose? Only 2 SCVs? No shot. Only 2 SCVs go down. That is crazy. Okay, we're not done. Lings, they do flood back in. The wall is not a wall. Catching more Marines, buying time. Going for the mineral line, getting 1 mule. Getting 2 more SCVs. Sorry, 1 more even. So 3 SCV kills and 1 mule. Not quite worth it for Neuro, but did trade against Marines at least. And that's okay. That's okay. Now, because Neuro traded against Marines, what should have been a 16 Marine double medevac drop turns into a 4 Hellion singular medevac drop. So Australia, he will miss his timing. He cannot be as aggressive as he wanted to, so there's some other inadvertent damage dealt in a way. Hellions go for the dive. Well, they do roast up some drones. Dropping into the main. It's going to be 8 workers going down, and we're not done. Oh my god, they're lining up! No! They get trapped! Okay, the workers, they do line up for a moment, but they're the Lings as well. Very efficient trades for Australia. Very surprising as well, despite not being able to hit his Stim timing. Still finds so much damage. 14 drones and 40 Lings. Behind this, Australia getting his 3rd base up and running. And is working on the next wave here. The next step, working on his eventual Marine tank push with 1-1. Alas, ideally he wanted to be active with 2 medevacs and Marines, but alas, he's stuck at home a little bit longer. Catching an Overlord. Neuro getting supply blocked. Australia does rotate. Now, this army is still quite small, just because he's lost so many Marines throughout the course of this game. I'm a little bit concerned that maybe Australia's being a little bit too ambitious, but we'll see. See how he trades. Marines taking a couple of hits. Bathing speed almost done. And Europe will soon collapse on this army. And bathing speed finishing up in a couple of seconds. Euro turning up to 77. And he does commit. He goes to the dive, catches the Marines. And should clean up the tank. Ooh, Neuro may be thinking there's more behind this, but it's just the one tank. At the same time, double jump towards the left-hand side. Another tank sieging. And Australia, he saves the tank. Does distract. Distracts Neuro, and he's getting a little bit more done. Imperial Creep. Neuro still focusing on Mass Ling. Tank boys going up, catching out these banelings. Very nice spread from Australia. He splits his Marines. Towards the left-hand side, the tank is going to be cleaned up. But on the right, Australia is gaining ground, going for the expansion, going for the mineral line. Oh, and drones are going down. A later reaction for Neuro. We'll hold though. We'll force the lift. Working his upgrades. Urine is still not committing, but I do think he can. Again, it's only 2 tanks and a handful of Marines. Nero, he has been respecting this position quite a lot. And here comes the main army, the main move out for Australia. He's been achieving so much with so little already. Now here comes the main army. Oh, the target firing, 1 Baneling left. Australia, he wants it. He wants the Baneling. That is the only Baneling in the game. That's the only Baneling here for Nero. Oh no. And Australia, he is moving out. There we go, 4 more Banelings. Nero is running out of gas. He's only on 2 gas. Okay, he's on 4 gases. On 4 gases. Lings are coming from behind. I believe Nero just caught some tanks. And 2 tanks just went down. Nice pickoff. Nero going for another Baneling counterattack. Going for a massive Ling run by. Forces out a stim. And he's forcing Australia to respond. Yeah, getting caught out the Banelings. They crash in. Massive connections. Australia caught out in the open. Best case scenario for Nero. Catches out the Marines. Catches out the tanks. But Australia, he's in trouble. He's being forced back. Lee's getting to the mineral line. Nero, he's doing it. He's bringing it home. Oh my god, wreaking havoc. So many SCVs go down. Australia will hold. He will defend. Of course, let's have a 4th base. Okay, that was very fortunate for Nero. In a head-on fight, Australia might have just ended the game. He might have just killed Nero then and there. But he was caught out in the open, caught unsieged. Massive Baneling connections. Once again, links into the mineral line. And Nero setting up for another Baneling run by. Just non-stop counterattacks here from Nero. But Australia, he does notice. Yeah, this time he does notice in time. Shuts down the Banelings. Going for a split push. And Nero has still not recovered. Once again, Australia going for the mineral line. Gets a queen, gets a drone. That's a lot of links. Australia denies the 5th base once again, or at least looks to. Oh. We force a pick up. You're holding on. I don't know what it is, but we saw it last game as well, where Australia has just been avoiding Widow Mines. We saw 1 Widow Mine shot go off last game, which got 23 lings. But Australia, he's just purely going Marine Marauder. And some tanks, of course. He's making it hard on himself, man. Nah. I mean, hey, it worked in game 1. True. Did work in the first game. Behind this, investing into Liberators. Liberation soon to arrive. Tanks still amassing. Nero, meanwhile, has finished up his hive, working towards Ultras. And as opposed to the previous game, and Nero, he's not as far behind with upgrades this time. The 3-3 is done for Australia. Nero is still on the horizon. Only 3 Banelings! Well, it's purely a Ling army. The choke point is brutal. And it's just now morphing in, but barely any. Australia still can't push too far into creep with that amount of lings. Bailey's down the way. Nero trying to engage. Of course, that another stim. Nero does establish a 5th. And he's going for the Nidus into the main, and Australia, does he have anything at home to defend? Uh-oh. He doesn't notice. He does not notice. The Nidus will finish. The Nidus will complete, and is there anything in it? Unfortunately not. Drop is cleaned up. Nidus falls. There was nothing quite ready. But it does distract Australia. True. Does keep him busy. Once again, Lings, they find a tank. Going for the planetary. And the massing aggression from Neuro has been finding quite an amount of damage. It's not been bad. They cracked. Getting to the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Likewise, Lings on the right hand side. Neuro does get a good amount of Lings. Sorry, does get a good amount of SCVs. So Lings are cleaned up. Bailings towards the left hand side. They go for the planetary. Not getting too much damage. Oh, but that is a kill on that CC. Yeah, Stray's attention has been spread thin. Command center did fall. Neuro is holding his own. Ultras have arrived, rallied across the map. And forcing a cancel on the CC. Does force a cancel, pushing up the ramp. There are no ghosts, bear that in mind. Only Marine Marauder tank. Ghost production has begun. And Astray is trying to pull his opponent apart, and we'll get one Ultra. The Medivac, it's so low. Oh my god. Does survive. Medivacs get away. Both players maxing out. And Nero's still not really incorporating any spell caches, but I mean, he's been so successful with just these run-bys. I mean, I don't blame him. Lings, they find another tank. The tank goes down. Bailey's they go for planetary. This time it should fall. Yeah, massive connections. The mineral line and the planetary. The snipes are pretty insane. Astray, he will win the main fight. He does lose his economy. Astray, there is no fifth base. The fourth on fire as well. Astray is pretty committed here, but he has a massive army. Even though Astray's been losing SCVs, his main army's been getting larger and larger. And this is going to be a tough hold for Neuro. And Bailey's going to be tonight, at least some of them are. Expansion pulls. Neuro taking top right. How many Ultras are left? One. Oh. There's one Ultra and mainly Ling and a handful of Banelings. Again, Neuro cannot fight head on. He's going for a counterattack instead. Going for a massive, tries to go for a massive run by him. We'll get some SCVs. SCVs are going down, but again, he's just running away from the main army. He cannot engage. He has to back off. Neuro just trying to buy time. Well, that was 15? 15 drone kills. That was, I'm sure, Larva as well. Liberator finally going to be going down. Move out on the right-hand side. Oh, the most important mining base for Neuro. He's out of position. Completely out of position. The mineral line is going to fall. Some of the drones will escape. Bailey's crash in. Up. Oh, never mind. Bailey's will not crash in as the hatchery does fall as well. Neuro at least saves most of the workers. Astray pulling him apart. Lings to engage. But again, no Widow. This will be such a different game if we had Widow Mines. Like, there's no splash damage for Estrella. The Mass Ling, even without Bailings, is still threatening. As Neuro hits the third. At the same time, Estrella moving out across the map, getting another expansion. And Neuro, he's running out of money. He's running out of resources. Neuro is broke. Will collapse on the planetary. Nice target firing on the Ultra. Ultra goes down. And even though Neuro is getting some counter damage, I don't think it matters. Not anymore. Lings can only do so much. They're being zoned away. Estrella crashing down on the third. And now Neuro is down to a one base economy. One base left mining. The army is overstimmed. Estrella picks up, gets out of there. And again, Neuro, he was able to hang in there for a while, was able to do a surprising amount of damage with Pure Ling. Very surprising, but I mean, that's what happens when your opponent is lacking that splash damage. And GG, well played. Good luck in the next round. And Estrella will take the 2-0. GG. Whew. Let's go. GG, well played. Estrella will take the 2-0, will advance on into the next round. My condolences to Neuro, but hey, he was able to hold his own, did make for some entertaining matches. Game 1 was impressive that Neuro did survive as long as he did. Here in game number 2, likewise, Neuro was able to even maintain himself, keep up with Estrella, was able to achieve so much with so little, with just almost purely laying very minimal bailings, minimal ultras as well. Again, Estrella was also lacking, you know, Widow Mites, true. But it's fine. It's fine. GG, well played. Estrella does take it, and Estrella advances on into the quarterfinals. Let's go. Let us go. Estrella plays Terran 2. Yes, Estrella does off-race Terran and Zerg. Does off-race every now and then. Whenever he's up against an opponent he feels confident against in these online weekly tournaments, he will off-race. I think he off-race against Pig as well. Plays Terran against Pig. Plays, you know, Zerg against Future, things like that. I mean, when I say he off-races against Future, they off-race against each other, they have fun. They like to have fun. With that, GG. GG, well played. Estrella will take the series. And let's figure out where we're headed. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. I believe Estrella has an opponent. Let's quickly double check here. It is a massive bracket, and Estrella is waiting for the winner of Mute and Pig. Oh, el chanchito. Meanwhile, the bracket has been progressing quite quickly. I was not quite expecting that. We already have our first semi-finalist. Shin, he 2-0'd Meowridoom, Shin 2-0'd Vindicta, and Shin is already in the semi-finals. Shin speed running through the tournament. Hold on, I'll try to head over in that direction. There we go, you can see there's Shin already in the semi-finals. He's waiting for the winner of Estrella, who's waiting for the winner of Mutant Pig. So, Shin is going to be waiting for a while down here for his next opponent. Meanwhile, scrolling up, we do have Dolan versus Rebellion still mid-series. Winner goes up against Shameless. Winner goes up against the winner of Beyond and Luna C. So the upper half of the bracket progressing a little bit slower. Is taking a little bit more time between our players. And we'll, I guess, try to find our next series. There's only 2 matches, right? There's Mute versus Pig, which is holding up the lower half of the bracket. And up here we have Dolan versus Rebellion, which is holding up the upper half of the bracket. I say that because Björn and Luna C... Oh wait, no, my apologies. Björn, he just 2-hit Foxer. Just 2-hit Foxer. Luna C, he just took down Quanta 2-1. Björn versus Luna C, it might be about to start. Yeah. Björn versus Luna C is about to begin. When it comes to Pig's matches, hold on. He's currently in game. And I don't like jumping around too much. Hold on. I'm gonna check Pig's channel. I'm gonna check his stream. Is anyone casting Pig's game? Pig, he's in game at least. Dave is covering Dolan versus Rebellion. Steadfast was covering Shin versus Vindicta. Okay. We'll figure it out. Shameless Beyond rematch? Maybe. Is a big possibility. Okay, we're heading over to the Korean server. Up next is going to be Björn versus Luna C. Okay, that is going to be our next series. We're going to be going in a short break, and when we come back, we will have our TVP. We'll have our first quarterfinals match. Take this moment, take a break, get some snacks, get some food, and we'll be jumping into our next series momentarily.
course, it was pretty beyond favored, but there were definitely some really nice moments there. Some like small decision changes would have netted a really different result, I think. But do you want to get us introduced to this game?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. As sporting in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Core, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond.
And in the bottom left, we've got the Korean Protoss. Been around a long time, hasn't necessarily made the biggest splash in the Korean scene, but is still keeping his work going. It is Lunacy. That was awkward phrasing, but we're going to be all right.
It's all good, it's all good. But welcome, the StarCraft. Oh, what do you prefer, the StarCraft historian, Ahmed? What do you prefer?
Yeah, historian is good.
Okay. Welcome the historian of StarCraft, of course, to the CranKy Ducklings. We just got out of break, so thank you so much for joining me. And yeah, it's great to see you again. I was just mentioning before that I don't think you've casted much. So what got you interested in casting this week and jumping on?
You know, Dave and Bruno reached out to me when they were talking about like putting this event together, and they were just trying to get together a list of people that wanted to cast the event outside of the obvious people like yourself and Rushy and Dave who cast all this sort of stuff. But yeah, I think Dave and Bruno just knew that I have some interest in getting into the casting game. I definitely want to get better at it so I can be a little bit more insightful when I do hop on the oddcast here or there. But I think at least casting this event will probably be a regular thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really fitting as well because it is a community event, right? There's like a lot of coverage, a lot of casters. It's funded by the community, by sponsors, and yeah, it's a very wholesome event, and yeah, it's really cool to have you on.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy to be here, and of course, big shout out to Bruno from Ursa TV as well as Stegosaurus. Really, I think well known and respected member of the SE community. The guy also does some really awesome photography at a lot of events. You'll see him running around with his gigantic telephoto lens.
Yeah, it's really cool seeing his photos and his content as well. Definitely a fan, definitely appreciate it. I feel like you don't really get a lot of limelight on the photographers of StarCraft, but it's definitely something we appreciate.
Yeah, no, it's a really fun, and it's one of those things that for myself personally as well, I don't really fancy myself much of a photographer, but I do really enjoy shooting at the events, and I've had a couple pictures that I think just being there in the moment is a big part of it. But yeah, no, I was actually able to get my Oliveira photograph featured as his Liquipedia photo, and so that was like an awesome little thing for me. But yeah, you don't generally see too much accordance for the photographers. A couple Reapers running into the main here, picking up a couple probes and making their way out without losing either. So pretty good start here for Beyond.
Yeah, good start so far. Likewise, Hellions as well. The Reapers really distracting the main army and getting even more damage here at the natural base.
Yeah, and we do see the natural expansion of Terran finishing up without any pressure on his side of the map yet. This Hellion continues to be a nuisance, and it is going to go ahead and run out without losing. And the Reaper is actually running into the main here. One of them going down, but taking out a couple more workers. 9 already for Beyond. This is a bit of an abysmal start here for Lunacy.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, Beyond doing so much with so little, which what he's known for as well, right? With only a handful of Reapers and Hellions, he's just pulling apart the attention of Lunacy, and it has been a rough start. On top of that, Beyond was able to scout, did confirm the Blink-based opener, and he's still not done.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the workers being pulled here from the natural. We're seeing so little mining right now on the side of Protoss. A couple more workers going down. Now, the rest of these Terran forces are going to get cleaned up, but 11 workers running around is missing mining time. This has really been unbelievable, and it is not going to stop. We are going to see a medevac move out from Beyond side of the map, loaded up with a couple Widow Mines here. Not too many workers to kill right now in the natural, but by the time they get here, it might be like 9 or 10.
Yeah, unfortunately, Beyond has been so good at killing workers that there's not much to get done. But the Widowmines, they have arrived. They're going to be threatening and denying more mining time. They go into the main, and they're just keeping Lunacy busy. Ideally, with this Blink-based opener, you want to be active on the map, but Lunacy is just stuck at home.
Yeah, no, this is really brutal. We are going to see a Stalker get taken out here. Oh, man, a Stalker getting taken out in addition to a probe, as well as some shield damage. Now, did the medevac get picked off? Yeah, it did, right? Okay. So, tiny victories, right? This is definitely looking pretty rough here. Charger getting thrown down, and some stalkers moving out onto the map, and Lunacy getting out there for the first time this game.
Yeah, you can finally breathe a little bit easy. The aggression has subsided, but really Beyond has not yet reached his final form. That was merely a taste of Beyond. Back at home, he's building up, getting into bio, getting into tanks, getting into stim. Lunacy can threaten Beyond, but Beyond is already set up back at home, even denying high ground vision by sniping the observer.
Yeah, that's really rough. I mean, that takes all of the sort of positional advantage that you might have from these Blink Stalkers away. Now, the Warp Prism coming out, but it's a long ways from being done, and, also from ferrying itself across the map here. With the bunker loaded up and in position, Beyond looks absolutely impenetrable at the moment.
Yeah, he's secure on 2 bases. Lunacy is trying to find some damage. Lunacy throws down extra gateways. Still no 3rd base for Lunacy, so this makes a lot of sense. It looks like he's committing into a 2-base all-in. He's a little bit too far behind for a longer game state.
Couple more workers going down, and also there was a bunch of missed mining time at the natural of Lunacy here with the Raven that's still parked just outside of his base there. Now the Warp Prism is heading across the map. The Stalker's poking in at a sort of weird angle here, avoiding the bunker, taking a couple pot shots at some SCVs and a supply depot there, but otherwise not too much happening.
Yeah, he's just trying to contain...
Oh, and this Raven again. Oof. Okay, at least that did get taken out, or rather did expire before any probes got taken out.
Yeah, still threading the bases. Beyond also scouting, checking for any kind of hidden 3rd base as well, especially at the linear location, making sure that, okay, it is going to be an all-in, and Beyond is still looking very secure here. Lunacy is going to be all or nothing. The Prism is trying to slip into the main.
Yeah, the Prism, going to go ahead and unload a couple Stalkers here, but there is a tank in position already. Going to take, again, a couple pot shots at a supply depot here before getting lifted up by the medevac. Taking a little bit of hull damage there, but, still efficient play by Lunacy, but I think the clock is obviously really running out. Beyond knows that. He threw down a 2nd bunker here. This is a, run out the clock sort of situation for Beyond.
Yeah, Lunacy is hoping that maybe Beyond would try to expand or try to move out. Like Lunacy, because he's all in, he's hoping to try to cash the army out on the map. Beyond wants to fight at home. As you just pointed out, right, we have bunkers, we have tanks, we have Sim City. We are so well secured, so well fortified, and that's not a setup you want to push into.
Yeah, and now this Warp Prism is going to fly around here, try to stay, out of range of Beyond, not get scouted, and, it probably would have if it didn't have that flight path, considering this Raven that is flying across the map here. But once again, we do see a turret being finished up there, a pack of bio with a medevac. There really is not an angle where Beyond is undefended at the moment.
Question becomes, does Beyond ever move out, or does Lunacy ever push in? Or do we just stare each other down here is the question.
Yeah.
As the Prism does get into the main.
Yeah, take some serious damage. A couple Zealots running in, and the Prism is going to tuck itself into the corner here before being recalled out. I mean, if we look at the production tabs here, it really tells the story of this game. Nothing in production right now on the side of Protoss, and a hell of a lot of stuff in production on the side of Beyond.
Yeah, and it's just a really rough position for Lunacy because, again, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. He can't macro out of this. There's still no 3rd base. At the same time, he can't push in either. Otherwise, he knows he cannot win that fight. So he's just stuck outside, waiting for any kind of move out, waiting for any kind of opening that Beyond will show.
Yeah, no, this is, I mean, I think, for Beyond, this is a situation where I'm surprised he hasn't really opted to, take that 3rd base position yet. Now, he is going to go ahead and do that just as I say it, and the 3rd base is about a 1/3 of the way down here on the side of Protoss, but we are also looking at a 56-37 worker disadvantage for Protoss.
Yeah, exactly. And finally, Beyond will be exposing himself by expanding, and that's going to be the opportunity for Lunacy. But as you pointed out, he has decided to expand to try to macro out of this. And we'll see if he can buy some time because Beyond has now broken out, and that defense is now turning into an offense. That is a massive army for Beyond.
Absolutely. The Warp Prism goes ahead and gets picked off by a couple Vikings on the top side there. A couple Stalkers inside going down, and obviously no pressure being put onto the side of Beyond. This Observer is going to get out by the skin of its teeth, so that's, a nice thing there for Lunacy, but this army is relatively paltry. Now, I do like what's going on with these Zealots. The Terran army is getting pulled out of position in order to deal with this, and they are just going to run a merry little circle around and get out with losing maybe 2 Zealots here. That was actually really nice.
Yeah, just buying time, trying to keep Beyond busy. At the same time, Stalker's almost getting caught out. The Zealots are not here to support, and these are going to be some expensive losses for Lunacy. We'll pull away. The other terrifying thing is that Lunacy is stuck with this kind of gateway army. There's no robo units behind. There's no splash damage, no disruptor, no colossus, just Zealots and Stalkers.
Yeah, and there's so many Marauders on the side here. The concussive shells are really just deadly against this Protoss army. There is no retreat. Once you take engagement, you have to fight. And you can. The DPS of this Terran army is absolutely enormous. Now, you know, there is a lot of stimming going on. There's not that many medivacs, but Lunacy knows what's up. GG gets called.
GG, well played. Bjorn takes the first game.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate one for Lunacy.
Yeah, it was just a really rough start, right? Like, Lunacy never really
Yeah.
got to get into his own game state. From the very beginning, the Reaper Hellion harass was just insane, and it was just a rocky road to walk there for Lunacy.
Yeah, hopefully things can go a little bit better here on Oceanborn. Now, I'm actually not too familiar with the sort of race statistics. What is it looking like on Oceanborn here? Is this one a bit more Terran favored?
Oceanborn can favor aggression. The third base is less defendable on this map. It is wider open as well. One of the big features of Oceanborn is that there is no like high ground advantage at the third base. It's on the same plane of elevation as the attack path as well. So we could see some aggression here. Good.
Yeah, and you know, maybe that could favor Lunacy here if he wants to get some early game damage done. Now, obviously, Beyond known for sort of the individual control of his units being so fantastic. But let's see how things play out here. Spawning into Oceanborn, the Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, it's Beyond.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Luna C.
Yeah, no, I wonder what Lunacy is going to elect for here. That early game onslaught by Beyond was kind of just overwhelming. I perhaps will see a bit more of a defensive play, but you're saying the map does favor aggression.
Yeah, it definitely can. I do want to say as well, I don't think game one was really fair to Lunacy. Like, again, we didn't really get to see what he was made of. Like, he was just, you know, kind of behind from the beginning. He was playing catch up the entire time, so it was just a really rough game state. And I do want to say that Lunacy, he can fare a little bit better here, and I do think he can threaten Beyond.
Yeah, no doubt. I was just looking back at some Pro League results from like 2012, and I'm surprised to see Lunacy's name there. And I was like, wow, you know, because I obviously have seen the name around for years and years now, but I thought he was one of those Koreans that sort of rose to the professional arm of things maybe around like the 2016, 2017 era. But no, he's really been around for quite some time, Lunacy has.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by that as well. I'm familiar with him more in the kind of like COVID era, like 2020, 2019 of StarCraft rising up. But yeah, apparently you're saying that he was around maybe at a younger age, a little bit longer, maybe more of a B teamer on some of those pro Kespa teams. So yeah, really good to hear that he's been around longer than that.
Yeah, no, I was really surprised by it myself. But so far this game looks like things are going pretty normally. The first Reaper is about to pop out on the side of Beyond. We do see the probe running across the map just to get some cursory scouting done.
Yeah, it is going to be a more tech-heavy start from Beyond, and Beyond going double gas, going for a faster factory this time, so it is a safer start. Does lead to a faster Hellion as well. Beyond just not taking any chances against Lunacy.
Now the probe of Lunacy is in kind of a curious spot here. Looks like we are going to see a proxy pylon thrown down. Now, what do you think is going to be thrown down in this location here? Actually, no. I guess maybe he was just scouting for something.
Yeah, he was trying to hide from the Reaper. So the Reaper pops out and ideally, hunts down the probe. So he did try to hide from the Reaper, now coming in for a secondary scout. But Beyond did keep his Reapers back at home. With this scout, though, Lunacy will confirm the CC.
Got you. Okay, yeah, well, that's pretty valuable in and of itself. So VC's got a pretty good finger on the pulse of how things are going. And, you know, what is it called? The Twilight Council here is going to be the choice of tech. What do you think he's going to go for here? A couple of depths out on the map, but it looks like Stalker is going to be the choice.
Yeah, I mean, last game it was Blink, right? Blink eventually into Charge, so we should be seeing Blink once again from Lunacy. If he's crazy, if he's a lunatic, he could go into DTs, but I'm leaning more towards Blink.
Yeah. That definitely seems appropriate. And there you go. Blink does go ahead and get thrown down.
Blink is going to be on the
good
way.
Reaper wall here.
Got.
Yeah, I mean, the Adept is going to get across the map and get some scouting done. And, you know, I'm curious to see now, without all this early game damage, are we going to get to see, you know, some more capable aggression on the side of Lunacy here with the Robo being thrown down? I guess we are going to see a War Prism come out of there pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that you point that out. This time there's a Reaper Cliff wall-off, right? We have a wall-off, so the Reapers are denied. We have some SimCity here on the low ground as well, so the Hellion Reaper does 0 damage this time. A much cleaner start for Lunacy, and he is investing into a 3rd gateway, so it's going to be 3 gates Blink Stalker.
And we are going to see that same double mine medevac drop coming across the map here from Byun. The Adept, yeah, did they get chased down? Yeah, there you go, got taken out now. And the medevac is just being boosted by Byun. And so far this has gone unscouted, but there is a spotting pylon there on the bottom left-hand side of Lunacy's main.
Yeah, it does have the spotter pylon to react in time, and I'm hoping he can. Likewise, Lunacy getting ready for a 3rd base. So again, 3-gate Blink can be aggressive, but it's very middle of the road. It allows you to expand, allows you to be safe. You have extra warp-ins, plenty of Stalkers to defend, but as you mentioned, it will come down to the reaction time of Lunacy.
Oh, and he does come in from kind of a weird angle there. Now, there are a couple Stalkers in position already, which is pretty fantastic. And we are going to see just one probe get taken out. Really nice reaction time there. A couple probes being taken out. Looks like maybe at the natural from those Reapers.
Yeah, the Prothol is actually going to expand and take a 3rd, got sniped, so the 3rd base is going to be delayed. Another probe has to come down, so nice pickoffs here by Byun. No game-ending damage, but nice pickoffs nonetheless.
Yeah, and the Stalkers are going to be able to clean up the remaining Terran forces that were out on the map here, but not before they snag one more probe.
Yeah, they also confirmed the 3rd base, so Byun knows there's no crazy 2-base all-in. I mean, there is a slim chance that maybe Lunacy cancels and throws down extra gateways, but Byun should be feeling pretty safe and secure.
Absolutely, and we are going to see some of these Stalkers going across the map here. Lunacy, going to try to apply a little bit of pressure. He's going to go ahead and poke in here with the Observer and, A, confirm that there is no 3rd on location yet, and B, with that Observer giving him up a high ground advantage, we might see some aggression, and we are going to see these Stalkers blink into the main.
Yeah, we do dive into the main base. The tank is not quite ready. A couple of add-ons going to get picked up, but we can't really get more than that. The tank is siege, will protect the production, and Lunacy is going to be forced out of the main.
Yeah, and this medevac coming on a trajectory here where perhaps the Stalkers could catch it on the retreat. The medevac's super duper low, so if it has any kind of brush in with these Stalkers, it is going to go down. It looks like that's how things are going to go down. Oh, Byun, my goodness, you are so fast.
He does react in time, does boost away, saves the medevac, and with that, we'll be able to get back home. Likewise, Widowmine to get 1 extra shot off across the map to get 5 extra probe kills, so nice damage by Byun as he holds.
It looks like the Stalkers may have scouted the Raven here, because it looks like it was sort of chasing them down across the map. Looks like maybe it's still fishing for them as well, but the Raven is swinging down to the bottom side of the map here and making a turn there, headed straight for the main of Protoss. But there is a Stalker in position.
Yeah, there's a Stalker in position back at home. Meanwhile, we blink into the natural, but there are Marines and Marauders to punish, and Lunacy does bleed out even more Stalkers. Does not worth it. Does get some damage on the gas geyser, but no economic damage.
Oh, the Raven again, taking the same flight path as the medevac there, abusing a little bit of extra airspace there, and he is going to pick off, looks like maybe 1 probe, but cause a significant amount of mismining time, taking some pot shots from the Stalker, another auto turret being thrown down, so definitely some, and that battery does get killed, not canceled, so pretty good value.
Oh yeah, very much value here for Byun. The Raven survives, can always regenerate energy to go for another auto turret, and back at home, Byun is still building up 3rd CCs on the way, so Byun is not going for any kind of all-in. He will be expanding, but now we can finally start to break out and start to be active with his main army.
And we are looking at a 22 army supply advantage on the side of Terran with Combat Shield just finishing up.
Yeah, he does have those upgrades. He can catching out the Stalkers as well. We do blink away, only 1 Stalker goes down, but Byun is on the chase.
Yeah, no, I mean, the DPS of this Terran army is really just catastrophic for Protoss at the moment. Now, he is going to turn around and take a couple pot shots, trying to abuse the mobility of these Stalkers, but this Terran army is going to continue to push across the map. There were a couple Zealots that ran onto the Terran side of the map who didn't get much done, but the engagement here looks like it's, relatively even at the moment with these tanks getting sieged up. Protoss, it looks like they may be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, if he can get on top of the tanks, he can shut this down, and there we go. We have the surround with those Zealots coming in from behind as well. The Colossus will barely survive with barely any HP. Byun, he wants it. He will not get it, though.
Oh, wow. Fantastic stuff here by Lunacy. Now, the battery overcharges get thrown down, so that the Colossus here is back up to full shields. Really, really nice cleanup by Lunacy.
Yeah, he does clean up, he does shut down, doesn't lose any Colossus. Behind this 4th Nexus gets thrown down. Lunacy is moving out, but I don't think he intends to really commit. He's threatening Byun while he tries to expand, but this is a really risky move out. Lunacy, this army is looking quite fragile.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple zealots to buffer and a single colossus. I don't know what he's doing out here. I suppose he wants to maybe put some pressure onto the Terran army as it pushes across the map, but I think this colossus is bound to get taken out.
Yeah, no!
Oh my goodness. Oof.
Yeah, it was a risky maneuver by Lunacy. It wasn't worth it. In the end, Colossus does eventually go down. He's going to be harassing with some Stalkers. Some Zealots is buying some time, but that was a brutal loss. And now Bjorn is getting ready, or Bjorn has gained map control once again.
Yeah, I mean, these zealots, I guess, weren't necessarily forgotten about, but were thought to be not much of an issue, and that turns out to be pretty much the case. The units here rotating over from the natural to the third to push them away.
Yeah, now Bjorn is moving out. Lunacy has built up another Colossus, but still in a 1 Colossus count. Fourth base is getting up and running, looking quite exposed, and we'll see what Bjorn goes for. Does he go for the fourth? Does he go for the third? He goes for the mass scan, trying to find where the army is and where it isn't.
And for the moment, we're looking at tankless play out of Bjorn, just Widow Mines and Bio being produced at the moment. The first couple ghosts being produced as well. This fourth base rather of Protoss does take some damage, but the Terran army does get pushed away right in the nick of time.
Yeah, it does get pushed away. The fourth base is safe. Takes a lot of hits, is down to half HP, but does survive. And Bjorn, he's not done. You can see him knocking down those rocks. Reinforcements are on the way. Bjorn, he wants to rally across the map and break that fourth.
Yeah, the forces of Bjorn here, we're looking at a 50 supply advantage, and these are not, paperweight units. These are Marauders. These are Marines. The amount of damage that this Terran army is able to dish out is tremendous. Battery overcharge is a good trigger, keeping the Colossus alive for now, but the first one goes down. The second one is taking some serious fire. There is no more splash damage for the Terran army, or for the Protoss army, rather, and the Terran army is punching through.
Yeah, Bjorn is doubling out control. The overcharge is just not good enough. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 2-0.
Bjorn looking sharp, man. I love to see him participating in all these community events.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier how we've had so many new weeklies pop up to replace the ones that we've lost, of course, and Bjorn has been winning every weekly over the past couple of days. It started with the KSL. He was the KSL champion. He was the Wardy TV Monday champion. He was the Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion, Sparkling Tuna Cup. He's won 4 weeklies over the past, 3 days. And he could be primed to win another.
Yeah, no, the guy's definitely looking good. I mean, I think it's shaping up perhaps that we're going to get a Shin versus Beyond finals, but Estrella is definitely still on the bottom side of that bracket. So that's, for sure going to be a contentious one. Did Pig... Oh, Mute did take out Pig. Okay, so we're going to see Mute versus Estrella on that bottom side of the bracket.
Yeah, the bracket is progressing quite nicely. As you mentioned, I do agree that Bjorn and Shin are the highest rated players in the tournament, but Estrella is just behind them, so Estrella can definitely threaten Shin. I want to believe that that Estrella can definitely represent the Americas in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Estrella, of course, always coming out with just some really out-of-pocket builds, and they're just so fun to watch. His creativity is, A, what makes him one of the most entertaining players to watch, but B, what makes him such a dangerous player sometimes as well.
Oh yeah, exactly. Very unorthodox, very unpredictable as well, so it's always a lot of fun watching and casting Estrella. I'm sure we'll be getting into his matches eventually. Currently he's mid-series, and yeah, the bracket is progressing quite nicely. I'm a little bit surprised Dolan versus Rebellion, I think, is still mid-series as well.
Yeah, so now how long has Rebellion been going as Rebellion? Because he used to be Gilzing, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for a very long time, he was Gilzing. I want to say ever since 2021, the most recent years of StarCraft, he switched to Rebellion.
Yeah, it is such a funny thing. Tasteless Undertosis were talking about this the other day, where more or less about how Koreans, because historically, they had a culture of going by their actual given names, right, within the Korean StarCraft community. The names, like IDs rather, weren't really considered paramount. So you see a lot of these Korean players just kind of switching up their ID in the middle of their career.
Yeah, I think also a big part of that is, if I'm not mistaken, when players are introduced in the Korean scene with Korean casters, they don't use their IDs. I think they introduce them as their real name, so the ID has a little bit less weight to it.
Yeah, exactly. What is it called? That series sounds pretty interesting to me. Now, Shameless is Shameless high-end like high level player here? Not a name I'm familiar with.
Yeah, he's Shameless. He's an animal. He's Shameless. He is an up and coming player. I think he just turned 18. But specifically this year, he's been improving quite a lot and doing quite well in these online weekly tournaments throughout this year, specifically the year of 2024.
Is this a North American player?
European. It's from Russia.
Okay. Got you. Yeah, not a name I've actually seen too often. I guess I need to start catching some more of these weekly cups.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see his growth. Like, he was more of a Masters, like, up and comer amateur player the past couple of years, but specifically this year, he didn't just break into GM, but he actually has been competitive and taking down some of these other bigger names. So yeah, it's been really cool to see the growth of Shameless. He does feel like more of a younger up and comer in the European region. He's been doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, he's set to face off of the winner of Dolan and Rebellion, so that should be a pretty fun series.
For sure. And I just got an update. Looks like Dave Testa is casting those series, and looks like Dolan Rebellion did finish, and Shameless and Rebellion are in game 1.
Oh, okay. Oh, damn, I would have liked to jump into that one, but what can you do? Okay, let's see. Are there any series? Do we want to cast another one together, or do you want to? I mean, it's up to you, buddy. Yeah, I'm definitely down to.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. What's your? Do you have? Oh, it looks like we have a lobby on the Americas region. But do you have like a main race? Do you have a preferred race that you play in StarCraft, or like?
Yeah. No, I'm a Zerg player. I was Protoss from like 2010 until 2015, and I've been Zerg since.
Oh, okay, nice.
How about yourself, man?
Zerg, just only Zerg.
Got you. 1-0 for Mute. Oh, okay. Wow, that's a huge upset, I guess, right? I wonder what that game went like.
I don't know if you noticed, but there's a reason for that, and they're explaining. Astray is off racing. He's not playing. He's not playing Protoss.
Yeah, I just see it there. Okay.
But yeah, it's something that Astray does specifically. He does it in ESL Americas as well, but in these online tournaments, even in the last series, we casted Astray versus Nero, and he was playing Terran.
Did you catch the Raynor versus MSRM matches from the BGE Stars Agora?
I did not. Tell
me
me
neither,
about.
but he played Terran. I know. I want to watch that. That's all I know about it. Is that he off raced and he won 2-1. It's just a series I'd like to go back and watch from that one.
Yeah. It's always a lot of fun whenever some of the players do decide to off race. It's always very interesting to see kind of not just like how they not just like how their performance is, but like what builds they go for and what they like, what they dislike. Very often you see them like go for what they hate playing against as well. Like we see Raynor embrace Sky Toss a lot whenever he plays Protoss against Zerg, things like that.
Yeah, no, I mean that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I think psychologically, but also just in game, you're gonna feel comfortable with the thing that you find to be really obnoxious to deal with.
Exactly. I think it's very apparent whenever Raynor plays Protoss. But yeah, really cool to see. I'm curious how Australia compares. I mean, what I'm impressed by here is that despite the fact that Australia lost game 1, he is still committed to Terran.
Yeah, no, you love to see it. I think this is going to be such a fun one to watch here. Australia's PvP is awesome in and of itself, but I'm really excited to see some TvP out of the guy.
Oh yeah. We'll see how he does perform. Of course, his opponent is no slouch. It is the Peruvian Protoss player, and if Australia isn't too careful, he might be knocked out here in the quarterfinals.
Okay, so jumping into things here. On the top left, we have the American Terran representing Virtus Pro. It's Estrella.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team New Angels. It is Mute.
So are you familiar with Mute's playstyle, generally speaking? Is he a bit more of a defensive reactionary guy, or does he like to get in your face?
Yeah, he's a little bit more defensive, a little bit more mid-game oriented. Mute actually used to be a competitor a couple of years ago, like I'm talking like 2016, 2017. Then he retired, he stepped away. I think he went by a different ID back then, and more recently he came back and kind of showed up the NA ladder quite quickly.
A guy in my chat here says Mute is a gateway man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Yeah, this guy was introducing me to himself earlier. He's his ID is SC2 Nazgul, and I was like, yeah, no, I think the odds that Nazgul, actual Nazgul, is in my chat right now pretty slim, considering this is like my second stream.
Nah, the real Nazgul, confirmed. Let's go.
No, the Mexican Nazgul is the real Nazgul, man.
There you go.
Oh man, but yeah, overall things opening up pretty standard here. Cyber core being thrown down after the gateway, no multiple early gateway shenanigans, and the Nexus as a follow up as well.
Yeah, standard opener out of mutes. Meanwhile, Australia going for double gas, going for a safer opener. As you mentioned, I'm also really fascinated to see how Australia does play this out. We were casting Australia versus Neuro earlier in a TVZ, and Australia was playing very bio-heavy, very kind of going for 2-1-1s, very bio-oriented. But yeah, how's he compare here to Mute? As that's a cheeky SCV towards the bottom right.
And do we think the reactor in the main here is going to stay on the barracks, or do you think it's going to switch over to the factories for perhaps some Widow Mine production?
I'm feeling Hellions. I'm feeling Proxy Starport. Yeah, there we go. Starport has been proxied. This should be for a medevac for a Hellion drop into the main.
Okay, big plays coming out of Astray here. I'm really curious how this sort of thing is going to go down.
Those are not Hellions.
oh, it's Cyclones. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this just got spicier. I suppose the pivotal thing for here for Mute at the moment might be scouting this starport, but it is in sort of a precarious spot. It might be kind of difficult to end up scouting that one.
Yeah, Astray has options. This could be a Cyclone drop. Or, okay, I was gonna say it could also be a proxy liberator for like a multi-pronged aggression with Cyclones and a lib, but no, it is gonna be the medevac. So yeah, this is a unique build. Cyclone drops like this are not really a thing. They're not really meta. So yeah, you mentioned before that Australia can be quite creative, and that's being showcased here.
The Cyclones are going to get spotted, I think, by this Phoenix, hallucinated Phoenix, and that's a pretty big find already. Now, he does, know at least that these are out on the map. Now, does he know that a medevac is going to fly into his main? I don't think so.
Yeah, like, again, Cyclone drop is just not what you're thinking in this kind of game state. It's going to be a Cyclone drop followed by the Proxy Liberator as well, so Australia, he doubles down.
Okay, so these Cyclones are being unloaded into the main here. They're flying in. Now, this is the first that Mute is going to see of this. A couple workers going to get taken out right away. The one stalker can't really engage here until his reinforcing buddies get brought over, but I think we're going to see some fancy pickup drop micro, and indeed we are. And we are seeing the first stalker go down before the first Cyclone. The sentry goes down as well. Okay, one Cyclone does indeed go down. The medevac is on very, very low health, but my goodness, he's being pushed out of his main at the moment, and this Proxy Liberator is just about to pop out as well.
Yeah, very nice control here from Australia, just out microing and out to trading his opponents. We do have 2 more Cyclones being dropped into the main. There's 2 Stalkers left, but again, it's going to be 3 Cyclones, and that one Liberator, as you mentioned, is also coming in.
Oof. Yeah, now I'm wondering, is it going to reinforce this position here, or is it going to swing around to wreak havoc onto the natural?
Yeah, Liberator is on the way. For now, we have control of the main. We're going for the pile. We're going to be depowering the gateway. Oh
my goodness, yeah, and obviously, researching anything with the Twilight Council is not something that was going to happen at the moment, but losing that gateway is really just awful. Now he's down to 1 gateway production, and the additional gateway and the robotics facility are quite a ways out. Another pylon going down, and this one will actually lead to a supply block.
Yeah, the pylon is so low. Mew will barely save it. Stutter stepping forward, but loses another Stalker. There's 1 Stalker left, and again, it looks like he goes for the medevac.
And the Liberator does go ahead and swing around and park itself outside the natural here, and it is going to come in from this really funny angle for Liberator, but it's going to shut down mining here completely on this second Nexus, and oh gosh, this is really just awful. He's got 27 workers bunched up in the corner there. The Liberator repositioning to make itself extra obnoxious. The tank sieging outside the natural here, but a Zella jumping on top of it right away.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we can only warp in 1 unit at a time. Second gateway is just now finishing up. The Stalker will deal with the Liberator. We do have some Cyclones wasting some DPS in the main on the gas guys, but for the most part, Mute, he is just stuck on 1 base. Things have been going from weird to even weirder as Australia's expanding back at home.
This has really been something of a game. My God, it's really, really mean. Max is kind of styling on him right now.
Yeah, it's a wild build, and he's finally going to be cleaned up in the main base. Finally, Mute can start saturating his main as well, but Astray isn't done. He's been massing up tanks, massing up Marines. Now, these are vanilla Marines, so there's no stim, there's no combat shields, but these tanks, they can try to get within range of the production on the low ground.
And Mute's also SimCity'd himself out of, he's got to walk all the way around the Nexus here if he wants to go into the main now. I don't think that's something that Estrella is necessarily aware of or thinking about at the moment, but 3 tanks here are going to start leapfrogging forward, and the shield battery is going to be overcharged, and the Zealot does get on top, and 1 Marine, 2 Marines remain, but these siege tanks are going to reign supreme.
Yeah, even with the overcharge, the siege tank thing just out DPS. They shut down the Immortal. The Immortal went down, and now we're down to 2 Zealots and a Stalker. Again, this isn't the strongest army for Estrella. It looks like he is going to be forced back. It's going to be some expensive losses losing these tanks, but again, Estrella has a better economy behind this. He can somewhat sustain some of these losses.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been mining more consistently for this entire time. You know, he's been able to just focus and get everything he wants to get done. We see combat shields fired up, stim about halfway done, and the production cycles are going to start to pile up here if Protoss doesn't get something done real soon.
Yeah, as Estrella's getting into a 3rd TC, Stim is not quite yet done, but will have enough to deter and zone away the Gateway Army, and Mute even across the map losing so many probes. The 2nd Liberator has arrived. That Starport still coming in clutch, getting 9 probe kills.
Yeah, things are they went from weird to weirder, now they're just bad. This is a really rough situation. We're looking at a 10 worker deficit on top of the mules, and you know, income advantage right now is really not too you know, in favor of either player, but with these mules dropping, I think we are going to start to see a bit of a shift in that.
Yeah, definitely. As the game progresses, Astray, he's building up further and further ahead. Mute has to do something crazy to bounce back, but he's still stuck at home, still stuck defending against the Liberator. He is amassing a lot of Zealots, and Charge Shots can deal with the composition that Astray is working with if Astray is caught out in the open, if he's caught out on the map.
The fact that this starport has been able to just sit here and continue to produce is pretty emblematic of the state of the game.
Yeah, it's again like Mute, he just can't move out. That's the problem. He's stuck at home. The entire game state is essentially he just hasn't been able to scout, hasn't been able to shut down any of the production, and eventually he will be able to move out. And again, he still has a decent army with all these Zealots. Stray does scout there, he does confirm.
And the Robo Bay is finishing up as well, so the splash damage is going to start to get out, you know, into production here for the Protoss. Do you think he might elect for Disruptors as a bit of a comeback unit?
I mean, that would be a wild move. I'm not against it, right? Like, especially if you're behind, Disruptors can help you bounce back. It's high risk, high reward. We'll see what Mute goes for. I don't know if there's necessarily a wrong answer for Mute, as he's still stuck on 1 base economy.
And this Liberator is, you know, so low health, but still dishing out so much damage. The Stalker is, I think, going to get taken out. Okay, no. It does go ahead and take out the Liberator. That's really nice. Oh, but these Zealots are theoretically going to get caught out on the map here, but they do go ahead and rotate back towards the natural. Oh, not quite. Getting caught without the batteries would be really rough here.
Yeah, you can see Astray, he wants that Immortal. The Immortal takes a lot of hits. Charge just now does finish, and Astray has to be careful. He has to respect the charge lots as they do turn back around. Otherwise...
Yeah, no, the charge lots, I think you're just going to dish out too much damage. Now, with the Widow Mines coming up, that really does fuzzy up the math here quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, Mute does spot the Widow Mines with the Observer, so he's fully aware that Astray was trying to drag him into that minefield. Mute just going to slowly try and take a 3rd base, trying to expand, and try to stabilize from this point forward.
Yeah, we do see Colossus Tech being the choice. Thermal Lance underway. But we are also starting to see like a 30-40 supply advantage build up here on the side of Terran. The 3rd base is fully operational, oversaturated, where the 3rd base of Protoss is only about a quarter of the way done.
Exactly. Mute's like stabilizing or defending is not going to be good enough. He has to do something more to come back in this game. But as he tries to, we see Estrella rallying across the map now with Vikings, now with more Widow Mines. Estrella, he's going to try to push in.
A well-positioned observer here is going to give Mute the information that he needs on the movement of the Terran army, but I don't know how much that's really going to matter. Now, you know, once a battery finishes up here, that does bolster the position somewhat if it can get overcharged, but it's only 1 battery. A couple more got to get thrown down, but Mute, you know, he's starved for money. He really doesn't have the money to be throwing down all this static D.
Yeah, exactly. As Astray, he's slowly pushing forward. The Observer is spotted. The Observer is going to be going down, but at least Mute is aware of the minefield, and he will respect it, will pull away. 2 mine shots going to be going up, and Mute, he will just back off and stay on top of that ramp. Again, he doesn't want to push into those Widow Mines.
And the first Vikings showing up here are really... Oh, now excellent force fields. Does catch a lot of the army here. The Colossus are able to get off a decent number of shots. The mines really cleaning up those Zealot numbers, so Mute's got to disengage for the moment.
Yeah, the Widow Mines, they punish the engage of Mute. He has to back off. He has to respect this position. And Astray, he reinforces, gaining more ground. And suddenly that Zealot army is it's not there anymore. He's going for a counterattack, which means Estrella, he can go for the Colossus.
Yeah, no, we do see him dive in for this Colossus there. Now, these Marauders are getting on top of the third base here. The angle is really good for Estrella at the moment. Now, the Vikings are not able to dish out as much damage as they might like, so the Colossus are standing strong.
Yeah, they barely do stand strong. The base is under fire. At the same time, Mew going for a massive Zealot run by. Will get some damage done. Estrella doesn't have many reinforcements back at home, but the Colossus are being hunted down, taking a lot of hits.
Yeah, no, I unfortunately, you know, I think Mute has been really fighting his heart out, but with that third base going down, the economy is just absolutely falling apart. We're looking at a 70-80 supply advantage in favor of Estrella right now, and GG gets called.
GG gets called. Estrella, he did struggle a little bit in game 1. We did miss out on that first game, but he bounces back here in game 2, and we are going to the ace match.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, Mute fighting well. This felt a little bit similar to the Beyond versus Estrella match in the sense that, obviously, while the builds were wildly different, you know, the flow of the game was similar. Protoss was on the back foot from so early on.
Exactly, and I don't blame Mutes because it was a very wild build. Like Proxy starport into a Cyclone drop you don't often see, and it came down to the control to the micro of Estrella. He was barely able to out control his opponent and pick off Stalker after Stalker, snowball from there. It was just a very chaotic start. Yeah,
and you know, this is the type of stuff that, like, I feel like I'd love to see, in the sense that, you know, there's just a wide playbook of stuff that you can see out of Terran, and that's, like, I think, you know, one of the things that makes them so deadly at the moment in the current meta is, you know, Terran has just such a huge variety of openings that they can really go for, and it can look extremely aggressive and not be, or vice versa, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, and I'm curious what kind of aggression we're going to see here from Estrella. Again, I'm sure he has plenty more builds up his sleeve. I'm sure we only have seen the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what Estrella can do in this matchup. I don't know what to expect. I just want to watch.
Yeah, no, I hope it's something as creative as that.
We'll see. Likewise, we'll see if Mute can keep up with the creativity of his opponents. We'll see if he can keep up with the aggression of Estrella. Going to be loading into Side Delta, a much larger map compared to Ghost River. As a result, rushing into that kind of aggression for Estrella is not going to be as successful. He's going to have to try to approach this in a different way.
Bull my Oja really with the self-deprecation right now. It's so funny. Yeah, no, it's great stuff. Yeah, the StarCraft community never ceases to amaze me, you know, like, literally days pass where, you know, we get some kind of bad news where things are you know, offline for the moment. I think, you know, I have high hopes that we're going to see some cool stuff for the upcoming year, but, you know, in the meantime, you see these events get thrown together in what feels like a matter of moments.
Yeah, you know, we were expressing that earlier about how it's really great to see the StarCraft community rise up and kind of very quickly kind of step in the place of ESL. We may have lost, you know, a bunch of weeklies, but we have replaced them real quick.
Absolutely, and jumping into the ace match of the first ever Ursasaurus TV Cup, the match between Estrella, spawning in the top left here as the American Terran, and
Sorry, I thought you were going to say something else. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Mute.
Yeah, no, it's so funny because, like, I was like, oh man, the way I phrased this, like, we've got to introduce both players as part of the sentence. So I was like, I'll just drop off my sentence here and hope that...
Just cut off mid-speech. I'm like,
yeah.
Fair enough.
Listen, procaster, buddy.
It's fine.
Oh, that's oh, lovely, man. Okay, question. If I'm an observer and I ping on the map, the players cannot see this, right?
No, they can't see. No.
Thank goodness. I did it earlier by accident, and I was like, I'm gonna commit seppuku right now, man.
It's okay. Likewise, you know, they can only see you. They can only notice things if you're a ref, if you're a referee in the lobby. But I believe we're just spectators, just observers.
Yeah, spectator is all I want to be. The ability to influence the game and bother these pros in any way would kill me.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
But okay, yeah, we do see the probe coming across the map here, getting some scouting done. I do love to see something like that, like lifting up the depot just to make the path slightly longer and theoretically maybe pick off that probe. But Mute running across the map, saving that probe.
Yeah, Mute will confirm. This time it's going to be a more economic opener. As a reminder, last game Australia went double gas. This time just a Rax expand, so a little bit more economic, more greedy here, more macro oriented from Australia. Nothing too wild this time in the early game.
Yeah, no, I'm really curious to see how a game might look out of Australia if he plays a bit more of a standard style here as Terran.
Oh yeah. I'm curious as well to see how he does approach it. Likewise, I'm sure Muse is going to have a better opportunity to spread his wings. Clearly he can against Australia. We missed out on game 1. We don't know how wild, how aggressive, or how normal it was, but Mute was able to prove himself earlier in the series, so I want to believe he can do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we are going to see Hellion be the first choice here for Australia to produce out of this factory. So, some light aggression, I suppose, will be coming, trying to pick off a couple probes.
Yeah, it does opt to deny, or does opt to actually cancel the Hellion, going and setting up for a Widowmine drop instead, just for some scouting information, just for some damage. I mean, regardless whether it was a Hellion or a Widowmine, both would have the same role of trying to scout across the map. We have the luxury of seeing that Mute is going for the Twilight Council.
Definitely, and I'm assuming we're going to see the same type of blink play that we I've seen at the last couple PVTs.
Oh yeah, Blink is a very standard follow-up here just for some map control. Hallucination Scout comes in, and we will be able to get a full scout of the main base, making sure there's no crazy 3 racks, no fast 30C. Mute confirms the 1-1-1.
Yeah, things progressing pretty normally so far this game. I'm curious to see if we're going to see any major deviations, or are we going to go into a very normal-looking PvT mid-game.
So if everything's looking normal, the Widowmine drop does move out across the map. You mentioned before, you were talking about, Pro League back in the day and stuff. I imagine you've been watching StarCraft for a long time?
Yeah, I got into StarCraft, loosely, late 2010, and then more seriously, I guess you could say maybe 2012, I started watching a bulk majority of the matches, things like that. Yeah.
Okay, so still in Wings of Liberty, still.
Oh yeah. I got into StarCraft and Wings of Liberty. I remember my friend who I was actually casting with earlier. He's not super duper into StarCraft the way that he was anymore when we were younger, but he's actually the person who introduced me to the game. And for the first few months, he gave me all of his battle passes, and that was my first exposure to the game. I made a new account every 2 weeks.
Yeah. God, those are the days. I was gonna say that they lasted only 2 weeks, as back then you had to pay for the game as well. A very different kind of setup, very different dynamic. But really cool to hear that you're still interacting with him, and he was even casting with you earlier, despite it being so many years.
Absolutely, yeah. No, my buddy Andrew and I have remained really tight over the years, and with my entry into the StarCraft scene as a creator, I think that really reignited his interest in the game, as well as as a supportive role, but also just being exposed to all the awesomeness that's happening in StarCraft all the time by me.
Yeah, it's really cool to hear. Speaking of awesomeness, the aggression has begun. We have a Liberator into the main, we have a Widowmine drop threatening the natural, and we have the main army here in the center of the map. So Australia going for a tri-pronged attack. Damage is being done. Probes are going down in the main base, and he's looking for an opening with that main army.
Yeah, the Observer getting a scout here on the sieged up position of Australia. Sieged out a little bit far here, just playing a light contain at the moment. With the second siege tank coming down, we're going to start to see some leapfrogging forward here. The Stalkers, picking off a couple Marines here, but at the expense of some hull damage and a Stalker.
Yeah, Stalker goes down. Australia's going to be rotating again. He's still threatening the other bases with that drop play as well. He's gaining ground, and he's actually sneaking up on top of that third base.
Oh, yeah, this little pack of Marines here are going to dish out some damage, but they are going to have to pull back into the range of the tank, so no damage really able to be put out onto the base yet. I do wonder if we're going to see another tank perhaps be sort of swinging down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the same time as Australia was distracting, he goes for the drop into the natural. He gets 11 probe kills, liberated to the main base as well, does distract, and Australia even saves that Widowmine, still here outside of the natural.
Yeah, that was some really brilliant tactical play there by Estrella, really pulling the attention of Mute apart and really, seeing some significant rewards for that.
Yeah, definitely. As the Widowmine is finally going to be cleaned up, but it has more than paid for itself. Behind this, we do have a third CC on the way. Estrella is not going for an all-in. He backs off. He saves his tanks. He saves his Marines. Is getting ready for a longer game.
Earlier, this Nazgul fellow was like, "Hey, no, what do you mean? The first game was a normal macro game."
True.
Actually, no, he's referring to the game we missed. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking like the last game. I was like, "Oh, dude, this guy's a memer." Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So that actually does tell us something, right? Protoss was able to pull it out during the normal macro game.
Yeah, and that's kind of the direction that we're headed in. I mean, Estrella did do a lot of economic damage early on, so he's had a very nice start to the game, but Mute is looking to stabilize, getting into Colossus production.
Yeah, a couple of Widowmines out on the map here. Good scouting information, able to pick off anything that comes their way. Nothing really has yet, but I like the idea. Xenothermal Lance gets fired up. It's about 10% the way done.
Yeah, he's working on those upgrades. Fourth Nexus now on the way. Mute is building up. Still has yet to take extra gases at his third. Is looking to go for a more zealot-heavy composition to support his army, but still working towards a longer game stage. Just vying for map control. No major aggression yet.
And the map actually just littered with Widowmines at the moment. There's really not a very safe or unscouted path for Protoss to push out on, even though he's, poking around and looking for something. Now, with that fourth base coming down, we are starting to see, Protoss gain some real footing in this game. Terran does eventually need to get something done.
Yeah, as, again, we do see Mute basically stabilizing and recovering from the damage dealt early on. The Colossus kind of getting higher. As it gets higher, we can head towards Disruptors as well. So the pressure is soon going to be on Estrella, and as it's being on him, he is moving out.
Yeah, we see some great movement here by Estrella. Now, Protoss reacting in time. Moving up to the top side here, there is a really nice zealot buffer for these Colossus, and then another Colossus joining the forces here. It's a pretty formidable army, but these tanks getting into excellent position with tons of Widowmines for cover.
Yeah, they have that Widowmine support. Meanwhile, we have an initial force field. Not too many sentries left over. Not too many force fields left remaining here for Mute. Is trying to buy some time, but Estrella does have the supply lead. He's gaining ground.
Okay, Observer flying over, keeping an eye on the Terran army, getting sieged up here. Now, yep, I'm assuming Estrella is going to see that with the animation, and unfortunately that Observer does get picked off. We see a huge Zealot run by, swinging up the bottom left side of the map here, going unscouted to the moment, but these Widowmines dishing out some serious damage on the way.
Yeah, they will scout more importantly, so Estrella is fully aware of that run by, and back at home he has reinforcements. Another mine shot goes off, and the Zealot run by should not get much done. Does dive into the mineral line, but Estrella should be able to deal with it.
Yeah, unfortunately just A-clicking, so they didn't really get to stick on top of those SCVs, but actually one is wreaking some havoc. Now, we do see a major fight going in the favor of Protoss as well, though Stalker is getting a little bit overzealous and blinking forward, but the tanks do get cleared, and the Colossus now really are reigning supreme in this fight.
Yeah, Mute shuts down the tanks, he shuts down the Widowmines. He will finally break out and force Estrella back home. And not just that, but also Mute hasn't lost any of his economy. His probes have been left alone. He's on 4-base economy. Estrella did bleed out some SCVs, so Mute, he's recovering, getting up to 3 Colossus, and can soon snowball from here.
Yeah, the 5th base just gets thrown down. Now, we do see the 4th getting planted down for Estrella and just starting to be morphed into a planetary fortress. A bunch of mules being called down to that location, so we are going to see the mineral income of Estrella spike.
Yeah, it is going to spike up so he can maintain himself, getting into ghost production behind this for EMPs. I'm a little bit surprised that Mute is getting into a 4th Colossus. Usually 4 is overkill, and he's actually getting a 5th. Okay, there we go. He cancels the 5th Colossus, has started Immortals instead.
Yeah, no, I mean, you definitely need those Immortals. I feel like there's something about the Immortal. It feels like a bit of a safety blanket for a Protoss army, there's just so much health there, and the damage they're able to dish out is really amazing. Now, we do see a little hit force of Estrella's coming down the bottom left side here. The Protoss army is a little bit out of location, so I do think this 5th base expansion is kind of exposed. Now, there is a spotter pylon, so he will be able to rotate down, but a little bit of a slow reaction time, and I don't think the 1 Colossus, 1 Immortal force is going to be able to do anything here, but that's what's coming towards Estrella, and this might just be free lunch.
Yeah, it does get
he gets to cancel. Yeah.
I mean, could even threaten the Colossus itself. Mute, he spotted the army towards the north, so he rotated north instead, and he was pulled apart. He was distracted. A split push by Estrella does kill the expansion, does force a cancel. So nice moves here from Estrella.
And still, there really is no defending forces here. We're looking at one Colossus, one Immortal. This is not going to be enough to... Now, this is a really overstimmed set of units now. And the major fight is happening up here. Now, we do have already like 5 or 6 Ghosts, but the Zealots jumping on top of them is pretty good.
Yeah, one Ghost goes down. There was a solid EMP on the Zealot, so Mute has to pull back, has to pull away, resaturating his army, and still no disruptors. Despite all, the Colossus has stopped robot production here, and Mute, his army composition is looking a little bit lackluster, looking very vulnerable to Ghosts, to EMPs.
Absolutely. Now, we do see a Stargate being thrown down. And so now I'm wondering, is this going to be a late-game Stargate transition? We see a couple more High Templars being morphed in as well, presumably to be morphed into Archons.
Yeah, interesting. I was waiting for disruptors, but it looks like Mute wants to go into, as you mentioned, Sky Toss with a fleet beacon with carriers, but it takes a long time to get there.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's what, like at least 6 or 7 minutes away from having any meaningful carrier account, maybe even more, like 10 minutes. And I don't think Estrella is going to let him breathe for that long. The army is just so much more technical for Terran right now. The Vikings are getting in and getting some pot shots off onto these Colossus. Now, this is a huge Protoss army. It's not to be taken lightly, but overall, I think the technical forces of Terran here are going to be difficult to deal with.
Well, the worrisome thing is that there's barely any anti-air, and 2 Colossus go down. The Vikings, they reign supreme. They just shut down 2 Colossus almost for free. Some of them are going to be going down. Meanwhile, Estrella, he races back home. He has some SimCity to work with, has a planetary as well, has a choke point, and Mute's going to have a harder time gaining ground here.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the moment, we really can't see Terran take a fight, but as those additional forces come out, as he puts himself into these little, corners with the SimCity, I think, there's definitely a lot of ground for Estrella left, a lot of ground for him to retreat still.
Yeah, and he snipes another Colossus. There's 1 Colossus left. That is all the splash damage that Mute has. There's no Storm, there's no Disruptors, and with that, Mute, he just cannot push forward. More Vikings are amassing. Estrella's army is just getting larger and larger, and eventually he'll be able to force us back.
And we're seeing the air production of Estrella switch over to Liberators as well, 3 being pumped out at a time.
Yeah, we spoke about the limited anti-air that Mute has. Estrella noticed as well. Liberator's going to be amazing against this army, and he comes in for the dive, takes down the final Colossus.
Oh, now, but there's a huge, massive Protoss right now. Supplies swinging gigantically in favor of the Protoss at the moment. 13 SCVs going down. There's some serious pressure being applied to the 3rd of Estrella, but I mean, listen, with 5 bases laid down right now for Protoss already, and the Skytoss transition set up, I think things are maybe looking okay, but he's gotten a lot of damage done. I think, if he takes a catastrophically bad fight here, things could swing back in the other direction. Yeah,
Liberation has arrived. We have Widowmines on top of the ramp as well. Estrella does pull back. As you mentioned, he is being overwhelmed. The mass gateway army is slowly breaking through. Mute, he's so close to breaking the natural.
Yeah, I mean, he's really continuing to push forward here. The Liberators are locking things down. A little additional supply sort of fluctuate or push from Estrella's production does help, but things are looking somewhat dire for Estrella right now. There are so many Zealots to deal with.
Yeah, it's basically purely Zealot and 3 Immortals. There's no anti-air. The Liberators, they're going to be left alone. They can siege up, and it looks like eventually Estrella will deal with this, but as you mentioned, has Mute done enough? 20 SCVs go down.
Yeah, and we're looking at like a nearly 30 worker advantage right now for Protoss. Or rather, no, 20-something.
Yeah, exactly. He has a massive economic lead. Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. Finally, Mute has some anti-air. He can focus down those Liberators. And even though Estrella's working on Ghosts and working on a more refined army, he needs more time.
Yeah, absolutely he does, and I don't know if Mute's going to give him that time. He continues to push into the main here now. Generally speaking, Estrella's economy is still sort of functional with what's going on here, but he taps out.
GG, well played, Mute. He breaks through the natural, breaks into the main, and Mute will take down Estrella 2-1.
Yeah, definitely not the result I think a lot of people were expecting. Now, I guess when you do think about those expectations, you think about Estrella playing Protoss, but so on the bottom side of the bracket here, looks like Shin, I think, is going to face Mute now. Yeah, so Shin versus Mute, and on the top side, we've got Byun versus Shameless.
Yeah, we do see Shameless was able to bring down Rebellion 2-1, and we do have, of course, Mute taking down Estrella 2-1 as well. When it came to that final game state, again, Mute, he was so, I mean, he had to be really assertive. The reality was that Estrella was getting a more complex and more well-refined army. If Estrella was given time, he would have snowballed out of control. Instead, I mean, as your chatter mentioned, Mute, he just doubled down on purely gateway units. May have lost all of the Colossus, but he had a sea of Zealots and Stalkers that were able to break through nonetheless, and yeah, barely clutch out that win.
Gateway man OP.
Yeah.
That's a great quote. Okay, Shin, I suppose, will probably. Oh, okay. I requested to join his party. That might not be the correct thing, but okay. Anyway, we're there.
We are going to be setting up here. We have, I guess, both semifinals underway. We're kind of nearing the end of the event. It looks like Beyond vs. Shameless is about to begin as well, so I guess both semis at the same time.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate we're not going to get to catch those Beyond Shameless matches, but, you know, we can go back and watch some of the other awesome creators that are covering those.
For sure, for sure. But,
so like I see you streaming all the time. So is this like a full-time thing for you?
Yeah, we cast on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. Cast every single day, multiple times a day as well. A lot of content.
Yeah, no, there's so much coming out, and yeah, it's such a fun thing to see spring out from you know, what is it called? You know, Alima League Crank, right? Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for here. Spring out from his community.
Yeah, that's kind of where we did originate from. You know, Crank back in the day, he used to, back in like 2014, 2015, used to stream a lot in English. I'm sure you're familiar.
Yeah,
he used to have a very popular English stream. Nowadays, does focus on Korean casting. He's like, you know, the Korean caster now. And we kind of split off and we're casting ourselves.
And he does a bunch of interviews as well. I've seen him do a bunch of interviews with some of the Korean talent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is really, really cool stuff to see. You know, it's awesome to hear from Maru and the like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. It's really cool that Crank has been able to kind of grow in a bit of a different direction outside of just streamer and content creator, and now also doing like interviews and giving us a glimpse into the Korean scene. He has that asset as well just because he's really good at English, so, you know, he can do that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we are going to see map 1 here on Alcyone between Shin, formerly known as Ragnarok, for some of you who might not have been watching that much StarCraft lately, and he is going to go up against the Peruvian Protoss, Mute.
Oh yeah, they're going to be facing off in that best of 3. Oh, they do need a moment to set things up, but we are all coming together. Again, nearing the end of the broadcast, we do have our semis and then the grand finals thereafter. So we are kind of, yeah, closing things out, and we'll see if Beyond versus Shin can be stopped. You know, you predicted it earlier, right? They should be facing off the finals, but they're not there yet.
Yeah, no, not quite. I mean, listen, I will do backflips if Mute, you know, takes out Shin here.
Okay. You better start stretching, Papi. Start stretching. I'll message Shin. I'll ask him to off-race his Terran. Let's go.
You're gonna see me die on stream. But yeah, no, I mean, that would be a really amazing upset. I would be so happy to be casting something like that.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And you know, obviously, I wasn't even familiar with Shameless, so I kind of have the same feelings about Beyond Shameless. But that's a series I would have, you know, really enjoyed to watch. That's something that'll be the first thing I go back and check out from the matches I missed out of this whole event.
Yeah.
That I love hearing about these up and comers. You know, just a couple years ago, it was guys like Trigger and Skillis, and makes me so happy to see these new crops of people.
Yeah, for sure. You know, the next generation of StarCraft pro gamers, you know, even someone like Clem is relatively newer to the scene as well. Of course, he's been around for a couple of years at this point. I guess StarCraft has been around for a long time. But
I mean, Clem's kind of been around for like 10 years or so, because like he started coming to events when he was like really young. I mean, obviously he was a scrub compared to other people, but like he's pretty good now. Kid's cracked.
Yeah. Pretty good is the way to put it. Sure. He's okay. He's the world champion. He's the best player. He's all right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if he can compete in this lineup. Maybe that's why he didn't enter this tournament.
True.
But yeah,
Hey, you see Mute versus Estrella? Mate, Clem, no chance. What do you mean?
yeah,
No shot.
exactly, dude. Oh man, no, Clem has been just on another level recently. I've been loving his play. But I'm super duper excited for this one. Spawning in the top right here, the man who potentially can make me do backflips, it's Mute.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is Shin.
Yeah, Shin is one of those guys that, I've been a fan of for so long. I'm trying to think. He was on Samsung Galaxy back in the day, right? Is that correct?
CJ in this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know who the heck I'm mixing him up with then, though. But yeah, anyhow, I was a big fan of the guy over the years, and he really was on the upswing in GSL for quite a while. The last couple seasons maybe haven't been that fantastic for him, but Shin has been on the rise, and we do see the hatch being taken down at the gold here right away for Shin, so a bit of a cheeky opening.
Yeah, Shin, he loves to go for this build on Alkyone, again, just because of the available gold base. This can lead into an all-in, and it's going to be on Mute to figure out what's going on. The Probe Scout comes in, he will get eyes on lack of expansion, he should get eyes on lack of spawning pool, and we'll see how long it takes for Mute to realize what is going on.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously seeing the spawning pool coming down pretty late here and no natural, I think he should have a reasonable idea of what's going on. So I think we'll probably see this probe go over here and inspect things rather shortly.
Yeah, there we go. He will be making a beeline for that gold base, we'll confirm. Unfortunately, he's not set up to punish it quite yet, but the pressure's going to be on Mute to try to punish and harass and deny this gold.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I mean, if he doesn't take this out, Shin is going to be in, just an absolutely unbelievable position.
Yeah, and we'll see how we approach this. There are some players that just try to go into, additional Oracle harass and Oracle production. There are some people that go into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts and use Adepts to try to pull apart the Zerg player, especially because the goal base is so far away from the main. It can be difficult for the Zerg to defend both locations at once, so there are options here for Mute.
This week's Ursasaurus season finale. Oh, that's fantastic. So Bruno just commented in the chat here that Estrella is going to be playing for Yumi in the Ursasaurus season finale, and they've both committed to playing random versus random.
Oh, let's go.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm so excited. Yumi Estrella random versus random is going to be a banger.
It's gonna be nonsense. It's gonna be beautiful. We're gonna have fun.
Listen, for Yumi's gonna be honorary American. That's gonna be some full NA stuff.
Oh yeah. He's gonna do his best NA impression. I'm sure the clown noses are gonna come out, the big shoes, and they're gonna have a lot of fun together. So yeah, make sure you tune in. Shout out to Ursasaurus for not just hosting. Ursa TV for not just sponsoring this event, but also sponsoring the show match that's gonna be taking place.
Yeah, and for anybody who might just be tuning in, this is the very first Ursasaurus TV Cup put on for you by the StarCraft community at large, but more specifically Bruno and Ursa TV, as well as Stegosaurus. So huge thanks to those guys. This event wouldn't be happening without them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Big shout out. As we're entering our game stage, we do have a Stargate opener out of Mute. The Overlord will confirm Oracle's moving out. And when it comes to the goal base, there's a Spore, there's 2 Queens. The Oracle's going to have a harder time finding damage here.
Yeah, definitely, and Oracle obviously kind of seems like a natural play if you want to pull the Zerg apart. But now that he's been mining off of this gold base for so long, he's got the money for the extra Queens, he's got the money for the Spore Crawlers. The Zergling's getting in here. Not really dealing too much damage, but just again, not something that you want to happen.
Yeah, the wall was not a wall. 1 Stalker, 2 Adepts go down, massive pickoffs, and this will contain the Protoss on 2 bases. This will massively delay the 3rd.
Yeah, no. Things are just looking pretty difficult for a Peruvian Protoss right off the rip. We are going to see him go ahead and throw down that Twilight Council, continue to tech up. He definitely has to try and keep spending that money, unable to throw down that 3rd.
Yeah, Mute is being forced into committed two-base play. He does want to expand. The probe is going to be moving out, but once again, the Lings are in position. The probe has to back off, and the third base is still delayed. I'm curious if this is going to be for the Twilight Council, is going to be for Glaives, or maybe another tech choice for Mute.
Yeah, we are eventually going to see these Lings cleaned up here, but the third base is only just going to get thrown down now behind Shin's fourth base.
Oh yeah, Shin is taking a fourth, and we have the answer for the Twilight Council. It is indeed going to be Glaive Adepts. We do have a Gateway Explosion behind this, and again, there's that much more pressure on Mute to get damage done with these Adepts because of how late the third base is.
You know, of all the ID changes I've ever heard of in StarCraft, my favorite one is Shin's, because I don't know if you heard the story, perhaps it was talked about a bit, but basically his mom couldn't pronounce Ragnarok. And so when he made his first GSL finals, his mom was like, yeah, I want to tell like my friends what happened, but I don't know, I can't say your name. And so he changed it to Shin.
yeah, it's a very wholesome story, you know, changing his name for his mom. Feels good, man, feels good. But you don't like Rattata? Kappa? You don't like the Vanya change to Rattata?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a solid one as well. And now we are going to see the third base here go ahead and finish up. You know, really not anywhere near the time that he wanted to. Queens and Spores in positions. So these Oracles are going to be able to pick off a couple workers, but really not get too much else done and take some hull damage.
Yeah, the Oracles will back off. Adepts have been massing up as we speak, and they will soon be able to move out across the map. Now, Shin does not have any roaches to defend, so Glaive Adepts can trade well, but there's a Balin Nest that's almost done, and Ling Bane can shut down Glaive Adepts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the Glaives are just fight so well against everything on the ground until Zuri starts to get more splash damage, and without any significant massive banelings, these Adepts are going to trade really well. Now, they do get caught in a pretty bad spot here just as a Shade finishes. I mean, they're trading the best they can, but this is not the fight that Mute was looking for.
Yeah, exactly. Does Shade into the gold, but the Mineral Land is still safe, and Sand Queens do rotate over. The Adepts are denied. They get 2 drone kills, and that is all they do get. More Adepts getting caught in the center of the map, and the trade here is 13 Adepts for 4 drones.
Yeah, this is really not what Protoss needed right now. Now they are on 3 bases. The third base economy is fully saturated at this point. The gases are being thrown down, but the Twilight Council only just starts. There's no Robo Bay. There's no real significant tech transition, you know, that's happening right now. And then the Protoss army is relatively paltry.
Yeah, and here come the Lings to try to punish this. And behind this, we're going into Hydra, so it's going to be Ling Hydra for Shin. He skips out on the Roaches, and he's going to be skyrocketing ahead here in the mid-game. Shin isn't going to be moving out anytime soon. It takes a while to embrace that Hydra tech, as he has to work on the upgrades, has to work on the Infestation Pit, has to work on the Hive tech, of course, as well. So the game will slow down, but Shin is looking quite comfortable.
Absolutely, and with that 5th base underway, you know, there's really looks like there might be no stopping Shin at this point. Now, it's not to say this game is necessarily over. Anybody can get caught with their pants down if they're out of position or if they take a really poor fight, but things are definitely looking very strong for our Korean Zerg. Yeah,
I'm curious where Mute takes us. He could try to just turtle and wall up on 4 bases and try to get into Sky Toss. He does have, you know, a Void Ray on the way, could throw it in a Fleet Beacon. Otherwise, he could try to get into a robo-based composition, but I think that's going to be a little bit harder for Mute to pull off.
I mean, you know, at this point, with Void Rays coming out before we even see the Robo Bay thrown down, I think Sky Toss might be what he, you know, hopes to head towards. But, you know, there's definitely still a ways to go. These Lings are not going to accomplish too much. Now, the army of Protoss is, you know, quite good against what is at least anywhere near his side of the map right now. But once these Hydras do go ahead and link up with the Zerglings, I think the Protoss engagements are going to start going rather less well.
Yeah, there's going to be a big power spike for Shin when it gets into Lurkers. The Lurker Den is on the way. Hive is almost done. That's going to be for the Lurker upgrades. And, I mean, that timing of Lurkers is going to be brutal, especially with Mute being stuck on a ground-based army.
I mean, the 4th base being taken down now, relatively uncontested, is quite nice for Protoss. You know, there are some Lings coming up on the top side here, but Zealots are going to spot them immediately. Now, all the Zealots are going to get picked off, but Mute has more than enough time to warp in a couple more units, and Shin thinks better of it. He doesn't want to throw those Lings away after getting a relatively favorable trade. A bunch of, Zealots here on the bottom side do cancel the 6th base for Shin, but I don't think he's too worried about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, nice cancellation here from Mute. Again, he's at least distracting and just buying time and keeping Shin busy. Storm is almost done, and Storm will be ready for the fight. That's going to be a big moment here for Mute, considering how many High Templar he has ready for that.
Yeah, we do see a gigantic swarm of Lings massing up on the top side here, and I'm assuming they are going to try to push in and deal some damage to the natural of Protoss right now. Maybe some Banelings going to get morphed in, or perhaps this might be more of a backstab position once he sees Protoss already move out.
Yeah, I mean, Shin has options here. Bathing speed is just about to finish. Lurkers have morphed in. We already have 10, now 12, soon to be 13 Lurkers on the right-hand side, and Shin is almost max. He's getting ready to try to break one of these locations, either the fourth, the third, or the natural.
Yeah, it looks like these Lurkers are perhaps going to meet up with the rest of this Ling forces. Now, we do see a very brave gold base being thrown down for Protoss. Shin doesn't see it at the moment, so it is going to continue progressing. Storm is done, and there are an awful lot of storms here for the Protoss army, but it's really difficult without a Warp Prism to get on top of these Lurkers and drop those storms.
Yeah, exactly. The High Templar being zoned away. We have Lings diving, forcing out more storms towards the left-hand side. 2 High Templar go down, and Shin is slowly pushing forward here towards that base. The base is under fire, and Mute is being forced and cornered further back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really rough situation because he's under heavy fire at this base right now, and he really cannot afford to lose this base with the economy of Shin absolutely ballooning on the other side of the map. The High Templars are going to swing around to the other side here to perhaps try to get a better angle, but I actually think it's more along the lines of that base just being forfeit.
Yeah. The third base goes down, and from here, Shin can gain access to the natural or even head towards these other fresh mining bases. We do have a storm, a flanking storm on the Lurkers, but the Lurkers, they can tank some storms.
And we do see a War Prism with a bunch of Zealots on the other side of the map here now. It looks like Shin did go ahead and spot this. A huge mass of Zerglings are swinging around to clean that up. And the Zerg forces are pinning down this Protoss expansion at the gold. It goes ahead and gets canceled. Obviously, Zerg cannot fight into that choke there, knowing that the risk of storms exist. But he doesn't really need to. Shin is sitting pretty. We're looking at a 2.5 base economy for Protoss versus, I don't know, a 6 or 7 base economy for Zerg. About a 1,000 mineral per minute advantage in the favor of Shin.
Yeah, I mean, Shin is maxed. He's maxed out, he's ready to go. Mute throws down a Fleet Beacon and some Stargates, but that's ambitious, right? Like, he needs so much time to get into that Sky Toss, and he's not ready, and Shin is not going to give him that time.
Not at all. And listen, there are a good number of storms here, but I just don't know if it's in the cards. The Zerg army is just so well upgraded with seismic spines and adaptive talons. These Lurkers are able to move around so freely that the distance that they're able to fire at is so great. Battery overcharge here is going to give a really nice engagement, and Shin decides to stand under some storms. And so we are going to see the Zerg army get cleaned up here, I think. But the Lurkers still have not been taken care of, but the next round of Zealot should be enough.
That was a brutal trade for the Protoss, though. He lost almost every High Templar, he lost a lot of Immortals, he bled out so many high-tech units. He does survive, that is true, but at what cost? Because you can see Shin instantly remax.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, things are looking bleak for our Proving Hero here. He's got 34 workers on his 4th base. And the main is just about mined out. The natural's approaching mined out, and there is no active 3rd base.
Yeah, there is no 3rd. Tempests are on the way, and I mean, Tempests can be amazing against Lurkers, but only if they have an economy and a ground army to support themselves. Unfortunately, Mute just wasn't able to get there. We spoke about that Lurker timing. Lurker timing was brutal, and it killed 2 bases.
Yeah. This is, I mean, it's definitely a tricky situation for Protoss. We're seeing +3 missile and ground attack being upgraded on the side of Zerg to the 3-0 that is currently on the field for Protoss.
Yeah, some nice attack upgrades at least. And we do have a Zealot run by on the right-hand side getting some of these Spine Crawlers, but Shin is nearby. He will be able to defend. He will shut down these Zealots at the same time, going for a big Ling run by. Oh, will force out some storms. The Lings won't get much done. At least at least Mute is holding. He's surviving.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of a run by going down on the bottom side there, but the Lurkers were able to clean up a big mass of Zealots there relatively easily. And yeah, that's a pretty nice stasis trap there, catching a couple Lurkers, but we're seeing a 40 supply advantage right now in favor of Zerg. These Lurkers are going to go relatively uncontested. There's nothing that can really do anything to them. This 4th base is under pressure that I do not think it's going to be able to survive. And with that, the Protoss hopes in this game starting to dwindle. Ton of storms being burned on the top side there, killing a lot of Banelings and not losing all the workers. So that's nice, but it might be a little too late.
Yeah, that's 20 lunkers. That's 20 lurkers, Papi. I mean, they just woke up, they kill a base, they back off. There's not much that they can't do. I mean, I say that they can't shoot up, so the Tempest count is definitely, you know, something to bear in mind for Mutes. But he only has 3 Tempests, and I mean, Shin, he could even just ignore them.
Yeah, we saw a couple DTs on the other side of the map take out a base of Shin, but again, we're looking at 2,500 minerals per minute income to about 1,700 of Protoss. The Zerg army is advancing once again. The Protoss army is pretty low on storms. I think we're looking at about 3 or 4 storms there. That's really not a lot. And the mass of lurkers is just absolutely unreal.
Yeah, and Shin, there's no real pressure on him to end the game. He picks off a base here and there, he backs off. Shin is going into a greater spire. He's getting ready for Corruptors, for Broodlords, for a higher tech army if need be. The pressure really instead is on Mute to make something happen.
No doubt, and we're seeing some excellent army rotation from Zerg here, really getting into the heart of Protoss territory. And oh my goodness, so now we are going to see the Tempest not quite get jumped up on. They do move back in time, so they're going to dish out some damage onto the Hydras here, but at what expense? We're seeing 40 Lurkers go down. The Lurkers are perhaps getting caught out here, but it probably doesn't matter with Zerg sitting 100 supply ahead.
Yeah, Shin, he just outpositioned Mute. He zoned him away. Mute had to fight through Lurkers, so his ground army just barely make it through, but he lost, as you mentioned, 49 probes, lost the Tempest to the Hydras, and the third base for a second time.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, in terms of army trades there, that was obviously not bad for Protoss, but he knows what's going on here. GG gets called, and Shin goes up 1-0 in the semifinals.
GG. Shin will take a lead here in this series, and yeah, Shin was looking quite comfortable. I mean, he did start off with a bit of a bang going for the gold, right? He rushed into the gold base, he got away with it, it wasn't punished. Mute attempted with those Glaive Adepts, but if you remember, the Glaive Adepts just didn't get much done.
Yeah, we do go ahead and see Shin with the casual 630 average APM in that one.
Yeah, it's casual. Yeah, Shin just all over the map, all over the place there in game 1, but we'll see if Mute can bounce back. Meanwhile, we have some updates. We're going to be having some more casters filing on in because it looks like the upper semifinals has concluded.
And surely Shameless took it.
Oh, yeah. We missed out on the games, but Beyond did get the 2-0, and Beyond is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series.
And this is also a best of 3?
Yes. Oh, sorry, but best of 5 finals. Best of 5 finals.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I meant this one. Yeah, you were right in assuming what I was saying there. Yeah, best of 5 finals, best of 3 for the semis here. We got a stacked list of people casting this right now. We got Pig, we got Steadfast, we got Dave Testa, we got Light VIP, and me. And Mapu as well. I think it's really cool to see Mapu doing some casting when he's, kind of always behind the camera.
Oh, yeah, it's really cool to see him also, like, jump onto the casting mic whenever he can, not just observing. Shout out to all the other language casters as well. Enki casting in Spanish, Rocklets casting in Brazilian as well. To love the coverage.
Absolutely, and hopping into game number 2 here of our 3-game, or rather, best of 3 semifinals for the very first Ursasaurus Cup, we do have the Peruvian Protoss, Mute.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is Shin.
Game 1 was pretty rough, right? In the sense that that gold base went uncontested, and that really kind of dictated the flow of the rest of the game. Now, what are your thoughts on balance as far as Oceanborn goes? Favored in either of these particular directions? We mentioned it earlier, but Oceanborn, again, we have seen a lot of 3 base all-ins, like 2 to 3 base all-ins can be quite effective here on Oceanborn. Because of that, we've seen a lot of German taxis from the side of the Zerg players. We've seen a lot of Roach-based all-ins. Likewise, we've seen Protoss players also be hyper-aggressive with Twilight Council play. So I do think that aggression is going to be favored. What I will say as well is that thankfully there's no gold, so Shin won't be rushing into any gold base this time, but I don't think he needs a gold to look that crazy. Yeah, no. I I definitely don't think so either. But that being said, I would hope, without any sort of really significant advantage from holding a position, like existed on the previous map, we might see a bit more of a competitive game here.
Yeah, I do want to believe so as well. I'm sure Muta's going to have an easier time. If you remember as well, it wasn't just the goal base, but it was also Shin heavily delaying the third base of Mute as well, containing him on 2 bases, which kind of forced like the big 2-base play and the big commitment into Glaive Adepts as well. Like there was a lot happening in the early to mid game that was going Shin's way.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, the idea that I was sort of expressing there was just, Shin had the ability to have all the static defenses necessary to not take damage because of the golden. And in addition to that, obviously, the ability to mass up, that huge swarm of Zerglings that was the sort of reason that the third ended up being so late. And so, the economic engine for Shin just having such an advantage early on, when we know that he is a player that also has pretty impeccable macro as it is, was a little insurmountable for our Protoss.
Oh yeah, and we'll see how things do change here in game number 2. Once again, it's going to be a Stargate opener for Mute, should be into Oracle, should be leading into a third base as well. We'll see if Shin can delay and be anywhere near as aggressive as he was in that last game.
Yep, and we do see a third base thrown down pretty quickly, but pretty standard, obviously, for ZVP. And I'm wondering, of course, we're going to see an Oracle out of this Stargate, so hopefully... Oh, actually, no, it does go ahead and get canceled, and we get a Void Ray. Cool.
Okay, Void Ray opener out of Mute, very cheeky play. Now, what this does give Mute is, of course, ambiguity. Mute is going to be coming out. His goal here is to hunt down the Overlord and to keep Shin in the dark as to what comes next.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder if that Oracle cancel into Void Ray was indecision, or if it was like one of those things where, maybe if there's an observer on the edge right now, it might see this Oracle. I'm not sure. Probably indecision. What do you think?
Yeah, it might have just been a last-second decision there for Mute to kind of switch gears and to switch things up. The Void Ray is rallied right to the Overlord. Overlord is going to be hunted down, and behind it, it is going to be an Oracle.
Yeah, no, seeing an Oracle come out now, I mean, that definitely makes sense. It's not necessarily the cheeky Void Ray play my heart might have hoped for, but it definitely is a smart one. Pushing back all those Overlords, gaining map control, taking out an Overlord right at the rip. It's a pretty nice start for Protoss.
Yeah, and behind this, he can go into his third base, or he can throw down further tech as well. The other cool thing here is that, he actually is staying on 2 bases, throws down a Forge, and you can see that Mute is actually banking up those Oracles, so he's going to try and bide his time a little bit longer. Shin has no idea that Oracles are going to be on the way, and Mute is going to be hoping that Shin skips out on Spores.
Yeah, it looks like there is only one Spore in the main of the natural right now, so the third base is a bit exposed. Now, we do see 2 Queens sitting there in lieu of that Spore, but a couple of Oracles definitely have the DPS to put some serious hurt down.
Yeah, 2 Oracles can one-shot drones, so there's a lot of potential. Meanwhile, we're still staying on 2 bases. Twilight Council into Robo, so very tech-heavy on 2 bases for Mute. He should be expanding, but he will eventually break out here. Not just with the Oracles, he does have quite an interesting ground army that he's working with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do see that third base being thrown down, but you have to assume we're going to see some serious aggression. Now, what do you think we're going to see off the back of that Twilight Council?
Yeah, I mean, this could be +1 into... It should either be Charge or Blink. Like, both are definitely viable in this kind of scenario. I'm leaning more towards Charge. We'll see how aggressive we want to be here as the Void Ray does distract Queens at the third, and the Oracles dive into the natural.
Yeah, we do see a couple workers go down at the expense of a little bit of health on, but nothing too serious. Getting a little bit low, but getting out of there without losing either is a pretty nice start. Things going much better in the game 2 than they did in game 1 for our Protoss.
Yeah, he's able to get his third base on time. He gets 3 drone kills. The Oracles survive. As we mentioned, it is going to be +1 in Charge on the way here for Mute, and this is going to be a very robust army here. It's going to be Charge lots, Archons, Immortals, and I imagine working towards Archons as well. It's going to be a bit of quite a death blow of an army that we're working towards.
Yeah, we do see these Oracles just flying around the middle of the map, keeping tabs on things. The Void Ray is pushing over to the, or rather retreating over to the Protoss side of the map here. We do see a Ling just sitting here for spotting as well. Things slowing down a little bit, and we do see a pack of Zerglings moving to the other side of the map here, trying to put some pressure on for Ragnarok and maybe get some scouting done, but they're going to get caught out by these Zealots.
Yeah, Mute is able to keep up. He does zone those things away. Behind this very cheeky move out of Shin, Shin is going for the Spire. He's going for a bit of a Muta switch, and so far the Spire is unscouted.
Yeah, we do see the 4th base being thrown down here. Now, the Oracles don't have a ton of energy. They could turn on to try to put some damage onto there, and I guess they will perhaps once the Void Ray joins up, but the Queen's going to shut this down.
Yeah, they zone the Oracles away. The Oracles do not get into the main, so again, it's still such a massive deal here that we have no eyes on that tech switch, and Mass Muta can wreak havoc, especially considering, one, there are no Phoenixes, but more importantly, there are no Blink Stalkers either, so the anti-air is very limited for Mute.
Yeah, Shin's read on the game really fantastic here. Now, we do see Roach Speed finishing up as well, so, and there are a decent number of Roaches out on the map, so not only is Shin going to have this sort of maneuverability and surprise advantage of the Mutas, going to have some serious staying power on the ground with these Ravagers, with these Roaches, and all these buffer for them.
Yeah, exactly. So Shin, he won't be caught with his pants down. He's ready for the Zealot army. He does run into it and will be able to engage. Has to pull away with the Lings, but again, does dance with those Zealots. Meanwhile, the Mutas have popped out and they're on the way.
Yeah, the Spire's been scouted by the hallucinated Phoenix, so at least at this point, Mute does know what he's dealing with, and he does go ahead and fire up Phoenix production, and he's definitely going to need to keep up with them, because we've got something like, I think, 7 Mutas, yeah, so that really could wreak some serious havoc. Now, this Zealot's getting a fantastic engagement in the middle of the map here, really not what Shin was looking for right now.
Yeah, we collapse on the Roaches, some of the Ravagers go down as well, so nice trades from the Zealots. Meanwhile, the Mutas have arrived, the cannon not yet done, and probes are going down.
Absolutely, and these Mutas are going to be relatively unperturbed by just a couple Phoenixes. They're going to be able to turn around and swing back towards the main here. 7 workers already going down. I think it's going to be more than that. I think we might see 10 or 12 workers go down before these Mutas do go ahead and fly away. And the Stalkers are going to be able to push them away at this point, in addition to the Mutas, or sorry, in addition to the Phoenix. But my goodness, this has been an awful lot of damage for only 7 Mutas.
Exactly, 13 probe kills. Not just that, force out all these cannons, shield batteries in the middle line, force to transition into Phoenixes, and now Shin is focusing on his ground army, going out for the 4th base and working towards a Hydrogen behind this.
Yeah, the Oracle's putting a little bit of damage onto these Ravagers before they take the engagement. Some fantastic force fields there, trapping some Roaches into the absolute meat grinder of the Zealot forces. This army is going to get chased down, and the charge is going to be fantastic. +2 ground finishing up for the Protoss here as well, and he is really slugging back.
Yeah, Mute, he's able to deal with the main army. It was a good fight for the Protoss, but the economy is what's concerning. Shin is on 84 workers. He has ideal economy here for the rest of this game. Mute is still stabilizing, and because that, Shin is ready for that switch into Hydras and Lurkers.
Yeah, the Lurker Den is something that spells some serious trouble here for our Protoss. Now, these Phoenixes are keeping tabs on the Zerg army. This right now is not an army I think that Shin can necessarily engage with all these Immortals, but he is going to be able to pick off some Zealots and apply a bit more pressure. As you pointed out, Shin knows full well that he has such an economic lead on this game, so he just wants to keep his thumb on Protoss. He wants to keep Mute tucked away to this corner of the map.
Yeah, exactly. He's trading well as well. He breaks through the Zealots. He's getting himself the Immortals. 1 Immortal goes down. 2nd Immortal as well. There's 1 Immortal left, and it also gets targeted. And again, Shin is just buying time. He's just trading out while he refines his army and remaxing on Hydra.
Yeah, losing those Immortals was really, really rough. There was a bunch of Zealots sort of sitting up on the top side here, not really participating in the fight, and the additional warping of Zealots came a bit too late, so losing all those Immortals and not even taking out the all the Roaches anyway as retribution is really, really difficult. Now, we are seeing a lot of High Templars being warped in, presumably to morph into Archons, as well as more Void Rays continuing to pop out.
Yeah, and there was maybe an opportunity there for Mute. If you remember, initially he was trading well against the Roach Ravager, and what I was gonna say is that he could try to take a good fight, then go for a counterattack and try to kill Shin before Lurkers come into play, but alas, the Immortal count was reset. Shin got away with the Hydras, and now he's moving out with a more refined army.
Yeah, and Group Spine's not finished yet, so these Hydra is not able to get as an amazing of an engagement as you might expect, but still the numbers are a bit overwhelming here for Protoss. Zealots getting on top of the Hydra, so that's pretty good. A couple more Void Rays showing up to participate in the fight here, but the Hydras will make relatively short work of them. As more Zealots continue to stream in and the Immortals come out to bolster this army, I do think Protoss is going to perhaps survive here if he can retreat to the safety of that battery.
Yeah, it does look like the shield battery has an overcharge available. The Immortal does get targeted down just barely, but Mute is holding, as you mentioned. Not just holding, the Fleet Beacon is done. Tempests are on the way. Mute is trying to stabilize, trying to turtle up and get into Sky Toss, but Shin is not slowing down. He's once again just rallying across the map with roaches.
And at this part, we are looking at these two players on relatively equal footing in terms of economy now. That is off the back of a couple bases here that are going to eventually mine out. So an additional expansion is definitely a necessity for Protoss and very, very difficult. Now, amassing up of the Tempest is going to allow him to sort of break out from this corner of the map, but he's far from having a lot of Tempest, and these lurkers are at his door.
Exactly. Shin just has no chill. He just keeps rallying across the map, just breaking down that 4th base, and the army of Mute just hasn't been really allowed to build up. He has a couple of Immortals, a couple of High Templar, but just barely a standing army to support it.
Yeah, we see a Zealot run by on the other side of the map right now, taking out a couple of roaches and maybe going to have the opportunity to take out some workers, but at the same time here, Zerg is pushing closer and closer to this 4th base. If Mute cannot clear this Zerg army, he is going to be in trouble. He cannot afford to lose this base right now. With more Zealots coming down, I do think he's going to be able to clear the Zerg forces, and Shin agrees. He is going to pick up those lurkers and run away. Those things are expensive. He does not want to lose them.
Yeah, we've now gotten up to 4 Tempests. They hold the line. Shin does need more anti-air. Some Vipers would be ideal. A Spire as well. There we go. Vipers are now going to be on the way. And until then, the Tempests are going to be able to hold their own, at least a little bit.
Absolutely. Now, the Vipers are going to be, of course, a pretty good counter to these Tempests, not only with the... what's that area of effect spell called? No, abduction. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, parasitic bomb, as well as the abductions into the Hydras. And so we are seeing a couple, or at least one more Archon being morphed in. Zerg continues to be active in movement with their army, and a bunch more lurkers on the way as well, in addition to adaptive talents.
Yeah, the upgrades are on route. Shin is remaxing as well. He doesn't have the most ideal army, still has a lot of roaches in the mix that I'm sure he wants to get rid of, which is why he's going for a roach counterattack towards the left-hand side. Again, he does want to trade them out as efficiently as possible, denies the warp in, buys some time, and does distract the main army.
And as we continue to see Protoss fight on relatively strongly here, the supplies are starting to get somewhat near to one another, but we also see things like Shin taking this 1 o'clock position, or I guess you could say 2 o'clock position here, which is a base that Protoss cannot let stand.
Yeah, Shin is double expanding, taking these center bases, trying to just maintain his economy and even take some of the mining away from his opponents. But Mute just barely doesn't really have much map control. As you mentioned though, Mute, he's about to max out as well. He will have a comparable army to Shin.
Yeah, that he will, and a pretty well-developed technical army as well. And we see a bunch of lurkers here caught out in the open. They get revelated by the Oracle, but ooh, those abductions coming in clutch here. We do see one Tempest go down, a couple others get damaged pretty badly. The Hydra's giving chase. Now the Immortals are going to buffer them away.
Yeah, some clutch moves there. Mute, he does barely escape with those Tempests. Despite the abductions, only one of them went down, so clutch moves. Storm is on the way. Carrier production has begun. Mute, he's working towards that kind of final form of Protoss with all the spell caches, with some splash damage, but he's not there yet. He still has to buy him some more time. At least he will deny the expansion.
That he will. We saw a little bit of a Zealot run by trying to come up the top side there, but we see a huge, massive Zerg swinging down towards the 5th base of Protoss right now. This base is fully saturated and fully undefended. Are we going to see a recall to protect it? No, in fact, we see the Protoss army on the top right taking out a base of his own. Though I think the base of Shin's was a little more expendable than Protoss's.
Yeah, we traded base for a base, but as you mentioned, Muse lost his mineral line, Shin did not. Shin, he saved his drones, he was able to evacuate in time, so he's able to get another base up and running, and now Shin can come back home and focus on the main fight.
Yeah, and we do see a recall here, saving a decent number of units, but a couple Tempests, an Immortal, and an Archon do get caught out there toward the latter end of that engagement, and a 5th base also being thrown down here, but a huge Zerg swarm moving towards it. I don't think that base is long for this world.
Yeah, once again, the base is going to be denied. Mute is going to be stuck on 4 bases, just cannot get a 5th up and running. Still has a decent army, and Storm is now done, so Storm's going to be a big factor in that next fight. But Shin, he's still just able to outproduce Mute, and Mute having a harder time remaxing.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a very valuable Protoss army, and you know, Shin is respecting it very much so. But I don't know if it really has the staying power now. With Storm being done and a decent number of Storms backlog here, we're going to see how this fight goes. Now, obviously, the Hydras do melt pretty quick to those Storms.
Oh yeah, a couple of good storms can just eviscerate these Hydras, so Shin has to be very careful with his movement. One big storm does connect, just the first though, as the Vipers, they try to come in for a yoink.
And we do see some pretty good movement here by Protoss. He pushes up into the corner here, denies his base yet again, but the abductions are coming down, the Immortals are falling, the Storms do push away the Zerg army, but not after 2 Immortals get picked off.
Yeah, the Immortals do fall. At the same time, we do have some Lurker harass. Despite these southern bases being up, they are not running because there's no mining whatsoever here. The one Lurker doing so much economic damage to Mute.
Absolutely, and there were a couple Lings as well, but the Zealots do clean those up, and the Zealots are going to come down now with an Observer, and they are going to take out this Lurker, but not after mining's been denied here for what looks like at least a minute or 2.
Yeah, and that's why Mute just cannot max out. He cannot keep up with the supplies of Shin. As you mentioned, though, he still has a very high-tech army, and there's a lot of potential with all these storms, but that's what he has to rely on. We need some perfect storms here for Mute.
That we do, and Shin spread out relatively well at the moment. Pockets of units positioned in multiple different directions. We do see a very large Corruptor force here, finally, as a response to this Sky Toss, but there are so many Storms available, and the Corruptors don't care about them quite as much. But these Hydras do need to stay alive, and a majority of them are being picked off. But with the production of Shin kicking in, you know, we are seeing a pretty significant supply advantage being developed once again.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that there's maybe too many Corruptors because there's not that many Skytoss units, as the Tempests are going to be going down and the ground army is going to be left safe, but thankfully Shin is instantly remaxing with Hydras, making as many Hydras as possible. Greater Spire now on the way. Broodlords are not available yet, but they're on the horizon.
A bunch of those High Templar are also being saved by being morphed into Archons. Now we do see a bunch of Archons and Immortals pushing down to the bottom left side of the map here, and they are going to come into confrontation perhaps with the Corruptors, but that's definitely a battle that goes the Protoss way.
Shin, he will pull back, he will pull away. Again, he's thinking of those Broodlords. He's been able to rebuild his Hydra Lurker army, and Mute, unfortunately, just has lost his Skytoss, has to focus on the ground army. Has quite a ground army to work with. That's a lot of Archons and Immortals, but can he break through a line of Lurk?
And the Lurkers with Adaptive Talons are going to get burrowed absolutely instantly. Now, there's a couple Storms left in this army. One of them gets burned here, kind of zoning, not really a money shot. Now, with the Revelation down on the Zerg army, it is Protoss at least to know, you know, where that mass of units are, but the Corruptors are coming across the map here. They're going to create some value for themselves by taking out some structures. We are going to see the robotics facility fall before the Corruptors dipping out. They don't want to be bled off for nothing.
Yeah, not a bad pickup. The Robo does fall. Meanwhile, Lurkers are keeping up with the rotations. We have Lurkers all over the place, and Mute cannot push forward. Meanwhile, the Greater Spire just finished, and we should soon be seeing those Broodlords.
That we should. 12 Broodlords being morphed in at the same time here. My goodness, Mr. Moneybag Shin. And the Protoss army here is well equipped for dealing with Broodlords. Now, obviously, the Sky Toss infrastructure does exist, but I don't think Mute knows about those Broodlords just yet.
Yeah, he doesn't know he has to reinvest into Tempest, into Carrier, into anything in the air. Right now, he's stuck on the ground, and that's exactly what Shin wants. The Broodlords are going to go uncontested here as they have arrived. It's going to take a little bit for them to move out across the map. They're not the fastest of units, but they're here.
That they are, and all these units are converging on the same location. It looks like Shin's 5th base is going to be the target for this Protoss army, and Protoss says, hey, listen, I've got a huge mass of units. What is going to stop me? But unfortunately, he does not know that the absolute direct counter to everything he's got right now is moving towards him, and as those Broodlings are connecting with his forces, he knows full retreat is in order.
Yeah, he has to back up. He cannot engage. He does move forward with a handful of Stalkers, but again, it's only 5 Stalkers for Mute. He does not get the Broodlord. Storms are coming in as well with the High Templar. They expose themselves.
Yeah, that they do. A couple High Templars do get thrown down there, or do get taken out. And these Broodlords, they did take a bit of damage there. Now, they are a little exposed. These Storms definitely have the ability to dish out some serious damage, but with the Infestors coming down now as well, these first couple Fungals here are going to be absolutely brutal. The first victim is just a singular Archon, fortunately.
Yeah, one Archon goes down, Mute has to back off. He's still stuck on a ground-based composition, still no Skytoss in sight. And what's scary is that even though he was fighting against those Broodlords, I don't believe yeah, not a single one died.
Yeah, and beyond that, we see an additional base being taken at the 12 o'clock position for Zerg. This fifth base position is just so heavily fortified with spores and lurkers, and we have a big fight going on now here just outside. I don't know what expansion this would be called.
Yeah, no detection. There's no detection of the lurkers. They do reign supreme. So many shots went off lurkers for free, and with that, the Protoss army just cannot engage.
Yeah, we are seeing a 70 supply deficit here now for Protoss. Looks like this is going to be... Oh my god, these fungals are absolutely brutal! The Broodlords are just continuing to go uncontested. There continues to be no detection, and that's GG.
GG, well played. Shin will take the series 2-0, will advance on to the grand finals. But a shout out to Mute, he was able to hold his own, he was able to have his own moments in this game as well, reached a maxed out state, unfortunately was caught off guard by the Broodlords there towards the end, and yeah, the Broodlords, they had a really good showing for Shin towards the end of that game.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a fantastic performance out of Shin. Now, I'm really happy with the way that Game 2 progressed there. That was obviously a much more competitive and fun game than Game 1 was. Game 1 went a little bit sideways for Protoss. Yeah, that was a really great match.
Yeah, GG, well played. Shout out to Mute, it was not an easy run to make it to the semifinals. Did bring down Estrella in the process, but in the end, we could not stop the Bjorn versus Shin finals.
Yep, and we are going to go ahead and switch over to Asia. I actually just messaged Dave and asked him if he wanted to do a three-way cast with you and I for the finals. You game for that?
Sure.
Heck yeah.
How many drinks in is Dave? That's the real question. How about? Do I want to know?
Probably a couple. Probably a couple.
So good. All right. We'll see if he's down for it.
I drank 2 times more than KSL.
I love how you jumped in at the perfect moment there, Dave.
Yeah. Dude, you gotta have detection.
Detection is good.
Yeah, welcome, Dave. Welcome. How's the night been so far, Dave? What have you been casting? What have you been covering?
A lot. It's been pretty crazy. A lot of late game. Dolan versus... I'm trying to remember. Dolan versus Rebellion was probably one of the craziest ones. That was... The final game went on for like 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, damn. I wish I would have caught that.
How about you guys?
Yeah, we've been casting Estrella off-race. Estrella, who was off-racing earlier. That's Terran. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was a good one for sure. And that is, I think a big part of the reason we got that Mute Shin match there. Now, the game 2 of Mute versus Estrella was one for the books. That was a Cyclone drop opening in TVP. That was fabulous.
Oh yeah. Estrella, he was an animal. He was an absolute animal in his matches, and unfortunately, we don't get to see more of Estrella here coming into the finals. But Bjorn and Shin are amazing players, definitely.
Oh yeah. These guys are pretty good, not bad.
I had to mute for a second for something. Guys, I'm not in Korea.
Oh, I mean, yeah, me neither, buddy.
Yeah, I gotta hop over there for the.
No, I was just kidding with you. I'm on the server.
Would you guys mind if you could hold up the lobby? I have 2 angry cats that are begging me for treats, looking awfully damn cute behind me. One of them could not use the treats. The other one is tiny and a little fluff, but I think my hands are tied when cats are, you know.
Yeah. Let me tell them to wait for you.
No, it's 1 second. I'll be right.
Okay.
So, Historian, you've been traveling to a lot of events, right? Have you been traveling to like every major event over the past year? Am I crazy?
I went to a lot of big events. Yeah, I went to DreamHack Atlanta 22, and then I went to Katowice, and then I went to 2 Home Story Cups, and then I went to Korea. And then I went to Katowice again, and Atlanta and Dallas. So yeah, that since I started making content, I've been and Philadelphia and a couple like small like a Bird War event, shit like that. I went to Montreal not too long ago for what's his name, Arniak's event.
Oh, you're actually streaming too. Nice. Sweet.
Yeah. This is my second stream ever.
Good.
I don't even have a bio on my Twitch account right now.
These things take time.
That's true. I got my green screen set up though, and I got my light set up. It looks pretty good.
Nice. Oh yeah, I'm checking it out. I'm like, yeah, I'm over there looking all slick with the green screen.
Pretty fancy, buddy. Okay, so
Poppy looking like Poppy over there, all Chad like in Australia.
Okay, so in the first game of the grand finals here of the very first Ursasaurus Cup, we do have Shopify Rebellion's Beyond.
Take it away, Dave.
All right, and his opponent in the bottom left-hand corner in the red Zerg drones. Give it up for Mr. Shin from the name I always
Gaiman Gladiators.
Yeah, Gaiman Gladiators.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know why I've been doing that lately. Chicken Man and I both stumbled on it the other week. Not last week, but...
I think Ursa had somebody raid me for a couple viewers, so hello, you new people. What's going on, guys? We are in the first game of what is sure to be an awesome finals here between Beyond and Shin. And once again, just to reiterate, huge shout out to Ursa and Stegosaurus for coming together, and obviously Dave and everybody else in the community that has been busting their butt to make this thing happen. Replacing the ESL Cups is such a phenomenal initiative until we get them back.
Yeah, exactly. And even if they don't come back, we're going to be here. We're going to be here to bring you as much StarCraft as we can, whether it's these events, whether it's the KSR, whether it's the Wardy TV Monday. Isn't that right, Dave?
Absolutely. Plenty more. And also, big thanks to you all for moving the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, which I'm actually a big fan of as well. And that was an oversight on my part. I still, to this day, will eat that, even if it wasn't. It was my fault.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Because I actually, as you know, I've in the past, you were kind enough to have me in, and I'm like, I'll throw a few bucks in that. And you had old Dave cast with you in previous ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all good.
Anyway.
It's all good. You know, it's for the community, right? You know, at the end of the day, we're just hosting more events. You know, for StarCraft, right? We moved over to Sundays. So.
Yeah, it's all the same. We're Team StarCraft at this point. Like, let's be real. You know?
I mean, yeah, no, we're definitely doing more for StarCraft than anybody at Blizzard, that's for sure. Which is a sad day, but also an awesome one, right? It's sick that we're able to come together and continue to make stuff happen, even when the bigger folks aren't particularly interested in supporting the game.
I said, Poppy, what do you think of this going on right here? This 2-Rax Reaper opener.
Yeah, it's going to be 2-Rax Reaper here at a Beyond, going to be applying some pressure. His goal here is to try to delay the third base for as long as he can, but Shin is mining through the gold minerals towards the north, so he's going to try to sneak one out. This is the kind of hard thing about this map, about Crimson Court, is that third base is very defendable, and despite the aggression of Beyond shouldn't really be able to touch the third.
Yeah, no, I don't think Beyond's going to be able to accomplish too much here with this opening. Deuce the third base, go ahead and get thrown down. And Reaper production has ceased. Stim gets fired up, another barracks is thrown down, and Beyond's ready to transition away from this opening.
Yeah, looks like he might be he's going 3-Rax, no 2-on-1. He might even go up to 5. What are your thoughts, Light?
Yeah, I feel awkward. Dave, do you cast StarCraft usually when you're covering events? Do you?
Do I cast?
Yeah. Sometimes I hear that like you I don't know how much StarCraft you talk about when you're casting, Poppy. I don't know. How's
yeah. Depends, like what's going on, you know.
Okay.
We're talking about the scene, the community, but
Okay. It's all good. Yeah, it is going to be a 3-Rax follow-up, so it's very aggressive here by Beyond. The initial 2-Rax usually leads into a 2-on-1, which I think you mentioned, which is correct, but this is going to be a little bit out of left field. The pressure's on Shin to figure out how aggressive Beyond is going to be.
Yeah, I like this. A 3-Rax factory. It's almost a TVP follow-up.
You're not wrong.
Like, truthfully.
Yeah, this I think is going to be a 2-base all-in, by the way. If you're watching Cure versus Raynor at EWC, Cure was actually showcasing this build during a series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was what a game, by the way. This is I'm hopefully thinking this is going to deliver as well. Shin and Beyond do put on some good games. I was hoping Gumi Ho would play tonight, honestly, guys.
Yeah, no, Gumi is definitely another one of those online cup warriors without a doubt. But Beyond is the king of all kings when it comes to that sort of stuff. And he is opening up game 1 here of our grand finals with bombastic play impending.
Yeah, this is definitely one on there. I had to bring this up because this is more in meta. After EWC, obviously, we're going to see probably this build be used out of Beyond and the likes. Well, especially Beyond. I could imagine copying it off of Cure some more. But I kind of miss the days of Shin and Gumio because those two always seem to have the most wild games I've ever seen. Both with little off-meta plays. As you've casted a lot, especially light in the KSL.
Yeah, I mean, Gumi here, he's a very special kind of player. You know, he's very unique and very creative, but Beyond he does rock with his aggression. Roaches are here to defend, but Roaches are getting called out already.
Oh, yeah, we do see the first couple of Roaches going down without any bio really falling. One of those Ravagers as well, even. And the Reaper Grenades wreaking a little bit of havoc, but now the bio does need to go ahead and pull back, wait for the coverage from the Medivacs before they get overstimmed and die to the hardiness of the Roaches here.
Absolutely. We got combat shields finishing up for Mr. Beyond, but this push is going to be continuing on from Shin. Not like the most units right here. It's just more of the follow-up. We don't really have any siege tanks out just yet, but
yeah, I mean, Shin really has no business being out here, I think. The DPS of the Terran Army here is absolutely massive, and the Medivacs give them the staying power that they need, and oh my goodness, Shin was bleeding off a lot of Roaches there to really no effect.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about the follow-up 3 racks, and it looks like Shin was expecting a 2-on-1. He was not expecting this many Marines. He was caught off guard, and Beyond, he annihilates that army. He's not done. He's moving out with a double drop.
Yeah, and there's really not too much defenses here right now on the side of Zerg. Roaches are rotating up to the top side here. There's not too many workers to pick off, but they are going to take a relatively favorable engagement against the Roaches and then pick up and get out of there.
Not too bad. I like the double Evo from Shin, but in this case, as you said, Light, too, very much so reminiscent of a 2-base on. Oh my god, do you see that contaminate? I love to see it. Sorry. Most underused ability, even at the high level at oftentimes. But anyway, the third CC coming down means this is very masterfully done by Beyond to make this into, well, guess what? Surprise, it's actually a 3-base build. Yeah, and we're going to keep this going.
It is a very late third base for Beyond, but he has traded well enough to be able to get into this third base as well, and he's still being quite active on the map. He's going for a split push. There's 2 Medivacs towards the left, and he's moving out on the right-hand side as well.
Those Roaches are going to go ahead and push away the double Medivac drop there, but they are going to stay there sharking around, biding their time, looking for the opportunity. And at the meantime, we have another little hit force here on the bottom side, 2 Medivacs full of Marines, in addition to a couple of Reapers going to be swinging around and trying to put some pressure onto the bottom side of the Zerg base here.
Well, honestly, this is one of those situations where it's just Beyond, multi-prong attacks.
Taking fights on both fronts here, and it looks like winning fights on both fronts here. Now, the top side is going to get cleaned up, but these forces may well swing around and converge. Now, there's some serious damage being dished out onto the building hatchery here, but the Roaches are going to be able to clean it up. But the distraction is going to allow Beyond to swing into the third base here, pick off a couple workers, put some damage onto the Spore, and all in all, 7 workers, and the Meta got out? Or no?
The Medivac was shut down. We do see that Shin, he's holding on. Did cost him 7 workers. Did cost him a lot of supply as well. The other scary thing, of course, is that Shin is relying on Roach Ravager. Is inflated supply, and he's still struggling to keep up with Beyond. And yeah, GG gets called. It's just far too much damage, and Beyond will take game number 1.
Even with that third hatch, too. That was certainly something. The fact that he was able to get it up, Shin just didn't make enough workers earlier on. You know, he had to defend, but afterward, I think he overcommitted with the Roach attack, like Ahmed had mentioned.
Yeah. You know, I mean, things were kind of snowballing out of control from there. Now, listen, I think ultimately it was the multitasking and multi-prong harass. I need an invite.
Boom, boom, boom. Let me go off friends list.
Perfect.
I want to ask both of you honest thoughts, because I personally have something about this tournament that I've been looking at more and more and more, and I absolutely love it. The almost Jurassic Park-esque Ursasaurus Cup logo with the Stegosaurus there that Ursa TV made. As the tournament's been going on, I've been looking at that, like the whole thing on the in-game logo and stuff. I'm like, man, Bruno did a good job on that.
Yeah, no, it's super sick. He's got great attention to detail when it comes to stuff like that.
It's true. Like, you know, it's great that we've brought the community together to run this event, to host it, bringing all the cast together. But really, the best part of the tournament is the logo.
Yep, 100%.
And the most important part, obviously.
Yeah, seriously. Without doubt, you know?
Okay, so jumping into game number 2 here of the Ursasaurus Cup. In the bottom right, we do have the Blue Terran hailing from South Korea, a Shopify Rebellions Beyond.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin.
Yeah, game 1 there going a little sideways for Shin. He still obviously put up a really great fight there and was, really competitive at certain moments, but Beyond, definitely just started to pick him apart. That early game advantage was something Beyond never was going to relinquish.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, it was just Shin overextending. Again, I do think that he just didn't expect Beyond to have that many Marines to work with. It looked like he wanted to try to be the aggressor and try to punish Beyond, but instead he was one punished, and again, just bleeding off too many roaches, too many ravagers, just wasn't worth it in the end, and Beyond snowballed out of control. And now we have a very similar opener here, once again, 2-Rax Reaper.
Yep, and we do see, relatively similar opening here coming from, or maybe the same opening coming from Shin here, is it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, just a 16 hatch. It's
Yeah.
16, 17, I believe it was.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Light, you're a little better Zerg player than I.
Yeah, it was Hatch Gas Pool. The question really becomes here, because it looks the same for Beyond, right? 2-Rax Reaper, and he could go for a 3rd Rax again, like the previous game, into a +1 timing, or it can be a 2-on-1, it could be 3CC 2-on-1. Like, it's going to be on Shin to piece together what's going on. Like, now he's going to be that much more concerned and on notice, just because he was kind of, like, caught off guard last time.
Absolutely. This time, looks like Shin's a little indecisive on his hatch placement. He's kind of hiding out for a bit to make sure, but it's because he scouted this, obviously. But
Yeah, we do see the Double Queen get fired up here, and the 3rd base will be taken in like. The first Reaper is going to go ahead and pick off a drone. That's a really nice start here for Beyond.
Yeah, getting a drone is already a great start for Beyond. 3rd base gets thrown down for Shin. Unlike the previous map, unlike Crimson Court, this 3rd base is going to be under fire, so Beyond can try to punish it. And once again, just like the previous game, that is a 3rd Rax follow-up. So it is the same build 2 games in a row for Beyond.
Yeah, and immediately I think we are gonna. Did we see the Marines thrown down immediately after as well? Yeah, I suppose that we did, but there was the factory was thrown down as well. There. What happened? I missed it.
The Reapers,
Okay,
they dove
yeah.
into the
Beyond
lane
almost through.
Beyond
I got a
almost
little
lost
bit of lag, by the way, not to bother you guys, just to see if you guys are. Or did I lag you out at all?
No,
No, I'm chilling.
We can't see it. It's like so good.
Thank you. But the woe was Beyond literally almost through right there in a moment, but that grenade saved his behind.
Yeah, and we are going to see the factory thrown down again as well. So again, it's following the same build order as the previous game, and the flow of the game not going as necessarily decisively in Beyond's favor just yet. But it wasn't until around the 5-minute mark that we saw Shin make that big blunder.
Yeah, I feel like our eyes are going to be on Shin this time to see how aggressive he's going to be. This time there is no Roach Warren yet. He's droning up. He's just, securing himself, getting into a longer game. As you mentioned, Beyond is going for the same build. It's going to be a stim timing with a mass amount of Marines. And, we'll see if Shin throws down a Roach Warren or relies on Ling Bane.
Yeah, we just had metabolic boost, more queen. I mean, that's really all you can do is the Zerg right now, unless he I mean, it's not like you're going to have centrifugal hooks anytime soon if you went for a baneling nest, but
Yeah.
yeah.
And the starport is en route as well. And as we continue to see continued marine production out of Beyond here, the baneling nest does go ahead and get thrown down. But as you said, baneling speed is quite a ways away.
Yeah, this should still be okay for Shin as long as he doesn't overdrone. That's going to be the biggest thing here, is that he can saturate his third base, but he can't really go further than that. If he's a little bit too greedy, then Beyond is going to snowball out of control. As you mentioned, there's going to be no baneling speed, so Beyond is going to have a lot of micro potential with all this bio.
Yep, and we haven't seen the third CC thrown down yet as we did in the previous game. Not sure what timestamp that was exactly, but this is still full-on aggression from Beyond here. Some SCV still being produced, combat shields about halfway done, and +1 attack about 70-80% done as well for on the side of Beyond.
Yeah, we're just now getting out a bunch of lings for Shin. Beyond kind of setting up for a push. I do like some banelings are being made anyway. At least if he can lure Beyond on creep a bit, it's possibility for him to land a couple connects. But I think Beyond is just going to respect this, go back home, and maybe kind of reconsolidate for another push and maybe even take a third.
Yeah, honestly, this is... go on.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say, this is really mature of Beyond. Basically, he sees how many queens there are, he sees all the Ling Bane, and he doesn't throw away his army. He's like, you know what? I don't think I can win this fight. I'm a back off, I'm a regroup, I'm a reinforce. He might throw down a third CC behind this army as well. But Beyond now does regroup, this time with Medivacs, which means he also has an ability to go for drop play and try to go for multi-barrel aggression. Or just come in.
And we do see our first tank popping out just now as well. And so I do think, Beyond is going to look to continue to reinforce his position, producing some more medevacs and another tank as well.
You know something like, I just thought of something. Beyond did not get the post-it note that this is an America's tournament. He's supposed to stem like 2 times into banelings and then stem again,
Do you want to message him after the game? Do you want to...
Yeah, but like, listen,
right,
dude, you didn't really follow the spirit of the event.
You want to see you ape it up, Bobby. What's going on? Why are you playing careful like this? What do you mean? You want to win?
Yeah, dude, we want to see throws here, Bob.
No, we do see extremely conservative play to Beyond, leaving tons of Marines behind to cover that tank. He does not want this position to be easily... does not want that tank to be easily cleaned up. So much damage being dished out. Now, the Zerg forces are from multiple angles, so we are going to see the position broke, but oh my goodness, those slow banelings are being bled out.
And Shin shuts us down. And bearing in mind, no third base, there's no third CC just now begins for Beyond. It is so late. He was basically 2 base all in, and Shin likewise playing very carefully as well. He didn't engage until that final moment, until that one big fight.
Absolutely, yeah. No, Shin setting himself up for a fantastic situation here. And when this next engagement comes, you know what's going to be there? Centrifugal hooks. So these banelings are going to get on top of Beyond's Marines in a hurry.
Honestly, this was it was a slightly high risk, but well calculated move from Shin to take the double hatch. Like, he took a super fast forward, and he didn't care. He was calm. He droned. He read the situation right, and he set up for a beautiful defense before, but look at this around.
Ooh, not enough banelings, though, now. So these Marines are going to trade extremely favorably. Now, there's a huge number of queens here, and the additional banelings are rolling down. But, oh, my God, these queens being bled out as well. 1 or 2 of the high energy ones as well, and what was a huge defensive queen force has been whittled down to just a handful now. Some more banelings on the way and some lings popping, so I don't think Shin's necessarily in the worst shape ever, but what looked to be an extremely advantageous position really did go quite poorly for Shin there. He overextended quite a bit off creep.
So what you're saying is that Shin, he got the message.
Oh,
yeah, he got the message.
Shin got that post-it note, and behold the power of 1-1 versus none.
Yeah, Shin is now getting into his own upgrades. He's going for a big counterattack. Will delay the third base, but as you mentioned, he lost a lot of momentum that he once had. He lost a lot of Ling Bane, and it's on Shin to do some counter damage. He's actually going for the natural.
Yeah, no, but these Banes are going to be bled out to no real effect here. They're not going to get on top of these workers. Now, the Lings do flood in here, and that's fantastic. That tank's going to get taken out. These medevacs can keep these Marines alive for so long, but after that, these Lings are going to wreak some havoc on the XCV line of Beyond's Natural, and what was already not economic position for Beyond has gotten much worse after losing 16 SCVs.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, this force from Beyond here outside of Shin's fourth really needs to deal some damage at this point. Beyond's kind of relying on it.
Yeah, exactly. As Shin was able to do some amazing counter damage, he is still in this game. Shin can't really engage with the main army itself, but he's going once again for another run by, denying the third base, keeping Beyond on a 2-base economy.
Yeah, no, really in positional and counterattack play here by by Shin. Jesus, why am I coming up with this name from a million years ago? We do see a couple medevacs here twinging up to the top side, and there are some units to defend. The fourth base does get rather low for Shin here on the bottom side, but the forces do get completely surrounded on the other. So, you know, Beyond is hitting with the multi-prong attack. He is trading reasonably well, but at the same time, Groove Spine's finishing. Shin's getting ready to transition into Hydras, and that's going to be bad news bears for these medevacs.
Beyond a little late to drop into main, by the way.
He does take out the fourth at the same time, and he is going to deal, you know, some damage here in the main without bleeding off too much, as long as he picks up here, which he does. The tank goes down, but that wasn't the worst trade, considering he was able to pick off the fourth at the same time.
Yeah, the fourth base goes down, dropping the main base gets cleaned up. It does, but Beyond still has momentum inside. The third base finally gets up and running, but Beyond is down to 41 SCVs. He doesn't really have the most sustain here. If Shin can survive a little bit longer, if he can get this base up and running, then Shin can overwhelm Beyond.
Yeah, no, Light, we are at the 11-minute mark, and we're seeing just about the first minerals mine from this third base of Beyond.
Yeah, it's a very late third base saturation, but Beyond, he's trading well. You know, he's doing well with it when it comes to his main army, when it comes to his engagements, but he does need to keep Shin back at home. He needs to make sure there's no other Ling Bane run by.
See, this was Beyond's interpretation of, you know, adhering to the spirit of the event, was not mining from the third.
Yeah, honestly, guys, there's something else to note. Shin, as well as he brilliantly defended, and he did decent teching, Beyond kept him on his toes, and this is one time I could say this is one of the first games in a minute, and with all respect to Beyond, we don't have the Beyond meme of we have like the +3 armor and not the +3 weapons being researched, but he had both. The 3-3 even hit at a perfect timing, it seemed like, for how low econ he was.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, because that's actually crazy. I didn't even think about that. The fact that he is now pushing towards 3-3 when he's been on like no income for ages.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's just how efficient Beyond has been with his army, just rotating Marines, tanks, medevacs throughout the course of this game, rotating towards the north. The creep is also lackluster for Shin, but he's setting up for a surround. He's setting up for a big flank.
Absolutely. Now these tanks are getting jumped on before they get sieged. The Baneling's getting on top of the Marines. So many Marines going down. The Zerg force is absolutely overwhelming the forces of Beyond here. Now there is some Marines coming down from the top side, supported by a couple medevacs, but the Hydras and Lings are eventually going to make short work of them.
And behind this all, 13 SCVs have fallen. Presumably from I'm guessing that was a Bane bust in the third base.
Yeah, there was a Baneling Roman at the same time, and Shin shuts down the main army. He counterattacks across the map. He does both at the same time, and just like that, Beyond plummets in supply. He will have 3-3 to work with. He will have an efficient army, but Beyond, there's a lot more pressure on him to get even more damage done, to be active again on the map.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've got a double medevac drop running up the top side of the map here. You know, hopefully can no, but there's already a Zerg forces in position there. Now, obviously, Beyond doesn't know that, but if he runs in here, he's going to lose everything. And we do see some Lings running on the bottom side of the map here. A tank there to shut it down, but the Lings are going to get on top of the tank before getting cleaned up by some Marines.
All right, decent pickup from Beyond. Got a couple, even if it's some minimal trades. He didn't lose anything, just a couple hits on the medevac. Just pushing the right, or the left, rather.
Yeah, some nice Baneling targeting by Beyond. It's an excellent micro, not losing anything to those Banelings there on the middle left here. But still, I mean, listen, he's climbing back up in supply. Plus 3 is about to finish. So if there was going to be a time in this game where Beyond was dangerous, it is going to be now. He's going to rely on tasking. He's got a double medevac drop in the main, taking out some tech as it goes. The infestation pit about to go down. Now there is also this gigantic force of Marines and a couple tanks to bolster their position on the bottom left here that is going to try and start sieging up this fourth base. Now the tanks get sieged before Zerg even sees this force.
Yeah, Bjorn pulling Shin apart. He snipes the Hydrogen. He does snipe the tech in the main base as well. Infestation did go down, and Bjorn is pushing forward towards that southern fort. There is barely any creep here to work with.
Now, there was a counterattack on Beyond's side of the map here. We saw 10 SCVs go down and a tank on real low health now, but the main fight here is really what's going on Shin's fort. The Banelings pushing forward, trying to take on top of these Marines, but the Baneling snipes are absolutely fantastic. This hatchery, lower than half health, looks like it is going to go down. But no, not quite yet. Shin comes around with a 360-degree surround, takes out pretty much all of Beyond's army. Everything he had on this side of the map has been absolutely wiped. Only the medevac's able to retreat. And that base stays alive.
Oh, no! Sorry, the medevac in the north.
The medevac does survive barely. Beyond, I mean, he's been all in the entire game. Whether it's 2 base all in, now like 2.5 base all in essentially, as the 3rd base is not even saturated, and he gets cleaned up once again. He plummets in supply. Shin is barely holding on. And yeah, it's just been really surprising to see Bjorn achieve so much with so little. Like, he's still all in, things are still bleak for Bjorn, but he still fights so well. Like, it's crazy.
Shin sitting at 71 workers to 36, like 1,500 more minerals per minute on average. Yeah, this has really been an unbelievably scrappy game by turn.
You know, a wise man once said, a Terran on 3cc, are they ever dead?
A bunch of bunkers being built outside of Shin's fort here now. A couple tanks get sieged up, and once again, Beyond is putting pressure onto this position. A bunch of Banelings being bled off, a lot of Lings taking damage. The Hydra's not quite able to get the damage they're looking for onto the medevac or dished out onto the Marines.
Yeah, and with these bunkers, it's going to be that much more difficult to break. We can see Shin is setting up another surround. Can he get as successful a trade, though? Because 3-3 is now done for Bjorn. He's able to push on forward. The hatchery is so close to going down. Up!
And it is going to go down, and these bunkers finish up. Now, they're kind of a moot point here in this position now, but obviously that base is going to be, retaken by Shin when he deems appropriate, although he is expanding in the other direction at this moment right now, so he might not really care to sort of fight this fight at the moment.
Yeah, Shin is
be unaware of that base. Oh, sorry. Shut up.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Bian's unaware of the base in the bottom left, it appears, too, though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not being mined from yet, but yeah, that's definitely something Beyond will want to clean up. But at the moment, he is pushing forward. He has these bunkers and a bunch of stuff sort of fortifying a position right here now that really isn't doing much. Now, there's a gigantic counterattack on Beyond's side of the map. 13 workers do go down, and it looks like a bunch of Marines are in hot pursuit. There is a tank support behind them, but the Banelings do get on top of them, and a huge chunk of Beyond's Banelings get taken out, and it looks like these Hydras are going to continue to push forward, take out another tank, and perhaps even get on top of this tank that's sieged here. Indeed, they do get taken out, and these Hydras are going to walk away relatively scot-free after having dealt some serious damage.
Yeah, once again, Beyond's economy is crippled. He's down to 19 SCVs, but he still has a comparable army. He can still try to win the game here and now. He's pushing towards the natural, towards the tech of Shin. Shin has a mass amount of Ling Bane, but I don't want to count Beyond out. Not quite yet, but it's one and done here. Beyond, he's all in. He's been all in all game.
Oh, no, yeah, we need absolutely, yeah, literally. We're in a 17-minute game where Beyond's been all in from about minute 4. Honestly, Shin is super duper respecting this. He's playing very, very far back. He doesn't really care about bleeding off this base. It's almost mined out. He's expanded in a couple of different directions at the same time as it is already, and he wants to max out before he takes this engagement. He knows he's been on way more income than Beyond, and he knows that if he just takes a smart fight here, this is a very difficult game for him to lose. And the blinding clouds ensure that fight is indeed smart. Every single tank gets taken out before firing even a single shot, and the medevacs do run away with the Marines, but not before leaving Beyond down something like 85 supply.
Take it away, Dave.
I don't know. I still felt awkward from that last one.
Oh, dude, you're in your own head, brother. You're in your own head.
No, I'm kind of memeing here. But, yeah. Man with gun moves. Man with gun looks very dead.
Yeah, man with gun not doing so well.
Yeah, man with gun looks the GG.
There it is.
And there you have it, folks.
And we're tied up 1-1.
I could have used the Sarah line. I was trying to think of something to say that was good, but I couldn't. That was unfortunate.
So good. Gee.
Just go ahead and send me the invite when you can, Mr. Dave.
Gotcha, buddy. Thanks for having me. Light, this is possibly the first, if not second time we've even been in a voice call before, I feel.
Yeah. We haven't.
In like years of knowing you now. Like,
I randomly sprung Dave on light.
So
he's like, God damn it.
We haven't really been able to cast together much. I mean, we've covered some tournaments together every now and then, but
Yeah.
And the Duck and the Dave.
Yeah, anytime. Mondays are usually rough, and yeah, I've had a couple of beers, but I'm honestly a little more low-key on that this week. Typically, I'm not too bad. It's more often than not, I'm like hanging on by a thread, just tired on a Monday night.
Okay, we do see these guys back in the lobby here.
Ironically, Ahmed, everybody knows when I was first all hot to trot about a Monday night, I was like, you know what? I want a Monday night, but not on a Monday. For us working stiffs, it's goddamn horrible. But anyway, it's a tradition.
Yeah,
I think it's been a successful Monday night.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's been awesome, dude.
I usually solo cast, but especially because it's the first edition of the Ursasaurus Cup, I'm happy to to jump on to cast for the first time with Historian, with Dave as well. It's all good.
Absolutely, it's been quite an honor. I've been so happy to be here. And going into game number 3 on Dynasty, in the bottom left, we've got the Red Zerg from South Korea. It's Gaiming Gladiator Shin. Go ahead, Light.
And in the top right hand corner, we have South Korean Terran for Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun.
Heck yeah, dude.
You know what? This is a good
shirt is kind of green, so when I lean backwards, my torso becomes kind of invisible. Just so you know.
Lovely.
So I had somebody comment. This is the foreign version of the GSL. 3 Korean casters, exactly.
Oh, dude, I am looking for. Okay, I am gonna look up the Shin's. Oh, it's Shin Hibum and Byun. What? I don't remember his Korean name. Let's see. I'm yelling his name in Korean real loud. I'm telling you. Byun Hyun-woo. Okay, dude. When a fight happens, you're gonna be just blown away by my casting skill.
Let's go.
I'm sorry, my mind just went right in the gutter when you said that.
Blown away?
Well, no, you're gonna be yelling his name out really loud in the night, basically, is what I gathered there too. I'm like, hold on, you gotta at least make sure the man bought you flowers, all right?
I mean, listen, dude. I've spent some quality time with Byun.
A little jealous, little jealous. Not gonna lie, he's a beautiful man.
Oh, he is absolutely, dude. Byun and I were recording for like almost 2 hours, and Sue was just literally sitting on the bed behind me waiting. So I was like, all right, I gotta wrap this up with Byun. And when we finished up, he was like, oh man, we didn't really get to talk that much. I wish we could have talked more. And I'm like, Byun, we've been talking for 2 hours, buddy.
That's great.
Absolutely, yeah. That was such a fantastic day, honestly. I definitely miss Korea. Hope I can get back out there maybe sometime next year.
You know who I want to meet, guys? Light VIP. I think it'd be awesome to meet Light. You're on my list of people I really want to meet, Light.
You're from Australia, right?
Yeah.
Am I right on that?
Yeah.
Australia. Where in Australia?
Sydney, like Western Sydney.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
one day, I'll go to an NA event one day, meet everyone. I'm so isolated.
Do you go to the Ozcraft events and stuff like that?
Yeah, I've been to most of the lands in Australia. Most of them.
Hell yeah, dude. I would love to come to an event like that. Obviously, it's such a trek to come to like what's a relatively small event. But I think there's something so cool about like small community stuff like that. It's really like some of the best feelings you'll get at any kind of gaming event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, this game is happening and there's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
It was a
Okay.
gas. It was gas first from Shin. It was gas first, and he's leading into a roach rush. He did go for the goal base as well, prioritizing the high yield gas geyser. So he's gonna be rushing towards roaches, and Bjorn has yet to scout, but the Reaper gets into the main, and he will barely get eyes on the roach warren.
And Beyond's response to scouting this gold base here was indeed just to go ahead and throw down a gold base of his own, which makes sense. Now, what do you think we're going to see out of that starport here? Just some medevacs, or do you think maybe some liberated production as well?
Could be Liberators, definitely, but it's going to be a 2-on-1 build by Bjorn. He's building up Mass Marine for a medevac drop. Meanwhile, Shin has begun Roach production. I've yet to determine if Shin is going all in or not. I mean, he barely has any saturation. He has one drone at the gold. He's going for an all in.
Absolutely, and with taking advantage of that high yield gas in a big way, and I'm assuming this is going to be a pretty large number of Ravagers. Now, what time do you think this attack should hit out of Shin?
Soon.
Yeah.
Soon TM, actually, because I mean, keep in mind, Shin did kind of open almost one base-ish. Like, he was literally setting up for the roaches before, then taking advantage of the obviously rich Vespine gas geyser beforehand. But when Beyond killed 4 drones with the Reaper, I think that might have maybe delayed it a little bit.
Now, he did go ahead and morph those Ravagers on the other side of the map, so they are going to take some time to wiggle-waggle their way over there. And we are going to have some supporting roaches coming up as well as a bunch of additional lings on the way.
Yeah, Beyond being a little bit cavalier, does try to drop on the Ravagers, but alas has to pull away. The 3 Ravagers are a little bit exposed, and we do see Beyond trying to pick them off, buying time for some more tanks. First tank is on the way, but the piles will connect, and the Deeper's going to go down.
Yeah, the depot's going to go down. There's no wall right now, but beyond that, placed Biles there by Shin, so that's not the greatest. But now the SUV has come back up to repair, but it's only one SUV, so the Biles are going to DPS it down rather easily. So there's not a lot of defensive positioning here left for Beyond.
Yeah, the bunker goes down. The Deepers as well. Lings, they try to flood in, but the choke point is brutal. Shin cannot get us around.
Yeah, that he cannot. Now, he is going to go ahead and try and DPS down a couple of these Ravagers as they come up the ramp. I'm surprised to see not the Lings perhaps in front of the Ravagers, but I guess he doesn't necessarily want to make that full commitment onto the high ground just yet. Now, these Ravagers are getting awfully low, though.
Yeah, bearing in mind that as this goes on, Bjorny's mining on the goal base as well. We do go for this round. We avoid the Biles, and Bjorny shuts down the Lings. He sims on 40, gets on top of the Ravagers as well, and Bjorny will completely shut this down.
I mean, that was such curious play there by Shin, right? I was thinking, okay, surely he's hesitating here because he is not going to commit or he's waiting for more reinforcements. But then he ended up going up the ramp and taking the fight after just taking all the damage onto the Ravagers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult. He was trying to push forward. Like, he was ideally hoping that maybe the Marines push down onto the low ground or, like, get this around as well with the Lings. But it was just a really awkward position for him. And yeah, Beyond just took full advantage of Shin. It was impressive.
Yeah, just go ahead and shoot me that invite, Dave, when you can.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, of course.
You know, all I could think of in Shin's perspective from how the end went and how Beyond, his light said, with a very cavalier attitude, drops down, does some nice pickup micro after, etc. Shin's like fighting in the choke point. He's just like, GG, GL, next, go next map pool.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that map when I'm playing Zerg.
Yeah, no, that's
Personally, but thinking of, you know, that I'm memeing a bit, but that's a tough map for those kind of builds. I feel like if you're playing against a player that plays obviously very bio heavy style like Beyond.
Yeah. Go ahead and take it away, Dave.
All right, here we are spawning in the upper right-hand corner of Post Youth. Blue Terran SCVs is from Shopify Rebellion. Give it up for Beyond.
And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. For Gaming Gladiators, it is Shin.
I love the trepidation from all of us.
I mean, I was going to
lining.
say that, like, tri-casting can be done if you're in person because you can give, like, visual cues for who to who to talk and who to pass off to and stuff like that. If we don't have any cams going on or anything like that, we have no idea. We're shooting in the dark. We're like, God, who's going to speak up next? Who knows?
We need the cavalier attitude of Beyond. That's what we need.
I'll be honest, guys. Just be glad I'm quiet for once. Even earlier, like Protostegosaurus casted with me actually, and he was hard carrying. I was like, all right, I can get used to this. I'm just chilling. We're just observing. You know, like I'm like, oh, let's look at the beautiful, majestic Overlord as we're waiting for things to happen. You know.
Do you guys remember? Oh, dude, I forgot to yell in Korean. Damn.
Oh, do you know much Korean?
No, but I could say Byung-hang-woo. I could have done that.
Okay.
Oh man.
No, dude. I just a few words.
I mean, geez, you know that's already better than how much French I know. People ask me, well, what do you know in French?
How are you
French
in
toast?
How
French
are
fries?
you in Croatian?
Don't even get me started, because that's going to be a very quick conversation. How many languages do you speak, out of curiosity? English and Spanish, or do you speak any other languages as well?
Just two. English and Spanish. A little bit of Polish. A little bit.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. How come Polish?
For whatever reason, we started casting some Polish tournaments, so we got a bunch of like Polish like casters and players involved, and
Yeah.
and a little bit of Polish. Yeah.
Heck yeah. The Net Wars guys or something else?
Yeah, some of the networks guys, indie.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Yeah, exactly. The Polish tournaments, and over the years, it feels like if you're ever on an semi-EU time slot or even into NA, you're gonna get a lot of Polish players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, dude. I mean, there's still so many good. I mean, we have Spirit,
gotta
Gerald,
feel that with Gerald.
Christianer.
Yeah, exactly. We had the whole. Wait, are you guys there?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Sorry, I'm freaking out because of I have some horrible lag.
Oh, that's weird.
I get it from it's not my internet connection. It's something server side from wherever I'm at and my ISP. And when I go to Korea, Brazil, or Singapore, I want to say. Even on observing. It never used to happen in Korea, but it's been god awful.
So we do see a couple of Reapers of Beyond here pushing across the map. They, go ahead and just doing some scouting, picking off a ling or two if they can here or there. And behind this, we have a couple Hellions on the way. So we do see our first divergence of opening builds here from Beyond as far as this series goes.
Yeah, Beyond going for a 3cc into Starport. Did divert a little bit, but for the most part, an economic opener. Very greedy, Beyond getting a CC on location. Meanwhile, Shin, he rushed into a lair. This is a very fast lair for Shin. This should be for some wild play. He's taking all 4 gases. This could actually be 2-base Muta.
Oh, dude, I love that. Especially in response to, kind of what we're seeing so far out of Beyond. I wonder how much of a commitment we're going to continue to see to these factory units. Only a couple, we do see a Banshee and Cloak coming down as well, so that bodes really, really well for 2-base Muta if that is indeed the choice of Shin.
Yeah, as he's going to be... he catches the Hellions!
That's going to leave a mark.
Stuff here.
Yeah, Shin is a big fan of 2-base Muta, at least from... my experiences. I don't know about you, Light, but it seems like it's he'll always sneak it into a series in a CVT.
Yeah, he does love those mutas, and I mean, we have it. The Spire gets thrown down.
Oh my god, they get on top of the ramp here. A couple of Hellions going down here. And we do see the Banshee here, to help clean up a little bit, but, the Scout obviously got off there. A bunch of Hellions went down. The third base is under pressure once again. And things are going pretty well here for Shin in game 4. 3? 4, 3, 3. Is that correct? Am I crazy?
4.
3, right?
4.
4.
Okay.
You were right. Don't second guess yourself. You're fine.
And Beyond is up 2-1. Yeah.
Yeah. Is up 2-1. But yeah, we'll see how this all comes to pass. I mean, Beyond hasn't scouted because of the Ling aggression. The Banshee's stuck at home. The Banshee has not moved out across the map, so no scouting whatsoever from Beyond. He hasn't seen the gases, hasn't seen the lair, didn't see the Spire either, so the Muta's going to go unscouted. But Beyond is setting up into 5 Raxes. Beyond could even be 8 Raxing off of this as well. Like, he's going to be skyrocketing ahead in the mid game when it comes to bioaggression, but he doesn't really know what's coming his way.
Yep, but the first wave, 8 Mutas are on the way. They're about halfway done here. And if Beyond doesn't know that they're coming, he could really be in some serious trouble. Now, he does go ahead and scan. He sees the spire, so he's got an idea of what's going on. And immediately we see, well, actually, I think those turrets are underway already. But one additional one at the third.
Oh, this is going to leave a mark for Beyond, though. The Overseer just adds the finishing touch to surprise.
Yeah, the Banshees go down, the Mutas are revealed. As you mentioned, the turrets are already getting up and running, so Beyond, he's ready for them for the most part. He is on a 5-rack setup on 3 bases, and we'll see if Beyond does throw down 3 extra racks and decides to go for a 3-base all-in. Both of our players have been very aggressive so far. Meanwhile, the Mutas are going for the dive onto the Marines.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. I mean, obviously now they're not going to be able to stand here and fight over this turret, and there actually is an additional turret here protecting sort of the bottom side of the production, but the Mutas are going to be able to get some serious damage out onto the SCVs there. A couple going down already, and they are just going to be able to sit here and park between the production facilities and dish out some more damage. Another SCV goes down, supply depot goes down, and these Mutas are able to fly away, having taken relatively little damage. There were 8 Mutas made, and there are 9 Mutas total, so I guess there were 9 Mutas made. I guess a couple more came across the map.
I think that was actually a pretty good defense from Beyond.
Yeah.
That could have been a lot worse.
It could have, but he also has spent a lot of money on turrets at this point. There's something like 8 turrets out on the map.
Yeah, did invest heavily into the turrets. The Lings, they hit the 3rd base. They deny any kind of mining time. 5 SCVs go down. Despite the economic opener of Beyond, he has not been able to mine from that 3rd base whatsoever. And Shinny, once again, goes for another dive, goes on top of the army.
Yeah, the 3rd base getting busted. The army jumping on top of Beyond's here. Now, this wasn't maybe the most efficient trade by Shin, but all the Marines go down, takes out that tank, and at this point, it's looking pretty good, and at the cost of pretty much just a few Lings and some Mutas.
Yeah, Shin is being so aggressive this game with this Ling Muta. Like, Shin, he has no 4th. He has no 4th. He's not droning. He's just always in the face of Beyond. At any moment he can try to, he does dive on top of those Marines, and the Marine count, it's not really that high at all.
No, it's not, and you know, they're really hardly able to take a frontal engagement with the Mutas, which is obviously not a great sign. The Baneling nest is done. We have a bunch of Banelings coming, a bunch of Lings coming across the map here. Probably some Banelings about to be morphed in to continue to fight relatively efficiently, and +1/+1's on the way for Shin as well.
Yeah, with that said, though, if Beyond can muster up some kind of defense against this and secure his 3rd. Yes, Shin does have a gold base. He's trying to take another expand. Beyond needs like an inch to breathe, basically, and he's been keeping up on his upgrades. He's got an armory behind this, so he could probably go right into 2-2 when he, again, he has to situate. The supply block's the biggest, scariest thing for Beyond, where he's probably just going to have to get something done, though. Normally, if he didn't lose all those supply depots, I think he would be in a better spot.
These Banelings morphing in just a bit too late. A huge flock of Marines coming into the 3rd base position here.
He's still with the Banelings! 0 Banelings!
Oh my god, every single Baneling going down, a tank getting sieged up here. The Spore Crawler being taken out. Now the Mutas have to come home in order to assist with the defense here. We have a bunch of Banelings morphing in on the bottom side here, in addition to a bunch of Zerglings popping out. But these are still slow Banelings.
He denied 1-1 too.
Yeah, 1-1 gets shut down. The hatchery falls. The Baneling nest is even under fire. Yeah, he can't deny Baneling speed. He heard you.
Oh my god. Beyond targeting down the Baneling speed. He is absolutely going to get it at this point. What a blow. 1-1 canceled. The 3rd base taken down. All these Banelings being targeted down. Now, obviously, at the expense of a lot of Marines there, but still, my goodness, what a trade for Beyond. Now, he is still sitting down about 40 supply.
GG, Beyond was completely all in. Despite that, that was an impressive push out of Beyond. He popped off, he was denying upgrades, he was denying Banelings, but it still barely wasn't enough as he had nothing back at home.
I'll be honest, as close as it was, that's kind of what I was hoping for, and like I could kind of hear you going like, Dave, what are you even on about there? I'm just like, I had a feeling Beyond was going to make one of those really Beyond moves where he just does crazy sauce plays. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're in the lobby now. Yeah, we're good to go. But yeah, I'm so happy we get to go to Game 5 here in the first Ursasaurus Cup.
Yeah, we're going all the way to the ace match. It'll all end here on this final map, and it's been pretty aggressive. Like, we've had some long games in this series, but we haven't had like some proper like macro. Like it's been very chaotic between Beyond and Shin.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, these guys are 100% at each other's throats. They do not want these games to go super long. Beyond was all in for like 19 minutes in game 2.
It was the longest all-in out of Bjorn, and we'll see who's going to be all-in this time.
Surely one of them. Spawning in the top right here from Gaiman Gladiators, South Korean Zerg, it's Shin.
Go for it, Dave.
And his opponent in the bottom left in the blue from Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. Yeah, I couldn't feel that like nudge. I could almost. One of the times I can like sense the light VIP elbow going like ribbing me, but I couldn't that time, Poppy.
So good, so good.
Yeah.
The dry cast with it's pretty funny though. It's
Yeah, no, it's ribbed for your pleasure for sure.
Listen, I've been through it all at this point. I had a quad cast with Chicken Man, Beowulf, and Florencio. Imagine that.
What was that for? What tournament was that?
One of the Chicken Man Testa opens, I would imagine, way back when. Yeah, it was a long time ago, and it just randomly happened. It was chaotic, but it was actually quite fun.
Yeah,
we kept doing musical
when I
casters
think
and bouncing
about those
around.
four
We all got
guys-
together.
Sorry, man. When I think about those 4 guys, I just think 4 quiet, demure personalities, and I'm sure it was just really placid.
It was something. Florencio actually is a very, very chill guy,
Yeah.
truthfully.
And a really good dancer. I'm being 100% serious. I mean, you were there, right?
Yeah, I was there. We got that.
Yeah.
I got it on my phone. I actually took the video. And, oh man,
He's such a good dancer.
and then you can see Harston walking by, just busting out laughing.
Yeah.
It was so great. It was so based.
100%. What Atlanta was godly.
And you got to give the details. What was going on? Was this the after party? What was?
Yeah. We went to like a karaoke spot where like there's a dance floor as well. In after DreamHack Atlanta 2023. Yeah. So it was a lot of us, like a big group of Europeans. The Europeans actually ended up dipping, going to a different spot, but that perhaps might be a story for another time. We do have a Reaper running into the natural of Shin here, putting some damage onto these Zerglings. Hasn't really taken anything out yet. Really nice defense by Shin, and with the Queen popping, the potential for these Reapers to do too much here is dissipating.
It's going to be 2 Rex Reaper once again from Beyond. Once again, we have a 3rd Rex behind this, most likely into a factory, into an eBay. We've seen this build twice already in this series, and we're going to see it again. It is that the initial cure build that he did against Raynor.
Yep, and we do go ahead and see 10 more Lings fired at the Baneling Nest thrown down relatively quickly as well as speed about 75% of the way down here.
Oh.
I'll be honest, guys. Some of the builds that pop off from time to time, people find counters and they come in to ebb and flow and open cups and weeklies and et cetera. But after big events, I think we get this period of time where people start experimenting a little more. And one thing
you think this could be a Baneling bust?
Yeah, it's a Bane bust.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping. Yeah, Ragnarok. See, I say it sometimes too. Wayne. I tell him this when I talk to him every time. I still call him Vanya because he's fucking Vanya, right?
Okay.
You can change your name all you want, pal. You're fucking Vanya. That's what I'm gonna tell Shin one day. I called him. It was funny. We'll get into that after this game before we say goodbye. But there's something about about
dude,
Shin.
when these Banelings walk up, I'm doing the oh.
I mean, Beyond hasn't seen this. He has yet to really confirm what's going on. There's no bunker behind this. He does have a lot of Marines to work with. He has a lot of micro potential. It's over here. Here come the Banelings.
Oh, Shinhee bomb! Shinhee bomb! Oh!
Oh no!
Oh my god, these Banelings absolutely wreaking havoc on the Terran here. Shinhee bomb! I can't believe it.
He's crazy. He breaks through into the natural 9 SCV. He's going to go down. Beyond tries to re-wall off, but the last of the wall is going to be denied. And Shin, he has broken through. There's only SCVs to defend.
Oh!
Oh my god, I don't know, guys. This is really feeling like an America's Cup. the level of cheese.
GG gets called, and we have our first ever champion of the Ursasaurus Cup. It is Shinny Bum, otherwise known as Shin.
GG's. I gotta find out about that other match because we have the consolation match, and Estrella and them are probably long to bed. I think we might have to postpone the two, or Mute might actually get to it. The non-finalist, two highest American players. There's a consolation prize for the Americans.
I hope it didn't make your ears bleed too much, Light.
That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Wait, so for the consolation prize, do they have to play a series or do they? Flip
It was
a
a
coin?
best of 5.
Oh.
Was what we were gonna do, but we might have to change it up for tonight because of how things are going, and I find it highly unlikely that it was looking like it could have been Estrella, because we wrote finalists technically. I think we need to revisit this too, and the time it does to do these things. I think we should strongly revisit this next week, but maybe we'll have to we'll figure it out and reach out to players and get a hold of everybody and let you know what's going on at this point, because it's highly unlikely we're gonna get both those guys we could see. But
Yeah, sometimes.
Wait, what are they facing off for?
there's a prize of $50 to the first place one of this match after. So it's if there's Americans that are not a finalist, right?
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
So anybody from Canada, the United States, and Latin America. So in this case, it'd be Mute and Estrella. They have a best of 5 they could fight for, as it was written, for $50 to the winner, $25 to the loser. So a little extra, hey, this is America, baby.
Well, I think part of the way to tackle this is like once all the Americans are eliminated, have them just do it then.
Yeah, I think that would make it be better for flow, and then just have them send the replays.
No, I mean you could just. Oh, I guess because you want to cast that yourself
and not
or
anybody. Yeah, but I mean, if people could potentially, that would be actually great because some people might miss lobbies. They could cover that.
Yeah.
That's actually what I was hoping for. But being this is the first one, we'll talk to the boys. We'll talk to the crew.
So next time,
The
guys, I'm
Dino
expecting you to
Ursa.
like the Korean co-casters. They also yell. Just so you know.
Okay. Okay. I have to brush up on my Korean yelling. I'll get on that.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Listen, I've been practicing that for about 14 years.
Okay.
So.
You're an expert.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I actually play with the Caster Park announcer pack on my in the game, and so that's that guy's just always yelling at me.
No.
But
Alrighty.
yeah, let us know what happens, Dave, with whether you actually do a show match later, like tomorrow or something, or if they just, or what happens with that, how you want to change it. But yeah, it's cool. I didn't know there was gonna be like a series between them.
Yeah, and honestly, Proto actually mentioned something too. Also, I want to say hi to Mute. Great run today. I just gotta say, Mute big
really
fan.
well.
But that was actually sick to see you make it to the semifinals, and was rooting for you to do more. Is one of the few American players to make it, the only American player to make it that far.
Oh, you're saying like North and South American?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't
exactly.
I feel like we don't typically group both. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's wrong. It just didn't register in
The
my brain.
Americas region, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't like to. We're all one America, so American. Even though it's coming out of Dave and all the memes, it's truthfully. We're.
Oh yeah,
from
dude. I'm
America,
not like
so
literally taking issue with it, brother.
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you here.
Listen, man, Dave, you're out here calling me a racist.
No, I'm out here saying I got socks older than you. Back in the 1800s when I was born, we used to call them.
Oh man. Anyway, guys, this has been awesome. I am definitely gonna hop off. I didn't think about the fact that I was gonna cast. I thought this would be done at like 11:30. If I'm.
Yeah. I honestly am regretting that hour difference, personally, but it helps out to get boys like Miggs, and honestly, Miggs talking to him once, he's like, if I was an hour later, I could probably play. And I was, there's other guys in the West Coast.
Oh yeah, no, come on, you
and-
got to do it for Vindicta, man.
We got to think Estrella's in the West Coast too. It might, I don't know, whatever. Just thinking about everybody all around, but does make a difference where Max Packs and Clown won't show up too. So that I kind of personally think that's not a bad thing if it's an American Cup.
It's not gonna
No,
stop.
and
You're
later
welcome to play.
here's
May, it's not. May, it doesn't
Oh,
stop
no.
them for ESL Americas. I feel they'll show up. Don't you worry.
Well, I mean, it was enough to stop Geralta from coming tonight. I'll tell you that.
True.
So he's a grinder. So, but no, thank you. Thank you both as well. Well, it was good to chat a little bit. I know sometimes I'm a little more colorful. And,
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
for having me
hey,
on.
listen, dude.
Thanks for hosting the event as well. For organizing the Discord server, getting all the players involved, reaching out, like organizing everything. I know.
I didn't do this thing built itself. What are you talking about? Proto fucking did a lot more than I did.
What is it called, man? Hey, listen, it was really fun casting with you, Light. Thanks for carrying me when I was stumbling over my words. And yeah, no, it was a good time. I enjoyed it.
Hell yeah.
Good to meet you, brother.
Yeah, good to meet you. I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, catch you later.
Bye.
Oh my god, that was quite an experience. Catching up in the chat. I apologize for ignoring chat throughout all of that. I usually, if I have another caster, I try to, focus on them and all that stuff. And I haven't casted with either of them before. That was Historian. That was, hold on. Gotta bring back the camera, papi. Was casting with Historian and Dave. Personally, I'm not too fond of tri-cast. I think I explained it during the cast itself, how it's hard to kind of like dictate who speaks up next. So there was some awkward silences, papi. There were definitely some awkward silences, but it's fine. It's fine. It was for the first Ursasaurus Cup, and especially because this event is like a community event, and like Historian wanted to jump on, and then he brought Dave on. I was like, yeah, it's okay. I might, especially for next week, I might try and like, I don't know, cast with like Rushy or something. I know that Rushy has expressed interest in casting as well. And I wouldn't mind jumping on with Rushy or some of these other casters, just like one-offs, or like, just to do it on maybe just for this event as well. It's fine. It's all good. It's I always appreciate casting with other people. It's a lot easier. You can like, take time to think about what you're gonna say next, and you can, take time to like engross or take in everything that's going on. When it comes to the series itself, it was wild. Like the ZVT was crazy. We were alluding to it, but Björn and Shin were hyper aggressive with each other. They were just in each other's face the entire time. We saw Björn non-stop going for that 2-base all-in, going for the 2-Rax Reaper into 3-Rax follow-up. It was wild. They just committed to that time and time again. The game on side Delta was insane, where Björn was all-in for like 20 minutes, so he just did not stop. He just kept going. It was crazy. So GG, well played. In the end, Shin did take it. Shin denies Björn the 5th weekly win. Björn won 4 weeklies this week. 4 weeklies. KSL, TTT, STC, and the Wadi TV Monday, but he was denied the Ursasaurus Cup. Instead, Shin steps in. He gets his revenge. Takes the win himself. GG. Very well played here by Shin. Björn is usually the favored player, but Shin, he pops off instead. So big shout out to Shin. And I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all enjoyed. Again, I don't often cast with Dave and Historian. I think next time, if I do cast with someone else, I'll probably reach out to Rushy. I've never casted with him before, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see. Otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I see Nish in the chat. Pecoeta, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Kenoya as well. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. And we are done for the day. I believe we don't have a cast later on in the evening. Let me just double check. Yeah, no cast later on today. Tomorrow, we're going to be casting the Code for Giants Cup. So we have, double broadcast tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Code for Giants Cup and OSC mid-season playoffs. So back-to-back, 2 casts in a row. There's a lot of StarCraft tomorrow, a lot of StarCraft to go over, so that's going to be quite an experience. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Again, just a little bit different casting with some of these other people, casting with some of these other community members. And I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. With that, we're going to be heading off. I'm going to be streaming on my personal channel. I'm going to be laddering. Going to have a short ladder session. Again, there is no cast later on tonight, so I can ladder. I do need a moment to set things up, though. I have to go get some water, get something to eat would be ideal, and get ready before the cast, before we jump in. Sorry, before the ladder session is going to be the plan. otherwise, hope you all had a great time. Again, this is going to be a weekly tournament. Every single week, we're going to have some Ursasaurus Cup, and yeah, we'll be back here next week as well. We'll see if we end up shifting things up, and if they end up having like a show match for the top NA player or something else. Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. But now though, thanks for watching. I have to set up my stream. But yeah, we'll be heading off for the time being. We'll be streaming on my personal channel if you want to join, if you want to tune in, if you want to watch me smurge on the ladder. Yesterday I hit M2 for the first time. I hit Masters 2. Let's go. Masters 1 is the next step. We're on the road. We're getting there. And yeah, I'll see you guys over on the ladder stream. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Until next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Until next time.